IoTMatrix. Just to introduce myself, I'm a partner at Bharat Innovation Fund, a venture capital fund focused on funding deep tech, core tech, IP-based companies going global from India. And I also happen to be the co-founder of IoT Forum and co-chair for this conference. So welcome all of you to IoTMatrix. This specific session in the Connected Conclave track is a panel discussion on Japan-India partnerships, engagement, and investments, jointly organized by IoT Forum and METI JETRO. A quick introduction about IoT Forum and IoTMatrix for the audience. IoTMatrix is on its 6th anniversary, is the annual conference of IoT Forum. IoT Forum is a think tank initiative by the Indus entrepreneurs, commonly known as TAI, to raise the IoT quotient of India. Started in 2014, IoT Forum is now a vibrant community of over 2,000 plus IoT, deep tech startups developing technologies and solutions across the entire IoT stack, from sensors to the cloud, analytics, AI, and so forth, and several thousands of active participants with 14 task forces and 100 plus volunteers. IoT Forum initiatives include regular meetups, mentorships, and active community forum on various topics of interest. IoTMatrix awards, which we gave yesterday to the top startup awardees for the last 4-5 years. Global ecosystem connects, what we are doing now with Japan, corporate engagements, thought leadership on various topics, and most importantly, managing and maintaining the most up-to-date repository of 2,000 plus Indian IoT and deep tech startups. For the audience, for the benefit of the audience, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, Japan, launched the Japan-India Digital Partnership in 2018. METI and JETRO has collaborated with IoT Forum for an in-depth preview this time on Japan-India engagements, investments, and partnerships at IoTMatrix. Let's see what are the opportunities and engagement nodal points. Where does IoT startups stand to benefit from these engagements? At what stage of maturity does it make sense to engage with the corporates in Japan? Mr. Fukuoka, the director of METI, will moderate this session. Just a few words about Mr. Fukuoka Noriyoshi. He's the director, Southwest Asia Office, Trade Policy Bureau of METI Japan. And his expertise is in the industrial policy, healthcare policy, and trade policy. He has a Bachelor's of Engineering from University of Tokyo and a MA in International Development Economics from Yale University. Over to you, Fukuoka-san.
Hi, Samu-san. Thank you for your kind introduction. I would like to start the panel discussion on Japan-India partnership with startups. I am Fukuoka Noriyoshi, the director of Southwest Asia Office in the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. I'm very honored to be moderator in IoTMatrix 2020. I would like to express our gratitude to the TIE and India and Japanese private companies for their efforts to hold this event amid various difficulties caused by the COVID-19. First of all, I would like to introduce today's panelists. First, JETRO New Delhi Policy Director, Mr. Onozawa. And next, Rakuten India's Vice Chairman, Mr. Shiraishi. And next, Maruchi Suzuki's advisor, Digital Enterprise, Mr. Wakuda. And next, head of NEC Laboratories India, Mr. Iketani. Finally, Incubate Fund India General Partner, Mr. Murakami. With the members, I would like to proceed with the panel discussion on how to promote collaboration between large Japanese companies and Indian startups. As the battle against the COVID-19 continues, the demand for digital technology is increasing more than ever. And it is being recognized that digital technology forms the basis of economic and social activities. For example, online meetings are rapidly becoming widespread, and apps that track contact history with infected people are widely contain the spread of infection. At the G20 Digital Economy Ministers meeting held in July this year, accelerating the use of digital technology was also an issue. With a dramatic increase in international data distribution, the importance of the data free flow with trust, DFFT, which promotes free data distribution while ensuring the trust of consumers and companies is disseminated. I believe that strengthening cooperation with India, which is highly competitive in the world in software development, is extremely important for the IT electronics industry in Japan. When Prime Minister Modi visited Japan in October 2018, in the presence of both prime ministers, Minister of Economy and Industry, Seko, and Ambassador of India to Japan, Chinoi, said, in order to strengthen bilateral economic relations, a close relationship between Japan and India has been maintained under the Japan-India Digital Partnership. Under these circumstances, to accelerate their collaboration, I made new subsidy program for India-Japan collaboration projects that contribute to the digital transformation in Asia. In this year, 10 projects were subsidized by this program. For example, Olympus, collaborating with HCL, Indian engineer software companies, is now trying to jointly develop smartphone endoscopy. Next year, I would like to select more projects and strongly drive our collaboration forward. It's my comment. And the next, I would like to ask each panelist about their efforts in about five minutes each. First, JETRO New Delhi Policy Director, Mr. Onozawa, could you give us a speech or presentation?
Yes, Fukuoka-san, thank you very much for the introduction. As Fukuoka-san mentioned, Japan and India can expect a good complementarities between each other. Japan is strong in hardware, while India is strong in software. Under the Japan-India Digital Partnership between METI and METI, Ministry of Electronics and IT, India government, JETRO has been actively facilitate collaborations in 4 measures. The first measure is Japan-India Fund of Funds. The target volume is $180 million US. We already accumulated more than 100 million, but the door is still open. The fund will invest to around 20 VCs. They will invest to around 300 Indian startups. JETRO will facilitate business matching between investee Indian startups and Japanese companies. So it will be easier for those Indian VCs to find an exit. The launch of the Fund of Funds is welcomed by Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Abe at the sideline of Osaka G20 summit, June last year. Recently, the Fund of Funds decided to invest to 2 Indian startups, Indian VCs, namely India and Fireside Ventures. JETRO is an observer of the monitoring committee, and also JETRO is responsible for supporting business matching between portfolio startups and Japanese companies. The second pillar is subsidy for proof of concepts. As Fukuoka-san already introduced, METI and JETRO support the proof of concept by subsidy for advanced projects jointly developed by Japanese companies and Indian companies. We selected 10 cases. Fukuoka-san created these new schemes, and JETRO is implementing this scheme. Third initiative is supporting Indian companies to enter into Japan. JETRO actively supports inward investments to Japan by Indian companies. We arrange temporary offices in 6 major cities, including Tokyo and Osaka, for up to 100 working days. Experienced advisors in JETRO will provide information on relevant industries in Japan and relevant regulations for setting up business in Japan. We also help business matching in Japan. All these services are provided free of cost. We already have a good track record, such as Oil Hotels, Baimo, Ankeny Vision, Sasken Technologies, etc. The fourth initiative is connecting IT specialists to Japanese companies. Job recruitment in IITs begin on December the 1st and last for about 2 weeks every year. Japanese companies are keen to hire Indian IT professionals. However, students do not know the names of Japanese companies. They are not familiar with Japanese companies yet. This is a waste of opportunity for both sides. JETRO bundles the needs of Japanese companies and increase their presence in India. We encourage universities to allow companies to get an earlier date for the recruitment. JETRO Bangalore started Japan Day at IIT Hyderabad since 2018. This October, 21 Japanese companies attended. In summary, JETRO has been facilitating business collaborations between Japan and India. Every industry is moving toward digital, and Japanese companies have to change their business models. There are many opportunities between us. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for your great speech on collaboration between, promoting collaboration between India and Japan, these companies. And next, Rakuten India's Vice Chairman, Mr. Shirai-san, could you give us a speech or a presentation?
Sure. Hello, namaste all. My name is Tsubi Shiraishi from Rakuten. I am in charge of Vice Chairman role in Rakuten India. Today, I hope you get some sense why Rakuten is focusing on India. So let me start with a brief intro of Rakuten. So I hope you know the Rakuten is everywhere. We have 1.4 billion users, more than 70 services globally. Our core value is brand, membership, and data. So Rakuten's portfolio is very, very diversified. We cover e-commerce, all variety of fintech services, media, digital contents. In addition to that, we launched Rakuten Mobile this year, which is almost our priority now in Rakuten Group. So we got the 1 million subscribers in 3 months, and we are aggressively acquiring users. Also, Rakuten has Rakuten Medical is strongly committed to its mission to conquer cancer and aim to realize a society where cancer patients can lead fulfilling, their lives. These initiatives are fully supported by Rakuten India. We have about 5,000 tech capability in the world. Japan has 3,000. India now headcount is 1,000. Rakuten India is taking very important role for Rakuten Group, so including Rakuten Mobile and Rakuten Medical. Why Bangalore, India? Actually, we started India operation 6 years ago with just 6 people, growing up to 1,000 this year. We plan to move to a new facility, which is still under construction, just next to Carbon Park, which has 2,000 capability. We are so excited to accelerate this growth more and over. Why? This is not just a cost cut or the cost advantage. We believe it's all about jugaad. The Hindi word jugaad is a traditional Indian concept, Indian way of thinking, I can say. sometimes it's for negative use, maybe, but for me, it's a flexible approach to problem solving. So that uses, limited resources, in an innovative way. So as Japan is very, process oriented. So quality and, which is hospitality, called omotenashi. So I believe, jugaad and omotenashi is the best match to generate an innovation. In order to, foster this concept, so we do a lot of promotional activity, like we organize Rakuten hackathon called, Rakkathon, and global product conference, and partnership with, top universities. So join the NASCOM Japan Council and the culture event. So under this pandemic, we keep engaging employee with daily yoga, fitness, and fun activity, inviting family as well. So as a result, Rakuten India is now certified as great place to work. I'm very, very proud of it. Why Rakuten could make it? This is because we have Rakuten Shugi, created by our chairman Mickey when he started Rakuten more than 20 years ago. This is the core value of Rakuten Group. So along with values and principles understood and they practiced by Rakuten employees, embody Rakuten Shugi. This culture is enabling us to accelerate this innovation. Culture is very critical to Rakuten. Business model itself can be copied. However, culture cannot be copied. So we keep investing to enjoy this momentum. That's all from me today. Thank you.
Yeah, Shirai-san, thank you very much for deeply interesting information. Jugaad is very interesting concept. Jugaad is similar to the agile, right? Yes.
Yes. For us, Jugaad is result oriented. Get things done.
Result oriented.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for understanding. I understand Rakuten thinks India as making innovation partner. Yes, that's very interesting. Next, Maruchi Suzuki to advise digital enterprise, Mr. Wakuda-san. Could you give us a speech or presentation?
Sure, Fukuoka-san. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Noritaka Wakuda. I'll just do a quick introduction of myself, then take you through our open innovation programs. So I've been here in India for about 7 years now. I like Indian food very much. And also, my first project in India was to create a sales channel. So you might also see it in the streets. It's called Nexa. So that was my first project. And ever since, we've been building new business models, new experience for our customers. Recently, we have also introduced subscription, a new way of purchasing car. So we are actually leveraging open innovation to bring more value to our customers in India. And how we do that, I'll just introduce you. So I'll take you through our open innovation programs. So we have a team at Maruti Suzuki under our digital enterprise. Our digital enterprise is an organization to promote digital transformation within Maruti. It's called Maruti Suzuki Innovation. Within that, we have 3 kinds of functions. One, we are looking at seed stage ideas, innovations through Maruti Suzuki Incubation. We are partnering IIM Bangalore to do this. We have started this from this year. It is already started. Second kind of program is called Maruti Suzuki Mail, Mobility Automobile Innovation Lab. We are collaborating with a VC called GHV Accelerator. So we have started this 2 years ago in 2019, and we have already finished 3 cohorts, and we're into the 4th. And the third kind of function we have is, this is our CVC. So it's called Maruti Suzuki Innovation Fund. We are funding startups who come through this incubation and accelerator program MAIL. So just to take you through some result of our MAIL program, we have already finished 3 cohorts. These are the startups that we have accelerated and co-created solutions with. So each cohort is, we accelerate for the period of 3 months. At the end, there's a demo day. And the demo day, our MD and our senior management is the panel who decides the winners. So there are 3 winners in each cohort. And with them, we do a paid POC. So Maruti Suzuki funds the POC. And if the POC goes fine, then they become our business partner, which means their solution gets deployed into India to our customers to provide more value. So we have already finished 3 cohort for about 14 startups. We have done 10 POCs actually with these startups. Two of them have already become our business partners. So we are actually seeing a lot of benefit in these companies. As you know, there's words like AI. So they are definitely into AI. There might be sensor-based. It might be also computer vision. So we are leveraging open innovation to actually collaborate and provide more value to our customers. So this is some glimpse of our previous cohort, pictures from our pitch day, some collaboration days. On the bottom, you see our demo day with our MD, some of our winner startups. And the winners, we take them to Japan so that the startups, they can understand Japan much better. They know how they can, when they scale up, enter Japan. So the right bottom, we have actually visited Jetro in Japan, and Jetro has explained to the startups how they can leverage the kind of office space Onazawa-san was talking about, or the kind of support Jetro extends to the startups. And we are very grateful because we are partnering with METI and Jetro on all the initiatives that they take. We are LP to the Funds of Funds, one. And we are also leveraging the METI scheme. And we are one of the 10 companies that are doing a project with in India to provide better mobility in rural. So we have started and used India Stack to provide ride-hailing apps. That pilot is going on. So I think we are leveraging the ecosystem to maximum with our startups, and it's actually yielding a lot of benefit and result. Lastly, these are the focus areas that we are trying to build solution in. Each area, we have the problem statement. So if you are interested, if you're a startup, you can come to marutisuzukimail.com. There's more information there. The application is open for cohort 5, which will start next year. So please apply to our program. We can collaborate. We have all the support also from Jetro, METI. We can collaborate. We create solutions, and let us work together to provide more value to our Indian customers. So thank you very much, and looking forward. So Fukuoka-san, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wagda-san. Thank you for your great presentation. As all know, the Suzuki is a leading automotive company in India, and that's a very interesting that utilizing the how communicate with the startups, utilizing the startup event. It's a very interesting approach. Next, I would like to introduce Head of NEC Laboratories India, Mr. Iketani. Could you make a presentation or a speech?
Yeah, thank you, Fukuoka-san, and thank you for having me for this panel discussion. Let me briefly introduce what NEC does in India. So let me share my screen. So NEC is one of the major IT solution providers in Japan. And we've been operational in India for more than 60 years with more than 6,000 employees by now. And one of the contribution we have made to the Indian society is this one, DMIC, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor Project, where we provide RFID-based container tracking solution. And the coverage has reached 100%. So what that means is that all the international shipping containers moving within India are being tracked and traced by our solution. And this has substantially improved the efficiency and performance of Indian logistics. Now, another example of our contribution is this one, submarine cables. So we have laid out 300,000 kilometers of submarine cables all over the world, which is equivalent to 7.5 laps around the entire Earth. And so as I speak now, so by the way, I'm now joining from Japan. So as I speak now, the video you're watching right now is being transmitted over our submarine cable from Japan all the way to India and to the other parts of the world. Now, last but not least, maybe this is the biggest contribution we have made to India, Aadhaar. I believe all of you know what Aadhaar is. Obviously, it's the world's largest and most advanced national ID system, which is equipped with biometrics technology. And we, NEC, is the one that provides that biometrics technologies, which include facial recognition, fingerprint, and iris identification. And we're so proud to be a part of this greatest national ID system in the world. So these are some of the examples of how we have contributed to the Indian society. So it's focused mainly on social infrastructure. But in order to harness the true power of this social infrastructure, we need to build a actual use case or solution on top of these social infrastructures. So that is why in 2018, we have established this NEC Laboratories India as the 7th global R&D centers in NEC. And one of the key activities we have in this labs, and one of the most efficient, should I say, and effective way to engage with startups is hackathon. So we've been conducting these hackathons on a regular basis. And our hackathons are quite unique. And let me tell you why. So in other hackathons, basically the participants will compete with their coding skills. So they build some prototype software or system. But in our hackathons, we ask them to work on social solutions, solving social problems in India. So the first question we ask them is, what do you think is the biggest social challenges in India? That's where we start. And then they give us the problem statements. And based on that, they work on how to solve that problem, or in other words, solutions. And within 2 days, they quickly build the prototype. And so that's how we work with the startups and students across India. And so I think we have run almost 10 hackathons in a year. We have taken up some of the best ideas that were generated through these hackathons, and some of them are very close to commercializations. So we hope we can launch them very soon. So please stay tuned. Thank you. So over to you, Fukuoka-san.
Thank you for your great presentation. Thank you, Iketani-san. NEC is, as you know, an excellent company as a solution provider, not only solution provider, but also providing infrastructure like submarine cable. And so NEC contributes to infrastructure project and like Aadhaar national project in India. That's a good presentation. Thank you. Finally, Incubate Fund India's general partner, Mr. Murakami-san, could you give us the speech or presentation?
Yes, first of all, thank you so much, Tai and Mehdi, for having me at this session. And then thank you for this opportunity. So maybe first, I'm going to introduce who is Incubate Fund, and then I'm going to jump into how we leveraging the bridge between Japan and India to support the Indian startup ecosystem. So Incubate Fund is the I believe, largest seed to pre-Series A focused VC fund in Japan, or let's say originate from Japan. We started operation in Japan about 10 years back, and total AUM of all the group funds is about $650 million. So we're managing $650 million for supporting the startups. And we have more than 300 portfolio all over the world. Still 2/3 of the portfolios in Japan, but we now extensively expanding to other parts of the Asia. Plus, we started operation in the US from this year as well. We're trying to be the first investor to the startup. So we usually invest at the really early stage with super quick decision-making process. So up to $1 million check, we usually takes 10 days to 14 days to make a decision from the first meeting with the startups. So quick decision-making, and then the first investor to the startup is our policy globally, and it's same in India as well. And we support any startup which I can understand in India. So anything from e-commerce to IoT to healthcare to education to mobility, whatever, right? Whatever we can fund if the company is doing well or have a potential. And I'm in charge of all the Indian operations, Indian investments. So I have been in India already more than 6 years, I think. And then I'm currently based in Bangalore. But now I'm in Japan because of COVID. I just came back with my family. But I'm going back to India in January. I just booked my flight back to India. So I'm going back in January. So how we supporting Indian ecosystem as a Japanese VC, right? So obviously, like, we are VC fund, and then most of our LPs are Japanese corporates or Japanese financial institutions. So basically, we bringing Japanese money to support Indian startups. So, but this is actually same for most of the Japanese VC who is active in India, right? So as a VC, especially as a seed to early stage VC, we are really closely working with our portfolio startups, right? So once we invest, we typically take the board seat of the startups, or at least the board observer seat. And then also we always having a weekly call with all the startup founders. So for example, like our first investment in India, which made in 2016, Shop Kirana, we still have a weekly meeting with the founders. So I don't know how many times we talk to each other, but we still keep doing that. So we really closely working with the startup founders, and we heavily involved in their operation as well. And then, as Onozawa-san said, we see the good complementary things between India and Japan, right? This is not only about like Japan is good on hardware and India is good on software. Obviously, this is one thing, but not only that, we feel even startup operation itself, we see the difference between Indian startups and Japanese startups. And then both sides has a good and bad. So for example, like Indian startup founders are typically sometimes better than the Japanese startups in terms of the growth branding or the building a really big vision to reach, let's say, how quickly they can reach the unicorn status and this stuff. But at the same time, I sometimes feel the Japanese startup founders are much sometimes better regarding the cost branding or how to distribute, planning the distribution of the marketing budget and this stuff, on the controlling the cost metrics and this stuff. So fortunately, we are doing the same investment philosophy and doing the investment both in Japan and India. So we can get the best practice from both sides. And then I'm heavily involved in the operation of the startups almost every day. So I'm bringing the best practice from Japanese startups from our portfolio in Japan, and then give this advice or the solution for our portfolio in India. This is one thing day-to-day basis I'm doing. And then another thing is we connecting the Japanese startup ecosystem and the Indian startup ecosystem by having the events, or sometimes we are taking the tour to bring the Indian startup founders into Japan, and then like the week-long tour, and then setting up the meetings with the Japanese investors or our portfolio founders who reached the unicorn status already, and then both sides can learn each other, right? In some cases, we bring the CXO of the startups in Japan or the partner level people of the Japanese VC to India, and then setting up the opportunity to talk to Indian startups or Indian VCs as well. So by day-to-day basis, we bring the best practice from Japan to India, And also like quarter basis or the annual basis, we're having the events or tour to connect the both Japan and Indian startup ecosystem and learn each other. This is what we basically doing to connect India and Japan in startup ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you for your great speech, Murakami-san. I'm very surprised that Murakami-san said we can make a complementary relation on their business operation between Japanese companies and the startups. So it's very great point. And Incubate Fund is, I think, one of the most successful fund in India. Okay. I would like to move to next session, question session. And the specific fields and technologies expected to collaboration with Japan and India. And first, to Jetro Onozawa-san, what are the goals and good example of collaboration between Japanese and Indian companies?
Thank you, Fukuoka-san. Well, as I already told, Japan is strong in hardware and India is strong in software. And also, Tsubi-san and Murakami-san mentioned there are some complementarities in culture or philosophy too. So if we complement each other, we can be more competitive in the global market. So I want to show you three possible collaborations, namely emerging market and developed countries, and finally India stack. The first example is entering into emerging market. To take an example, an Indian healthcare startup, Tricog, partnered with Japanese health machinery company and also US machinery companies to develop AI-based diagnostic program on heart beating patterns. They are successfully expanding their business not only inside India, but also to Kenya, Thailand, and Indonesia. The second example is entering into developed countries, including Japan. As I already explained, we observed several Indian companies, including Oyo, Bima, Akani Vision, entered into Japan or expanded business in Japan recently. And also JETRO supports visa issuance and offering a free tentative office in Tokyo, etc. The third example is India Stack. India Stack is an aggregate of APIs, including Aadhaar, direct benefit transfers, UPI, etc. As Iketani-san explained, NEC contributed to develop and operate the Aadhaar in checking the double application by checking the data submitted. And also, as Wakuda-san explained, Japanese companies started developing services or goods using India Stack. This India Stack platform is well penetrated into all over India, and this makes it easier for companies to develop and provide services all over India. And not only inside India, but many African countries are also keen to replicate the success story of India Stack. Last September, I traveled to Ghana and Rwanda and met several ministers or secretaries in charge of digital infrastructure and ITs. They are very keen to develop similar digital infrastructure in their countries. This can be a chance for Indian startups because they can easily replicate their services in another market using the similar platform. Japan can also contribute in hardware such as submarine cable, data center, or cybersecurity technology. Yeah, I'll hand over to Fukuoka-san again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments on the many types of the collaboration between Japanese companies and Indian companies. Okay, next, Rakuten Shiraishi-san, sorry. What fields, technologies do you expect to collaborate with startups?
Yeah, definitely we are looking for every cutting edge technology like AI, AR, and the data sciences. But Rakuten Institute of Technology we have in the Bangalore as well are focusing on the cancer infection, anyway, the medical and the mobile segment we are focusing on. The Rakuten's, the policies, empowering society. So I know basically, Indian, people as a DNA, they would like to contribute to society. So we collaborating with each other to figure out the new solution for the cancer and mobile network. Like actually now we co-developing the fully virtualized cloud network, 5G cloud network with NEC. So I thanks to the Iketanis as well. But this kind of the innovation we are expecting in India. Thank you.
Thank you. Rakuten is focusing on the treating with the social problem, and mobile is medical is a very promising area, right? Yeah. Thank you. How about Maruti Suzuki Wakda-san? What fields technology do you expect to collaborate with startups?
Yes, so Fukuoka-san, I think since being a mobility company, we are looking for technology to better mobility in India. So better means more easiness, convenience, and also especially safety, because we want to make the roads in India safer. How do we do this? So we discuss with startups and incubate ideas and have solutions which can move people easier and more safer also. That is one area. Another is because we are into automobile and we need to produce and manufacture and sell, and there are customers, we are looking at technologies which enhance customer experience, so CX. So there are a lot of companies, startups, who we have collaborated to provide solution there. And so we have so much of scale, like we have 3,000 showrooms, 3,000 workshops. So if we provide one solution, or if we develop one solution, it reaches everybody in India from the Himalayas to Trivandrum. So I think the benefit that startups get is we are looking for companies who have tech. But Maruti, we come in with a problem statement. We come in with all of our people, from executive director to department heads. We actually collaborate to do the solutioning. And we bring in our know-hows, processes, and to scale. Therefore, if the technology is very good, we, on top of that, create a very good solution for bettering maybe like mobility or customer experience. And then at scale, we go and deploy to provide that to all of India. And how we are designing this is because everything is digital, everything is on cloud, then we can extend that to Japan or ASEAN, where we operate, and provide more better experience or mobility to those countries also. So this is how we have envisaged in building and collaborating.
Yes, thank you for your comment. I am so surprised that Maruti Suzuki held the 3,000 workshops. It's a very tremendous number. I'm very surprised. I think for startups, Suzuki is a very big partner. So startup side asks the Maruti Suzuki to collaborate usually. However, Suzuki side holds some workshop or event or any other hackathon or so such kind of efforts is necessary for collaborate with startups, right?
Yes. So as I've explained, we are doing two things. So one is incubation. Incubation is to actually work on the idea with the startups. So this kind of area, we are looking at really ideas in mobility, which is very difficult for a company to do, like a large company. So maybe like a smart city or multimodal or smart parking. And these, we need collaboration to provide solution.
Oh.
So we're doing an incubation program, which is 9 months, the launch pad and all of that. to do that. Another way is we do a corporate accelerator called Mail. So we call for application. We have all the problem statement in the company in one place. So if we can match the technology with the problem statement, then we can build a solution. So this is how we collaborate.
Thank you. I understand. I can see your point. Yes, to provide a solution for the social problems, Suzuki side also needs the help of startups. Thank you. And next, NEC Iketani-san.
Yes.
And what field technology do you expect to collaborate with startups?
Okay, I wouldn't name specific technologies here, but for this discussion, I don't think we can ignore the impact of COVID. So COVID has impacted in many ways. And one of the most heavily impacted areas can be transportation or mobility. And so before COVID, everybody was promoting the citizens to shift to public transportation, right? But after COVID, now we're seeing a huge backlash. So everybody is going back to their private vehicles. Why? Primarily because of the social distancing. So we are in a situation where we have to rewrite the future plan of mobility or transportation. And so this is one area which we're interested in, and I believe that we can work with startups. That's one. Same goes for logistics. So there has been a long debate on the lack of cold chain in India, and it never took off. But after COVID, there came the necessity of building cold chain for COVID vaccine, right? We need a very good cold chain for that. So once we get this cold chain installed, then the application or use case will not only be limited to vaccine, it can be used for many ways, right? So this is another thing, another area of interest to us. Now, needless to say, healthcare, as Shirai-san said, and education. So these are also an area that has been heavily impacted by COVID. And we're already seeing a transition to online remote solution. But I believe that the biggest transformation is yet to come. So we're just seeing the beginning of a huge transformation. So these are the areas we would like to partner with startups.
Thank you, Ketani-san. I agree with the idea. COVID-19 totally changed our situation. So our focusing, our promising area is now changing, and we didn't know the total influence of that yet. So thank you. And next, Incubate Fund Murakami-san. What are the promising areas for choosing an investment startup in India after COVID-19?
Okay, actually, first of all, we didn't change our investment thesis pre-COVID and during the COVID and post-COVID. Actually, we see some impact in some industries, like Iketani-san said. For example, like travel space, HR, and this stuff is really heavily impacted, right? So how we should see these industries we are internally discussing, but as a whole, we didn't change too much. But let's say what Iketani-san said is correct, right? We already have one startup in our portfolio, company called the Yuru Bike. They do the sharing electric scooter business. And then obviously during the lockdown, their business is impacted much because no one is going out. So it's public or private, the transportation itself is not happening. So, I mean, it's impacted a lot, but now lockdown is technically over and then people are now going out, but they hesitate to use the public transportation, right? So, and then, but at the same time, like the other private transportation is sometimes it's expensive. So everybody's coming back to the sharing, especially in the open air. So they're coming back to the sharing electric scooter business. So their traction is growing so high now. Is one thing. But okay, apart from that, what kind of the things we are focusing on currently is maybe like the two things. It's one is the any sector or industries which can be much faster, better, and more efficient by using the data. Actually, I think almost all the VCs are focusing on that, but it's including healthcare, education, fintech, and so on, right? Because I think this is the field that can be better than anywhere in the world. So one is obviously the Indian population, right? They have like 1.3 billion populations. It means huge data is accessible, right? And they also access data itself comparing to, let's say, Japan or US, it's relatively easier actually. Like in Japan, like so many privacy laws and restrictions and this stuff, and then it's good, but at the same time, it's sometimes blocking the access to the data itself as well. So huge data is available in India. And at the same time, India has a huge base of the engineers and the data scientists, right? So they can build the algorithm or system which can use that huge data to bring the efficiency to any industry, basically. And in the nature of such things, I think if the company is doing well, it can be a global company as well. Maybe they can test the product in India and then they build a product at a cheaper cost in India as well. But maybe the customers coming from the US, coming from Japan, anywhere, right? So building India, selling global can work in any data-related business in India. So we are focusing any industries company who is doing well in there. And another thing is this is also really basics, but the untapped really huge market, which includes like agriculture, aquaculture, or the supply chain, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So like because of Geo and also cheap but decent quality smartphone distribution in India, now or at least soon, all the Indians can access to cheap internet, right? And then it actually bring the innovation in basically any industries. And then the huge industries are actually untapped yet, like agriculture and so on, right? And actually, we have done a couple of investment in this field. The agriculture, we have done one investment, company called the Garment Garden. They do the direct-to-consumer business for the farming products. Or for aquaculture, we have done one investment in the Captain Fresh, which is doing the fishermen or the aqua farms to the retailers supply chain business. And also for the tier 2, tier 3 supply chain, we have done one investment in Shop Kirana. So I think these fields have a huge potential and they're still untapped, and then it will grow so fast. So we are focusing on these two things. So basically one thing is any data related business which can be global. And another thing is any untapped market which can be innovated because of the cheap internet access for masses.
Murakami-san, thank you for your informative comments. I understand that there are 2 points. First is keywords is data-driven optimization for any industries is keywords for the focusing point. And second is agriculture or fishermen relating with the supply chain. That's very informative for me. Thank you very much. And I would like to move to the next question session 2 on utilization of Indian companies and human resources. And first, Rakuten Shiraishi-san, could you tell me what are the characteristics and the strengths of Indian human resources, and what are the tips for Japanese companies to partner with Indian human resources?
Sure. Well, so we don't use the word called outsourcing. We don't use that. Instead, we expect the asking from the design of the product in India. So we are horizontal organization between Japan and India, and instead of the top down direction, we ask them to come up with a new idea or design, which is totally different approach from other, like GAFA. I think, they are kind of top-down approach, but we are kind of horizontal approach to collaborate with. So in that case, they are very, motivating to, figure out, the innovative idea. Sometimes it's too bad, sometimes it's too good, but, this, kind of out of box, idea is a base of the discussion. I think that's the key to work with, Indian employee.
Okay, thank you for your very informative, very interesting comment. Kiba's is a horizontal relation and driving motivation up is very important. Yeah, thank you. Next, Maruchi Suzuki. Wakuda-san, how about your case?
I think first, if you look at India, I think there is a lot of skilled people, especially in the software engineering. And I think how we collaborate, I think, because they're already skillful and actually very flexible also. So the larger companies, we actually have to be more agile and flexible to discuss with startups is how we think. So at Maruti Suzuki, we wear uniforms, for example. Startups will come in jeans. So our management will be saying that, are you prepared, dressed? Okay. So this is the kind of start that we usually have. So I think the culture has to change at larger companies, even in India. One, but for startups to also collaborate with larger enterprise companies, they have to understand how a large company operates, because they can't keep on doing what they do and trying to sell into a large company. So I think we are trying to bridge so that both sides can take the benefit. So a larger company can understand more to be flexible or more to be agile. On the other hand, startup can understand how a large organization operates. Because anyway, if it's B2B, they have to go and pitch. So I think like that, we are getting the benefit. And back to the start, but I think there's a lot of skilled people and we are actually able to leverage and take benefit and create solutions. That is how we think.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. The difference of the culture between big companies and startups is one key words of their collaborating between India and Japan. Yeah, thank you very much. Next, how about the NEC's case?
Well, first of all, I can't agree more with what Wakuda-san said. Yes, so I think both party has to learn how the others do their business. I think that's the basic. But in addition to that, let me share my opinion from a slightly different perspective that comes from my experience dealing with startups. So Indian startups are very good at software engineering, rapid prototyping. They're excellent. And some of them are really good at identifying social problems and coming up with solution ideas, oftentimes a jugaad solution. However, what I sometimes witness is oftentimes they don't have a sound business model. That's one. And another is, yes, they have good technologies, but they might not have deep techs, which can differentiate them from their competitors. So one way of engaging with them that I have in mind is NEC can support them in terms of funding. That's one. But not only that, we can support them in terms of building business model and also supply them with some of the deep techs we have in NEC. So that's the type of engagement we're thinking of.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Iketani-san. Very interesting. And as you guys, today's big keywords and solution-oriented and result-oriented attitude is necessary for Japanese companies to collaborate with Indian technical peoples in the human resources. Thank you very much. And I'd like to move to final session, question session 3. Future outlook for India startups. Incubation Fund Murakami-san, what are the growth prospects for Indian startups after COVID-19?
Sure. I don't think that the COVID-19 in the long run didn't have much negative impact for the startup ecosystem in India. Obviously, as I told you, like a couple of specific industries like the travel, hospitality, human resources, and this stuff is the heavily impacted. But anyway, like this COVID itself is the one-time short-term impact in the long run. Like sooner or later it will be cured, and then the economy will going back to normal, right? So, and actually I see, if I'm looking at my portfolios or talking to other investors in India, how I see about this impact of the COVID is actually this makes the Indian startup ecosystem much stronger, is what I see. Because like COVID is actually testing the quality of the founders or the quality of the startup itself as well. Because I mean, it's big or small, there's some impacts on anybody in India, right? And then actually, if the founders doesn't have a super strong passion or the conviction, it can be used as an excuse, right? To quit maybe, or to giving up. But someone who have a really strong conviction, even at the hard time, they will never give up, and they will find a solution to keep surviving, right? So, and for the startup as well, if the startup is well prepared or having a forward-looking mentality, they can find a way to survive or they can grow, right? So this is actually, COVID is testing each startups or each founders, their qualities, or whether they are the true great startup or true great founders or not. The only true great founders will survive or keep growing in the industry. So the actual competition is now actually much harder now, because someone who is really good or someone who is really well prepared is now getting much better position against the competitor as well. Right. So I think this makes the startup ecosystem in India much more stronger, because the true great ones will remain growing. So I think it's actually, in the long run, obviously everybody's struggling, so I cannot say it's a good thing, but in the long run, I think this issue makes the Indian startup ecosystem stronger.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, Murakami-san. I agree with your idea, and that sounds interesting. Yeah, the market of startups is steadily growing, but the quality of the startups depends on the growing. So, yeah, thank you very much. Next, Onozawa-san, what is the attractiveness of Indian startups ecosystem for Japanese companies?
Thank you, Fukuoka-san. In order to stimulate the innovation in Japanese companies, it is effective to outsource or horizontally collaborate in developing new goods or services. Collaboration with startups with Asian countries, including India, are a good approach. So this is why METI and JETRO are promoting this initiative, calling Asia Digital Transformation Initiative. In this context, I think India is the most attractive partner in 3 reasons. First, the market has been growing rapidly. The volume of middle class is expanding. It is easier to scale up the new goods or service in India. Second, the Indian market is not dominated by some specific platformers. India stack is playing a big role. Basic functions such as payment, eKYC are open to any startup. India stack democratized the digital economy in India. Third point is that regulation is different between Japan and India. This coincides with what Nao-san explained too. I was surprised that I can bring my health record back home in the hospital. It is easier to take the second opinion for a patient. And it's easier for companies to aggregate health record data and analyze using AI, etc. And finally, I want to point out that we should convert this difficult situation into a chance. Several unicorns were founded under the global financial crisis since 2008. WhatsApp is founded in 2008, Uber is founded in 2009, Instagram is in 2010. The recession plays a role of screening out rivals. The market will be less competitive in some extent. You have more chance to get access to scaling up finance. Also remember, after the global financial crisis, many IT professionals in Silicon Valley came back to India and they boosted India's startup ecosystem. The similar thing will happen again this time too. So Japan is keen to collaborate with India. So let's change the world together. Thank you very much. And one thing is that if possible, I want to introduce my colleague, Mr. Endo here. Endo-san, can you open up the video? He's based in Bangalore and he has stationed in Bangalore for around 2.5 years. So he's responsible for connecting Japanese companies and the Indian companies in Bangalore. One word from Endo-san?
Yes. Endo-san, yeah. Endo-san is a very important person to bridging the between Japanese companies and Indian startups. So, could you please self-introduce?
Thank you very much. I really
a little bit.
My name is Yutaka Endos. I'm in charge of Japan India Startup Hub, which is established under the agreement between Indian and the Japanese government. So I'm stationed in Bangalore. So please call me free if you have any interest to cooperate with Japanese companies or cooperate with Indian staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your comment. And time has come to finish, and I have to conclude our panel discussion.
So, do we have time for just a couple of questions?
Okay, yeah, just one question, please.
Oh, sure. Okay. I think I personally had a question. Would love to get some thoughts. Obviously, Japan culture, precision, discipline, and so forth is we are all very aware of. Versus in India, it's a lot of organized, unorganized, and especially this is to I think Shirasai-san, you mentioned how you work together with these two cross cultures. Would love to get your thoughts on this. The Japanese culture, the Indian culture working together and innovating together, right? What has been the success and the challenges?
Okay, who can answer the question? How about Shirai-san?
Sure. So as I explained in my speech, so Rakuten has very core Rakuten culture. I think this is based on the Japanese culture, but it's more from the Mickey's motivation and to empower the society. Of course, we should mutually understand the both culture between Japan and India. So now I'm trying to improve our Rakuten culture to a little bit localize to Indian one. That is my motivation to cultivate another idea or a new idea or innovation. That's my answer. So
got it. And any other thoughts? Akiro-san back at NEC, at Suzuki, how are you guys combining these two cultures from two opposite ends? How are you combining? Any thoughts?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think the common failure or mistake that Japanese companies make is to try to bring in or enforce Japanese culture within the organization. That will never work. So just that's a quick comment from myself.
Thank you.
A comment from myself. Actually, being in Marti, we are, I think, a very Indian company. But having said that, I think we have taken some of the good Japanese culture into our company, and that is to be process oriented. So everything at Marti Suzuki, we are very process led. And I think that is, giving us a result in India. And that is how we collaborate with startups also. So we collaborate in a very process oriented way, easy to understand also.
And the one additional thing or the advice for the startups in India who trying to collaborate with the, let's say, large corporates in Japan. I'm trying to connect, I mean, bunch of startups in India to large corporates in Japan to get the investment for the partnership and this stuff. As the one is the just try to learn the how the large corporates in Japan is moved, right, or thinking. Obviously, like these panelists are trying to understand or already understood some part of the how it should be, but the most of the Japanese corporate in Japan is different, and then also like they are usually not changing fast. So I mean, for example, like to get the investment, how many processes we have to pass is from Indian standard way of thinking. Usually it takes much longer than most of the startups expected. So
Right.
what kind of decision-making process will be typical in Japan, Japanese large corporates, or how they work? From some Japanese friend or from myself, it's also fine to get learn, and then they can be prepared, right? Otherwise, they will be, why it takes so long? Who is the decision maker? And then it will, I mean, they will be really frustrated, and sometimes they give up. So it's better to be learn how the typical Japanese corporate moves. It's maybe the one tips for these startups.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to 5 panelists, we were able to have a very meaningful and a fruitful discussion. I am grateful to everyone. Summarizing your discussion today, we found that the important points for Japanese companies to collaborate with India companies are as follows. First, the potential for Japan-India cooperation is great, especially in the field of research and development and healthcare and agriculture, or many areas. And the second point, where a Japanese company hires IT human resources in India, horizontal relation is very important, and localization is also important. In that sense, establishing the R&D center of the companies in India is very important first step for Japanese companies. Third point is that Indian startups continue to have a great growth potential. If Japanese company want to promote cooperation, these companies need to start as soon as possible. Finally, I would like to finish my greetings in the hope that constructive discussion will take place in each session to be held today, and this conference will be fruitful for all attendees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, all panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So for the audience, we'll take a short 5-minute break. After that, TR Anand and myself, we will come and talk more about the engagement with IoT Forum, what we do, what kind of startups, how the startups can benefit from all of the activities on IoT Forum. So we'll do kind of more of a fireside chat and Q&A. So we start at around 11:45. Thank you.
We are offline on floor.
Hi, testing folks. This is Anand here.
Hi, Anand. Yes, we can hear you.
Tulika, am I on the right track?
Yes, you need to be
Yes, yes,
connected,
right
right?
track.
Yeah, just making sure that.
Yeah. So Tulika, what we plan to do, if you can just quickly broadcast that from 11:45 onwards,
Okay.
PR and me are going to be talking more about the startups founders, what help we provide at IoT Forum, how to engage with IoT Forum, and so forth.
Mhm.
If you can just do a quick broadcast to all sessions that, hey, this will be starting at 11:45. And mostly the audience should be the startups.
Hey, Som, can I just try share screen? So if it works, I will use a couple of the IoT Forum slides as we are talking.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So Tulika, I'll try my share screen. Give me share
Yeah, you
screen.
have access, Anand. You
I'll
have
be
access.
back in 3 minutes. I'll be
Just
back.
tell me whether it works.
Yeah.
My God, there's always a problem because it says Zoom to share your screen, open system preferences. I always have a problem with Zoom sharing. I don't think it's going to work. There's some setting in Mac which I'm not able to do. So I don't think I'll be able to share the screen. I've tried, but it doesn't work. No, this is not going to work. So I will get out and we'll have to work without screen from my end.
Do you want to share it with me and I can share screen as well?
No, this is, I wanted a few, how will I send that across to you? I wanted to use a few screenshots of the IoT forum from what Arvind presented yesterday. But how do I get that across to you is the question. We'll manage. We'll just do a chat without the screen, so don't bother. I do have a problem only on Zoom. Other on Google Meet, I don't have a problem. So it's okay. So tell me when we are going to go live. And I don't see Som yet.
We're going live in 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, okay, great. So Som, 1 minute. How would you like to kind of structure and
you lead, TR. You lead and I'll follow. Impromptu.
Okay, so I sent you those, you had a quick look at those 4
Yes,
points. Any other points which we want to do, we can always.
Sure, and let's, Tulika, let's keep the questions coming. So we'll address the questions.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's more Q&A. I mean, just ask them to repeatedly broadcast that, hey, TR and Shom are out here from the IoT Forum leadership team, mostly to take your questions, how you can engage, what are the challenges you guys are facing, right? And then, of course, how IoT from different task forces get involved, how can you become a volunteer, all of these questions we're going to ask.
Okay.
Discuss. So let's do it for half an hour. By 12:15, we should break.
Yeah, great. You close the conversation whenever. So the 12:15, 12:20, I think the other chat we can start. They'll come in. So that should be good. And if we don't have questions, then let's go with these 3 or 4 stock questions that I have outlined.
So,
okay.
You want to share slides?
No, I'm not able to share slides on Zoom. On the Mac, I have a problem. It keeps on taking me to.
Why don't you just email it to Tulika? Tulika can share the slides.
So I wanted a few slides from Arvind's, about the IoT forum. The slide on startup directory, or the slide on the kind of services and the different properties websites. So if we have those 2-3 charts when we're speaking, if we share those, it'll serve as, people want to log into IoT forum, the Telegram channel, the new website, all those kind of things. So I thought I would do that, but I'm unable to share from my Mac.
Guys, we will start in another 5 seconds.
And you're broadcasted, right?
Yes.
Do you see people on that connected? Are our audience on the connected floor, or people have moved on to the others?
There are some people on the connected, but I'm going live in 3.
Yes. Are we live?
We are live.
Yeah, over to you.
So, good morning, everybody. It's a late morning, and I hope you are enjoying all the sessions that the IoT Forum has brought to you on day 2 today. We've had a lot of exciting sessions in the morning, and you've had keynote on agriculture from Dr. Ayyappan and a very distinguished panel on agri-tech. We have had a space tech track, which just finished earlier. Beginning in the morning, we had the investment in deep tech with a lot of very seasoned investors, VCs, and so on. So we thought that we will take a break from a lot of the existing, one by one after the other panels, and give a little time to our audience to get more details on what really IoT Forum can do. We are in our 6th year of existence. We have Som, one of the co-founders of the IoT Forum. I am TR Anand. I am also a core team member. And we have a lot of things happening, as you must have seen in the introductory video and so on. But that was all one-way communication. So we thought that this is an opportunity for you folks to ask us questions on how you can benefit. What can you learn from the IoT Forum from a knowledge perspective? How can you get involved with several of the activities? How can your startups, and this is primarily for startups by startups, so how can you as a startup benefit from the variety of offerings that the IoT Forum has? So we thought we will do a Q&A, and also we will pose a few questions to ourselves and answer them for the benefit of clarifying the issues, as well as opening up with details on what really the IoT Forum has matured into, where do we see it going next, and how it can really benefit startups across the entire spectrum of activities that we are involved in, all volunteers. So over to the floor now, and we will look for questions, and we will take them up one by one.
And I just wanted to highlight, over the 6 years, the IoT also matured, and I'll give you a bit of a history, right? So 2014, late 2014, when we started this IoT forum, a lot of these, so the IoT ecosystem was just barely kind of starting up. So we saw mostly kind of IoT platform companies, folks trying to glue up that sensor to the cloud kind of together and trying to build up a solution. So most of our work and all of these startups were mostly kind of software related folks trying to understand the hardware ecosystem and so forth. So most of our work was related to IoT platform discussions. Our discussions were related to design for manufacturing. That's where the partnership with IESA also helped, right? So that was kind of 2014, 15-ish. And then we moved on 2015, 16, we started seeing a lot of action around, hey, where can we get investments from, right? What's happening? So we pulled in a lot of the investor community and so forth kind of together, and investments started happening. Some of them seed angel stage, some of them pre-series A and so forth. And 16, 17 was more a focus on, well, now we have built up a solution, things are kind of, the nuggets of the IoT stack are kind of maturing. And now we need more customers, right? So learnings from pilots, learnings from how to sell, what kind of customers to sell, which kind of areas are picking up, which kind of areas are not picking up. So a lot of discussions around the partnership, selling kind of an ecosystem, right? And even in 2018, which was, we considered it a slightly bit too early, we saw a bunch of acqui-hires and acquisitions kind of happening as well. So we created a more of an M&A kind of a track, right? And now as we move on to 2019, 2020, most of the asks from our ecosystem is, hey, we have got some investment, we have got to a certain stage, we have some revenue, and now we have to go global, right? And that's the reason we are kind of building up all of these discussions with Japan, with Middle East, with Europe and other places kind of together. So just to give you how our evolution has also happened.
Yeah, so that's really a lot of growth that has happened. And I think we might want to take each one of these in a little more detail. So for example, one of the things that has done that our startups can now benefit from is the fact that apart from just focusing on basic technology, we have outgrown the technology and taken it to the entire space of what I would call as applications and use, domains. So we have more than 10 domains and special interest groups with us. And each of those special interest groups are doing marvelous work. So you may want to highlight a few of those in terms of where we are and how the ecosystem is being enabled by IoT Forum in each.
Correct. So yes, folks, I think the way we have kind of evolved, again, most of the earlier focus was on IoT platforms. Then we focused on looking at the edge. We focused on IoT security aspects and so forth. But at the end of the day, at least in India, right, what we found was most of the companies were essentially gluing up the IoT stack, finding out from sensor to the cloud, and offering the complete package as a service. We probably have only a handful of companies developing core technology, means AI edge processors or sensors, or more deep tech kind of aspects. So there are a couple of handful of ones, but majority of the companies were focusing on end applications, right? And that's when I think the domain knowledge, the specific aspect of understanding those industries, because then technology, the IoT stack essentially becomes an enabler, right? So that's the reason we kind of build up these specific groups. So while we focus on a few core horizontal areas like edge analytics and AI is a task force within IoT Forum, and you guys probably saw today in the morning a very deep dive by Sham and Bipin, who are the leaders of this task force, on what is happening on the edge platform, edge processor, applications, and the business cases and so forth, right? So we have IoT security, which happened last night, and this as a core focus towards the horizontal piece. But rest of the aspects are more vertical focus. So we have agri-tech. We are starting up more of a space tech, communications related aspects. We have industrial IoT, right? We have health tech. So these are the different verticals. With each one of them have specific leadership teams, volunteer teams. That's the structure we have put together now. And what we do on a regular basis is each one of these task force members of industrial, agri-tech, and so forth, they are bringing in the ecosystem players, because as you go into applications, you have to work with agriculturists, you have to work with shop floor folks, right, to kind of understand what these technology enablers are bringing in. We have partnered with SaaS Mafia on the sustainability front, right? Technologies can enable, can do so much, but then you need the domain expertise. So what we do on a day-to-day basis, on a monthly level, each one of these task force goes very deep and does several specific topics of interest discussions, right? And so please do join these discussions. We have them every month. And on top of that, we try to bring in the blogs, articles, posts around each one of these areas, what is happening, what is not. And you guys can also reach out to the team, the task force team, or any one of us, TR, me, and so forth, just to kind of join IoT Forum, volunteer for IoT Forum. If you have a specific interest to engage with a certain task force, you guys can get in. It's a collective knowledge sharing, right? First and foremost. And of course, mentorship, guidance, connection. And you got this entire 2,000 plus startups, a good 10,000 member kind of community available as resources to you as you grow, because growing a startup, building a startup takes a lot of energy, resources, and connections. So use this opportunity to engage.
So great. So we have our first question. So that was a good insight into all the breadth of stuff that we do. So I think we will take up the Q&A, and I'm seeing the first question from Uday Bhaskar Rao. How many hardware companies do we have in the IoT Forum? And I was quickly able to, as soon as I saw this, I got into our directory. So I'll give you the answer, Uday, and you will see the power of the startup directory that we have. We have 47 instrumentation companies, 34 companies in the FPGA SoC space, 55 companies in hardware tooling and 3D, 50 companies in robots and robotics, and 67 companies in antennas and gateways. So, of
course, I mean, there are health tech companies,
correct,
industrial IoT companies, right? So mine should be out of the 2,000 startups, a good 25 to 35% would be developing or using some kind of good hardware elements. And one of the companies today speaking is one also part of it. See, one of the big challenges, what we realized over the years, is for an IoT startup company to build hardware, right? It takes a lot of effort, industrial design and so forth as well. But then as you go from design to manufacturing, choosing the right EMS partners, or whom are you getting the design for manufacturability right at the first stance, those are the challenges always. So we have one very interesting startup in our community, a company called Lion Circuits, that takes the entire onus out. So, have a look, lioncircuits.com. So he will be speaking as well today afternoon as part of our IoT Forum. So it's a one-stop shop. You go to their website, you upload the BOM, you upload the design files, and within 5 days, the design is back. He gives you the immediate cost of the bill of materials and the total cost. He gives you what components might go EOL in recent future. You might want to change some of these. And then within 5 to 12 days, the design is back on your desk, right?
Great. Yeah. So I think we have the full spectrum of from idea to a product or a productized service or a solution. Fabulous design houses, which Som talked about. So I think there's something in it
as well. In our community, we have industrial design houses as well.
Yes, great. So I would encourage everybody, who's listening in to be a part. First get your awareness of what we do. Just get to new.iotforindia.org. That's our website. It'll take you to all the activities we do. And to specifically talk about, you want to discover a specific, there's a very easy query by city, query by technology, and query by the domain that you want. Put that and you will get a whole list of companies that, so there may be information that you're looking for partnerships, or there may be competitors. You want to get to an area, you want to know how many of them are already there. Is this a very, mature industry, or is this a sunrise industry, or a new idea, or you have an adjacent idea to something that people are doing? So the directory is really rich, folks. So you should be able to do that. But that's only one part of what we do. The involvement with the special interest groups, I want to talk about it. And between last year and this year, 2019 and 2020, the IoT forum has really scaled up. After once the startups got engaged and they saw the benefits, and those who were not yet members attended our monthly meets, the annual event like this IoT today. This is a webinar now, but otherwise it used to be an in-person conference. So once people attended this, they started becoming volunteers. So we have lots of volunteers. Each SIG has between 5 to 10, sometimes 15 volunteers. Agritech has 20 people. Ashok Medaji has 20 people as a very strong group, very diverse group. They bring in a lot of skill sets. So once you join the volunteering group, you will learn from each other. It will benefit you either as a startup, or even if you're a career-oriented person, you will still benefit from your career. If you want to become a startup, this is the best place to learn across all. Today you saw right from not just technology, domain, funding, accelerator. So the entire gamut of the startup ecosystem is available to you in a focused way in the IoT forum.
And this is not just IoT forum in isolation. Take a look at TIE, right? The industry entrepreneurs. They have a comprehensive global network, right? We can reach out to other TIE charter members, other city. If, say, for example, you want to expand and find out resources, how to connect up with TIE in Berlin, right? TIE in Singapore. So all of these connections and so forth, we can also enable. And on top of that, if you see, a lot of very focused senior members are out here. We have close to 150 plus charter members of TIE.
We have in Bangalore, which is one of the larger chapters, we have 128 members last month in that sense. And go ahead.
Other folks, the other areas we are trying to expand. A global partnership, a corporate partnership team that we have, that Venki is driving. Venki, Sham, Harish, they are driving to build up our relationship and connections to the different corporates. Because at the end of the day, as a startup, you need customers. Right? We are bringing in all of these accelerators and incubators kind of together. If you see all these connections we have, be it from Japan to Middle East now, to all these European countries. We have got a good global connection in Australia now. Tom is sitting in the US, in Bay Area. He's very open to helping startups to kind of start their foray into US, right? So we are building now all these global partnerships and so forth as well.
Great. And I think I just want to add on a personal note, you mentioned the TIE charter members. So I have been a charter member since 2007. I started out in the Bay Area and then came down here to Bangalore, and it's really benefited to connect to the ecosystem and also to contribute and network with the TIE charter members worldwide. We have over 3,000 TIE charter members, and we just finished the TIE Global Summit. So if we can't reach out to anybody within here, we can quickly put out a note, and I'm sure you as a startup we will be able to find you a mentor in your deep specialty from somewhere in the charter member community across the world. I think that's the power of the network that we bring in.
And I would say definitely, it's a very hard job. You guys are building up a startup. It's terrible hard job. And you need the association. So you're not trying to do this just alone. You've got the network. You can build up, association and so forth with other people in IoT Forum in the same shoes. So think about this as a support network, first and foremost. And the other piece is you would definitely want to bounce your ideas off with people. Before you go too far, as entrepreneurs, as engineers, sometimes we get into a complete tunnel vision that this is the way we believe we're going to run this startup. And that might be outright wrong. So instead of going ahead and failing from just our own mistakes, please try to learn from the collective mistakes of others as well, right? That's very important.
Yeah, sure. That's true. I think so. And we definitely can, we just had another session. We had a prior session on the global accelerators, and we had the MD of Hacks, and we had people from other parts of the world too. So I think linking up is very easy for a specific, it depends upon what you want. So you have to be very clear as a startup, what you are looking for and how you want to benefit. Otherwise you might end up in the wrong accelerator too. And that's something that you want to avoid, because there is a mismatch of what you would call as the mission, your mission as a startup and the accelerator's mission. And there are a wide variety of them. So I think getting the nuances right and getting it first time right is what the TIE and the IoT Forum involvement and engagement will help you to do so. Yeah.
So any other questions, guys? I see a lot of you have logged in onto this session. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Just post on discuss or Q&A on the panel, right? On the right, on floor.biz. And Tulika would be able to see these questions.
Okay, one of the things that we are waiting, maybe we want to talk a little bit about industrial IoT soon, and our effort to reach out to both the corporates and to find use cases, and also to get the ruggedization of new products and solutions that startup may have for the manufacturing industry. Our reach out to Pune and Ahmedabad, lest our audience think that we are a Bangalore-centric company. We are really not. We've got reach out to Pune, Hyderabad. We had blockchain companies from Hyderabad and the textile companies in Ahmedabad and so on. So you may want to talk a little bit about what we did last year.
One effort that we did last year is we have a lot of industrial IoT companies, but all of them have challenges, right? You go and do a pilot with a specific company. First of all, you need to spend like 6 months to kind of get it, right? And then the question becomes that, hey, are we solving the right challenges? Are we building up for a scalable piece, or this, most of the time we have seen in industrial IoT cases, it becomes more of a project, right? And that's a deadbed for any startup. So you become a services company then instead of a product, a solutions company. So that's what I think Govind Nallur, who was one of our IoT Forum leaders, he did. He actually went in, talked with a bunch of companies in the Western Belt, in Ahmedabad region and so forth. and started kind of identifying a couple of very specific use cases that's kind of common to multiple industries, right? And that's when the discussions, bunch of startups were involved, bunch of these large industries were involved. So that was one effort. The second effort we did last year or the year before, was even trying to engage, say, Bharat Forge, we engaged. The chief digital officer came on with us and articulated his journey of going digital into a manufacturing kind of a setting. Right? There was a lot of learnings. So we tried to kind of enable more of a learning by getting the end user community, who are going to be eventually end users, to come on board and tell us what are the challenges they are facing, what solutions they are going forward with, right? And it's a continuous exercise. And now with the task force members, we would be able to do this in much more efficient manner. Otherwise, we were all constrained in terms of our personal time and energy.
That's right. So I think for those who are interested in a manufacturing-oriented startup, or you're building a product, the Industrial IoT Day, which we had last year in April, and maybe if COVID permitting, we'll look at 2021, another Industrial IoT Day, when we really bring you some of these end users, the chief digital officer, the chief technology officer, the CXOs, who to come and share real issues and real problems where startups can provide products and value addition in terms of revenue boost. You have to typically it starts as a partner or to reduce cost sometimes, but I think the real value to these companies will be if you can become a revenue partner to them, add value to the products to differentiate it from their competition in the marketplace, and to bring in new features, which are increasingly becoming, technology is becoming such an integral part of every product that's out there in the market, and so on. So I think we'll ask them to participate in IIoT Day. Okay.
And a similar effort, right? I think the Agri task force has been doing phenomenal. It's a full-bodied workforce with 15 to 20 volunteers, led by Ashok Meda and Siddhalengia of Mahindra Agriculture, right? And these guys have gone in, identified like the top 20, 25 kind of startups to work with, working with the government of Karnataka to even, and the FPOs, right? The farmer entities, to kind of even start doing these pilots for these startups, right? So some of these are enablers of how do you get to that product market fit early on. Then of course, reach out to the larger organizations in terms of business, right? So it starts multiple ways. You develop kind of the technology and so forth. You discuss with the IoT forum leaders, the task force leaders, and build your solution first. Then comes the product market fit, getting the pilots done, identifying, hey, am I developing the product in the right way? What could be the potential? And that's when you cannot do it in isolation. You need to talk with a lot of folks outside. Right? Then once you have developed the product, you've found the product market fit, the pricing works for the customer, the product is more or less baked, at least you have gone through a couple of design changes and so forth, and the product is stable, then you go for scale up. And that's when you need to reach out to companies and so forth within India, large organizations. And the next phase is, of course, the geographic expansion, right? Which we are building up all of these connections with Japan, UAE, and so forth. So these are the 4 elements you can think of. And of course, education in each one of these spaces. It's not just technical education. We have had Joy, Venki, Tom, all come on stage and have specific discussions around sales strategy. How do you break with distribution channels? How do you break into large enterprises? So we do all of these exercises. Me and another person, we have done a session on product management for IoT as well, right? So across multitude of both horizontal activities and vertical activities, we kind of have sessions and plan, and our request, TR and my request is, guys, get involved. This is a volunteer run organization. It's the passion of the volunteers, the leaders who drive this. And if you come on board, take ownership of a particular area and run with it, that's what we want. And that's how we scale. We have scaled to 100 plus volunteers now, very active volunteers.
Great, I think. You've covered all aspects, and especially the go-to-market side, product management, selling value propositions, and how to sell are equally important. You know, we always say that 20% is developing the product, 80% is taking it to the market and becoming successful. So I think those aspects are also covered, not to mention the funding side, which is very, very strong in TiE. So we have a full complement of offerings and areas for smart startups to volunteer, to learn, grow, and really scale up and become successful. I just want to add 2 points.
Our co-founder of IoT Forum, Venki, just joined.
Oh, hi, Venki. You're welcome and join this chat that we are having, giving an overview of the depth and breadth of TiE and IoT activities. And welcome, Venki.
Hey, hi, Anand. I mean, it's just great to see both of you here.
Yeah, so we thought that we will use this opportunity to give a slightly different experience and, you know, break from the panels and the keynotes for our audience to really do a little bit of, awareness and, you have to drum up and beat your drums. Otherwise, people will not get to know, So we are doing,
absolutely.
We are doing that right now. Okay.
It's great to see you guys here.
Yeah. So I was just saying, for whoever the audience who are there, the two other sectors that we didn't cover, but which is going to come live at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. and where there are a lot of startups is health tech. So there is a great discussion on intelligent on health tech. And then we saw from the awards yesterday that a lot of startups are in the urban green smart living. That's the other session. Urban living, whether it is quality of life, whether it is the comfort of life, whether it is doing more and getting more from technology in day-to-day life, enjoying sports or entertainment. All these are going to become important together with an awareness for environment. Otherwise we will not have any environment left in the next couple of centuries. For the future generations. So we're going to have an excellent session on smart urban green living. We have a session on health tech. So I would just tell people those who are interested and those startups who are interested in that space to join those sessions. So over to you.
Oh, it's fantastic. So I think, there are 3 great sessions happening right now. There's Dr. Venkatakrishnan, actually the architect of the space policy on the other track, which is, primarily the ambient track. And I think he has another 5 minutes. So I'll need to go and wind that up. And not forgetting the exciting fireside going on right now with, Prashant of Axel and Omnivore, Markhan. So extremely, vibrant sessions going on right now. There's so much of stuff that we don't know, TRA, that we need to fill the gap as TiE Bangalore.
No, I know. And, sometimes I think that I should just be a plain audience rather than being part of this group because there are so many sessions to attend. Yes. And to learn. You're a student for life today.
No, it's like this, right? It's like this. Somebody told me, told me that, when you're, especially the father of a bride, you just need to be making sure that, everything goes as per, clockwork. And, that's how we are, right? All of us are family, and making sure that the wedding gets over right on time and smoothly, right?
Som had something to say, and
Yeah.
you may want to wind up the
Okay.
chat.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm good, guys. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Tulika? Tulika, any other questions from the audience? Otherwise, we'll call it a...
I guess we can wrap up. It's 12:20, and I think there's a switch over time to the next fireside chat here. So.
Yeah, I think Ravi has also joined, so let's wrap up.
Yeah, I can see Vijeta. So Vijeta is all set for the next session. Nice to see you this morning. Bright and cheerful, Vijeta.
Always, boss, always.
Namaskaram.
Listen, I am very jealous of you, Mr. T.R. Anand.
Why, sir?
That jacket of yours, where did you get all that yesterday? You were rocking, man. That's not.
Yeah, that's that's business as usual for me. Your attention to detail is what is required.
It was a good one. Yes. It was a good one.
Hey, Ravi, how are you?
Hey, good morning. Hey, Som, how are you?
Yeah, we're doing fine. I think we have so many exciting sessions, and
Absolutely.
we can't be in all of them. That's the pity.
That's a tragedy. We are losing out as organizers, isn't it?
We are all recording. So Saturday, Sunday, watch them. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even watch the previous one because I have to be ready to get on this Zoom. Right?
Yes. But I must say that I must really compliment all the volunteers, and I mean the new set that we have come. The agenda has turned out to be
very nice,
outstanding.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Our task force leaders have done an extraordinary job.
Yeah, totally.
Good.
Good.
So I will take leave now and become an audience till 2 o'clock. So see you folks there.
Vijata, over to you. I'll come back at 1 for the next panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Bye, folks, for now.
Bye.
Thank you.
Vijeta?
Sir, I saw your message.
Yeah. Just no, I sent you one more.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I'll do that. I understand. Totally.
Yeah, he's our special guest, right, Arjun, right? So spend most of the time introing him, okay?
Okay, TK. Tia, are you? If you're logging off now, is Venki joining us? I thought he's going to join us as well, no? He's to say hello to Rajan and Ravi. Okay, so Ravi, keeping it very simple, it's 30 minutes is the fireside chat.
Yeah, don't worry. Since you made the topic about the startup ecosystem, it's pretty straightforward, okay?
Haji, done. Okay, Venki, hi. Hello, Venki, can you? And Tulika, I've seen your message that it's now 12:23, 12:29 is when we are going to go live on the floor, isn't it? So we have.
That's right.
Yes, we have the 6-7 minutes. Okay.
What kind of attendance do we have this morning, Vijeta?
Quite a bit, Ravi, and we have been promoting. I don't know the exact statistics.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We have about 2,000 people who are logged in over the 2 days.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay.
So that way, in touch with little bit here and there, we made a few mistakes, but we are also.
That's okay.
Yeah, but it is good.
But this flow platform is working well.
It is reasonably well, Ravi. No problem. Okay.
Make a list of what issues are there. We can talk to them later, right?
Yeah. Of course. And they've been very supportive and very good to us, and comparatively also not very expensive, compared to the other platforms. They've given us good support. So
they're based in Bangalore, right? These guys?
No, nothing. No. They're they were introduced to us, Atul Thodi. So he's a CEO and everything. They if you remember India Internet Day, Ravi, which was there, which time? Yeah. So they had done all that, and then so we were recommended by them to, that we can use them. So that's how we have been doing this. So we have taken quotes from other people also. We did a lot of tests, AirMeet, and we did Hubulio.
No, I know. It's actually there's a job some analyst firm should bloody do and evaluate all of these and suggest for each event.
So we
what
had
makes sense.
Yeah, true. We had a huge research team of one. Tulika was doing most of it, and we were on these calls.
And it's too tough. It's too tough for her to simulate everything that might happen to an end user, right?
No, that's fine. But we all learned, Ravi, because so many demos we went through. I think our weekends were also all demos only. And then we have this and now we had this for last 9 o'clock call also in the night. So
Right.
we finish at what, 11 or 11:30. Venki, you can show your face. Don't worry. We still love you. Look at it.
Hey, Ravi.
Hey, Venki.
How are you?
Good. So
I'm switching between 3 rooms with 3 different systems.
I know. I was telling you
that everything goes well. So we had some fantastic sessions so far.
That's
what the world will want to listen to this particular session between you and Rajan. Okay.
Hey, no, don't set the bar so high. Okay?
We already started. We have been spamming all.
You guys are creating too much hype. Okay.
You have no choice, Ravi.
Whatever you do, you're going to burst the balloon. Okay.
We are on air, guys. We are on air, and I think let's see where Rajan is.
Yeah. And also Venki, see, while I will do the intro for Ravi and Rajan, then 12:45, 12:50, I'll step out because I have to go to the NASCOM panel. I'm doing the intros there also. Okay, but you have to stay on. So and Ravi, the questions will be seamlessly shared by Tulika. Don't worry.
Yeah, and don't worry. And even if Venki has to leave, I'll close out the session and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's not expect you to be a moderator, MC, or anything.
No.
We'll just keep going, but somebody has to be there to manage the technical stuff, right?
Tulika's there.
Okay, fine.
Tulika's there. She won't leave.
And Tulika, just drop the questions you want us to ask from the audience into the chat, okay?
Yeah. Venki, it's 12:26. You want to just quickly sync up with Rajan?
Ash, give me a sec.
Yeah. Please. And Ravi, all the database and all is being made available, so no problem. We'll talk later.
Yeah, we'll talk later. I'd like to understand more about the platform and everything.
Yeah.
Right?
But till 12:29, we won't go live. Tulika, you want to switch it to a few more minutes extra, just in case, or you want to stick to the 12:29 timeline? Yes, because Rajan is not joined, right? That's a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, so I'm happy. Tulika has the art of switching off live and switching on live. I'm not sure. We had. I think right now we're offline, right? We're backstage, right? I don't know how she does that because I don't think the ambient we had.
No, it's just one red button. There's one red button that is there.
I don't know. I think. But who does that? You got to do it on the floor, right?
Yeah.
The red button is on the floor, right?
No.
Is Tulika even there?
Yes. Yeah, so Tulika, I think you need to tell Sai for sure. Yeah, because we still have the rest of the afternoon. So he should know how to kind of switch go live offline and go live online, like the way you do it on this.
Venki, did you check with Rajan's admin?
Oh, she's communicating on Zoom chat. Okay.
Yeah, she's only on Zoom
she's communicating on Zoom chat.
She's Thai Bangalore.
Okay, great. That's okay.
That's Tulika?
Yeah, that's Tulika. She's messaging us on our WhatsApp groups.
Okay, got it.
Which
she and me are she's communicating on WhatsApp. Yeah. So anyway, guys, we are offline. So not to worry at all. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be on mute till you guys are ready.
I sent a note to Ashmeet. I sent a note to Ashmeet. Let me see. Yeah, he'll join in 2 minutes, guys.
Perfect.
Let me be on this, and I'll kick it off because I think both of you have a hard stop in 30 minutes, right? I think 1 o'clock he needs. I think no. There's no. I think he's fine until 1:30. You're okay, Ravi?
Ravi, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I can keep going as long as Rajan can go. Okay.
Yeah, so I think he can go until 1:30 actually. So I think
Yeah,
you
so
guys have to freak out.
Let's just take questions, whatever, right?
Just freak out, guys, because earlier we had a problem on time, but now this track we don't have problem on time. Hey, can you please reconfirm that whether you have anything sharp at 1 p.m. Tulika, if you're hearing us, can you please answer on chat? Can they go a little longer, because the world would want to hear these guys.
Okay, I'm admitting Rajan. He's just joining, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Guru Raj.
Hey, Rajan. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Is that the big Surge logo behind you?
Yeah, no, we have these different. I'll show you. We have these different. Anyway, we're about to start.
We got a few more minutes anyway. Venkatesh is here, and so is Vijeta.
Hey, Vijeta. Hi, Venkatesh.
Hey, Raj, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Brilliant, yeah, brilliant. We've been talking about you, even if you're not around since last night. Don't miss this session.
He's been talking the session up.
In the tech industry. Okay.
I'm really glad, but let's quickly tell me what is the session about.
Okay. So Rajan, what we'll do is, what I thought was, it's a barometer of the startup ecosystem. The best way to do that is for you to tell us a little bit of what you found in the 4 cohorts of search, right? In the last 18 months, and specifically talk about what you think is hot in the last cohort you've just selected, right?
Maybe you're going to ask me questions, right, Ravi?
Yeah. I'll ask you these questions. I'll just talk about. Yeah. Don't worry. So we'll just talk about kind of startup ecosystem. What's hot, what's not, right? Where you're kind of thinking we'll end up in the next 12 months, right? In terms of opportunities, especially the early stage, right? But don't forget, most of the folks that are building startups at the TIE level, right, are very early stage startups generally, right? The other thing is, this is the IoTMatrix. So we'll talk about what makes hardware hard, right, to build startups there.
Yeah.
So, when do you think, what do you think the opportunity really is? What's the sweet spot? I don't think we're going for, kind of the deep hardware problems yet, but there's still a lot of things we can cover there, right? That maybe, Indian startups can go after, but what's it going to take? We haven't had a breakthrough Indian hardware startup yet, right? And so that.
By the way, is Stellap's considered to be an IoT company?
Yeah, they are. I think, I think, Venki, can you give a few more examples that?
Rajan, you spoke about the agri-tech guy, right? Stellap's?
Stellap's. Yeah. No, I was just trying to say, what are the IoT companies, startups from India that are over 10 million revenue?
Oh, there you go, man. You caught us on that, man. There's not a. The agri-tech guys have done very well. Cropin has done well. Stellap's has done well. So those guys are pretty good in terms of revenue. But the other side, I don't think you get huge revenues yet. Okay.
I mean, there are a few companies like, you got the robotics companies, right?
Yeah.
That have done reasonably well, a few of them. And then you've got the mobility companies like Ather and things like that, if you consider them IoT. But,
you should. I think you should, Ravi.
That is very broad. See, the problem is it becomes a little bit of a fusion, right? Where does automotive start? Where does e-mobility start? Where do you call it IoT, right? But, if you include those, we got a few more, right? That have hit.
I think we're ready. We're ready to go, Ravi and Rajan. We are live now. 12:33, we're live. Perfect.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. This is an absolute delight and pleasure. You're seeing some super awesome folks on the screen right now. Venki, you're also there, so don't go away. If you want to stay on, stay on. So we have Rajan. So we have Rajan Anand, who's the president of TIE Delhi NCR, and of course, one of the well-known faces, also part of Surge at Sequoia, and the kind of startups that they're bringing, the kind of work they're doing in the ecosystem makes us all proud and also very, very inspired. So thank you so much for that, Rajan. And of course, Ravi Gururaj, who's our president of TIE Bangalore. So what are they going to be talking about is the startup ecosystem. We want to make it as interactive as possible. So for those who are watching on floor, make sure that you're putting in the questions over there, and very seamlessly it's going to be transferred to Ravi and Rajan. And yes, Rajan is kind of on the hot seat because technically he's our guest. And Ravi is the host. So you're going to see some very interesting things happening today. And let's go for it. Ravi, it's all yours, boss.
Okay, before I start, Venki, did you have a few comments? I know you got to drop off for another session. I think thanks for putting this session together and inviting both Rajan and myself to it.
Absolutely, for giving me that 30 seconds. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think we're just waiting for this time. The highlight of IoTMatrix 2020 is going to happen in the next 30 minutes. Okay, we have two legends of the tech industry. Ravi Guraj, who's our president, the Thai Bangalore president, part of the governing board, and our fellow friend, who's also the president today of Thai Delhi. But I think all of you know Rajan, right? And we would love to kind of ask the toughest questions to Rajan so that we kind of take his brain cells to the maximum, right? And we need him to make sure that he becomes the anchor for the deep tech industry starting out of India. So Rajan, I'm putting you on a hot spot, but I'm really looking forward to this fireside chat. Thank you so much, Rajan, for coming on stage. I know you're extremely busy today, all right? But thank you very much for coming on stage.
Glad to be here, Venki, and thank you for inviting me. Looking forward to my chat with Ravi. Ravi can answer all the hard questions. I will.
I knew you'd do that. Thank you, Venki. And I know you've set the bar really high, but I'm not Arnab, but I'm not going to harass Rajan on today's session. We're going to have a good chat on the startup ecosystem. So Rajan, let's start out at the very beginning, right? In the sense that you joined Sequoia, now you're in this fourth cohort of Surge. I think with each cohort, the first two cohorts were clearly pre-pandemic. I think maybe the third cohort, you hit pandemic at some point. The fourth one is clearly in the pandemic, right? In some sense, with that fully in your decision view, right? So maybe you can give us a sense of the last one, the most recent one that you'll have selected, startups. How did you all go through the selections? Did anything to do with the pandemic impact your selections in terms of how you think about startup ecosystem, right? And where you want to put your money?
No, absolutely. So Ravi, firstly, thanks again for inviting me and having this chat. The fourth cohort, there were several things that were quite unique actually about, I'd say cohort 3 and cohort 4, right? So cohort 3, maybe let's take a step back, Ravi. So we launched Surge 18 months ago. So our first cohort started in March of 2019.
Right.
We do 2 cohorts a year. So we had a March cohort and then we had another cohort that started in September. And then this cohort we've had, this year we've had 2 cohorts. So the third cohort, which started in April, actually we selected the companies and decided to partner with them before the lockdowns, right? So because by third week of March, we had made all our decisions. So in many ways, those are companies that were founded pre-COVID.
Yeah.
But we ran Surge. We took our program entirely online and we ran it, and we had 17 companies, 15 companies in our third cohort, right? And our fourth cohort, as you rightly pointed out, we selected these companies and decided to partner with them after the lockdowns, right? And actually about, I think 6 or 7 we have 17 companies, Ravi, in our fourth cohort. I think 6 or 7 of them actually got founded, after the lockdowns in India.
Wow.
Or for that matter, in Indonesia, right? So actually we had 6 companies that were pre-launch when we decided to partner with them for this cohort. And all those companies had been started, after the lockdown. So for instance, Let's Dive, which is their mission is to make remote work fun. They were started as a company after lockdown, and several others as well. So our current cohort is 17 companies. So what's unique? Number one, many of them have, not many, but at least a little less than half the cohort actually got founded in the after the lockdown. So right in the middle of COVID. Second, look, many of these companies we've never met in person, right? So we, for the first time we met them was on Zoom. And then, we met, we usually have 2 or 3 calls in a company before we invest in them, before we get to the IC, but we do it very, very quickly. So we do our diligence, on Zoom. So that's pretty important, right? I mean, we have 17 companies, founders who are now we are partnered with, that we are going through this journey of Surge that we've never met, which is very important. I'd say in terms of type of company, what is very interesting is of the 17 companies, more than half of them are SaaS companies, Ravi. this is the first time we've seen that, where we've always had SaaS companies in every cohort, but this one actually is basically a SaaS cohort, right? And it's probably reflective of what is happening in the Indian ecosystem and even in the Southeast Asia ecosystem. But within SaaS, what we're seeing now, Ravi, and this is sort of reflective of representative rather of what is going on in the Indian ecosystem, is SaaS used to be only two types. Okay, there was India to the US enterprise SaaS, so a company like a Druva or a company like an Icertis, which are both unicorns, or it was SMB SaaS. That is where Freshworks started, right? So you start with India to the US SMB SaaS with helpdesk SaaS, and then they kind of move on from there. Now obviously Girish is getting into mid-market and so on. That used to be really the playbook from India, right? India to the US, and you do that. But what we are seeing now is really much, massive broadening or broad basing of the SaaS ecosystem. And so if you look at our current cohort, right, we invest in a company called Shipsy. Shipsy is an enterprise SaaS company focused on logistics for helping large companies sort of meet their logistics needs. They don't do it's a SaaS company, right? It's not like logistics last mile provider. They provide visibility, procurement and so on and so forth, but very focused on logistics. But they are actually enterprise, no US. They're focused on India, GCC and Southeast Asia. So it's an India plus enterprise SaaS, and we're getting quite excited about the thesis. So we have that company. We have prosumer companies, right? So actually in our second cohort of Surge, we have a company called InVideo, which is basically building sort of the Canva for video, right? India to the world. So prosumer is another sort of big theme. We have a company like a Let's Dive, which I mentioned, which is essentially, think of it as bottom-up SaaS, right? So it's not like go sell the enterprise, teams at Google and Facebook start using this platform. Those of you that have remote teams, which I'm assuming, which is all of you, you should really try out Let's Dive. It's a very, very interesting, sort of make remote work sort of fun type platform. We are seeing a lot of dev tools companies, right? So we invested in a company called Lambda Test, which is a next generation browser testing company. So it's again, it's a developer tool type company. So we think, we're going to see many, many more of those. Also, super interesting company, Ravi. I don't know whether your engineers use it, called Hashnode. Hashnode is basically a community. So think of it as, they want to be the medium for developers, right? So for developers, create a home for, content development, etc. By the way, very interesting, like massive retention on writers, right? So people, essentially developers who keep publishing content on their platform. So it's and then within Southeast Asia, we have a company called Epsilo. Epsilo is only focused across SEA, and they basically do marketing optimization SaaS for brands to advertise on e-commerce marketplaces like Lazada and Shopee, and so on and so forth. So and then we have our first company from Australia, but I think it's again, right, a sort of representative of what's going to come is, these guys, a company called Mod.io. Mod.io basically helps game developers create UGC, bring UGC into their games, right? So Roblox, as you know, is like hugely successful. Lets every game developer, from the indies, the AA's and the AAA game developers actually bring. So basically, it's like, it's all about SaaS, right? So I would say, if you ask me, that's sort of probably the single biggest difference. And then we have, we have two edtech companies, we have digital health companies, and so on and so forth. So we have the other type of companies that you're seeing quite a bit of as well. But I would say this cohort specifically is over-indexed on SaaS.
Great, and I think it's awesome to see even deep areas that otherwise we didn't see, dev tools and things like that, start to get investments in India, right? We've had a few successes there, but not a broad range of companies.
Oh, we are all in on dev tools, Ravi. I mean, if you look at companies like Atlan, companies like Atlan and Last9 from our previous cohort, you're going to see many more interesting dev tools companies from India. I think in many ways it's still sort of day one for dev tools, but there's no reason why we can't build massive dev tools companies from here, right? Look, we have 4 million developers here. We have companies like Wolfman and BrowserStack and others who've shown us the way.
Absolutely, and dev tools, DevOps, even low code, no code, all that will flourish.
All that, yeah. And by the way, one thing I didn't mention was SME SaaS. So in our first cohort of Surge, we had Katabook, which is sort of become an extraordinary company, right? We have 10 million active merchants on Katabook now. In this cohort, we have a company called Pagarbook. So Pagarbook is basically, think of it as HRMS for very small businesses in India, right? So again, very focused product on helping very small businesses with attendance, payroll, things like that. They were only launched like 8-9 months ago. You know, have a massive number of merchants, growing very, very fast. So again, right, like, I mean, it's amazing, right? If you had asked me 2 years ago, you know, will India have SME SaaS companies that can get to 1 million active merchants in 7, 8, 9 months? I'd have said absolutely no way, because you'd have to put thousands of feet on the street, right? So it's like a SaaS used to be very, very focused on 1 or 2 kinds of businesses. Now has become much more broad based, which I think is very exciting for India.
Got it. And you know, you mash some of these up and you end up with an SAP for the small medium business.
No, absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
All in the cloud, right?
Yeah, all in the cloud, and these are going to be very, you know, they're truly India first businesses, right?
Right.
Like if you look at Katabook, there's no other company like Katabook anywhere in the world. You look at Pagarbook, there's no other company like, you know, because let's face it, most Indian businesses are not going to use Workday, right?
Right.
So it is going to be very different kinds of products. So we think there's massive amounts of innovation that could come when it comes to these SME SaaS in India.
Got it. And then, so you know, Surge is active in Southeast Asia, as you've mentioned a couple of times already. You know, what patterns are you seeing across these ecosystems, right? What would Katabook translate very well into Indonesia, for instance? Would something that works in Indonesia work here? Are there certain things we should adopt, right, in the Indian ecosystem from those? You know, some of them feel, in some sense, even faster moving in certain areas than India for the last few years, right?
Yeah, I think look, short answer is yes. I mean, we have a company called Bukukas. Bukukas is in Indonesia. It was in our 3rd cohort of Surge. Actually, it's a company that meets a similar need to what Katabook does here in Indonesia. But you know, Indonesian small businesses are different, so their product is quite different. But it kind of meets the same sort of bookkeeping type of need. You know, you have companies like Dukan that got launched in India. Actually, Bukukas launched a product called Toko, which is sort of on fire, which is sort of cataloging for small businesses, WhatsApp based, you know, things like that. So look, I think there's going to be a lot of cross learning, you know, between India and Southeast Asia. We sort of see that we see that quite often, right? In this cohort, for instance, we have a company called AutoClicks in Indonesia, Ravi, which is very similar to Go Mechanic in India, right? Go Mechanic is a Sequoia company. Sequoia partnered with them in India. You know, they're building sort of a similar company in Indonesia now. They're doing it differently because there are some local nuances that are quite important. So I think we'll see a lot of this. You know, what's very interesting, Ravi, is, you know, I think you and I have both been, you know, you've obviously built many companies, but I've been investing in SaaS companies for a decade in India. You know, as I said, right, it used to be the only way to build a large SaaS company was, you know, you got to focus on the US, right? It's a $20+ trillion market. But what we have realized now is, if you look at India, Southeast Asia, and GCC put together today, that is an $8 trillion economic block. $8 trillion, right? Which is actually more than half the size of China. So actually, and now obviously it's quite complicated because you're talking about many different countries, right? 6 countries in GCC, 6 big countries in Southeast Asia, India. So you're talking about 13 countries, but they're all within a 3-hour flight or 4-hour flight from Bangalore or Delhi, right? So all of a sudden, if you think about just our region, which is India, SEA, and GCC, Ravi, right? You're talking about $8 trillion of GDP.
Right.
And all of a sudden, right, the idea of building a couple of $100 million revenue SaaS company, you know, when you have $8 trillion of GDP, is not completely out of the realm. And that was really our investment thesis when we invested in a company like Shipsy.
Got it. Excellent. So, you know, I think one other theme I wanted to discuss with you was, you know, this is the IoTMatrix conference. I want to make sure that we talk about hardware, and you know, one of the areas where maybe we've still, you know, not quite hit the mark yet is building really world-class hardware companies out of India, right? And I'm not just talking about the Intels of the world. That may be beyond reach. We may have to leapfrog into the next version of whatever that company is in the future. But, you know, in the IoT space, in the consumer electronics space, what do you see is kind of holding us back there? You know, we've not got a tradition yet, but, you know, it has to start somewhere. You know, IoTMatrix.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Yeah, I think it's a great question, Ravi. Look, my view is, Ravi, it's like everything else in India, right? Eventually, it's going to happen.
Right.
It just takes time, right? And you know, patience is very important, right? Everybody now forgets, by the way, 2 years ago, we had no, you know, SaaS unicorns in India, right? Today, now with with PubMatrix going, actually they're going IPO, right?
Right.
All of a sudden, I mean, a programmatic ad tech company is going public for $1 billion, right? So, that becomes a 6 sort of B2B tech global, sort of tech company, right? So we went from 0 to 6 unicorns in like 2 years. So I think it's going to happen, right? I do think, to your question, I think what is lacking is, focusing on real problems in large markets and then solving for GTM.
Got it.
Right? Because what I find with a lot of IoT startups is they just don't scale fast. We were just having this chat before we before we started the session. Like, how many $10 million revenue plus IoT startups do we have from India?
Got it.
I don't know the answer.
On one hand, one hand.
Yeah, I don't know how many. Can you, or is it one finger? I don't know. Like, I think Cell Apps is above 10 million, right? Which is sort of interesting company.
And if you broaden the definition, you can include gray, orange. You can include a few other ones, right? And so
yeah, but that's not like robotics, no? Yeah,
exactly.
Hardware companies. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hardware companies, right? So I mean, gray orange is pretty interesting, right? It's a very focused problem, right? It's sort of warehousing, sort of building robots for sort of warehousing, that kind of space, right? It's a very large market. You build a great product, you go land a bunch of big customers, and then you go global, right? So I think with IoT companies, I find that in general with the deep tech, I'm even going beyond sort of hardware to India deep tech, right? I think the single biggest thing we have to the muscle we have to build in our deep tech ecosystem is sort of GTM, right? And GTM, before you go to GTM, you say, okay, what is the real problem you're trying to solve? Do you have a problem? Do you have a solution that is truly a 10x on what they're doing today? And then can you go sell it hard?
Got it.
Right? Can you go sell it hard? Can you scale it up? Can you build a GTM? Can you go for it? Right? So I think that's what we're really missing, right? So for instance, like, shouldn't India have a $100 million revenue drone company already?
Sure.
Right? On vertical drone, right? Drones for mining, drones for farming, drones for this, drones for that. Answer is absolutely yes. But it's not about building the drone. Yes, maybe it's partly about building the drone, right? Yeah. But it's really about the use case, right? Can you really nail a use case where you create tremendous value?
Right.
And usually, probably in a specific vertical, right? So for instance, Ravi, like we invested Sequoia, we invested in a company called Wobot, right? Wobot is basically computer vision for, process compliance, right? So basically in kitchens and, et cetera, right? Making sure that process compliance is adhered to, it's using computer vision. So that is a very clear use case. So why am I using this for? Right. So it's not just computer vision. I mean, like, okay, fine, you can go innovate in computer vision. But I think, underlying computer vision, sort of getting ahead of Google and others, is going to take a lot of work, right? But can you take computer vision and apply it to a specific problem where you really add tremendous value in that vertical or horizontal, and then you build a sort of a GTM machine that can go scale? So same thing with IoT, right? So like, what's the, for instance, like in Sri Lanka, and this is not a Sequoia company, but Sri Lanka, as you know, I do a lot there. We invested in a company called Nsinga. Nsinga used to use IoT for factory automation in textile factories, right? It's a company that was bought by Zilingo. But again, it didn't scale to many millions of revenue, but they built such strong IP. Zilingo felt it was important for them to, be a part of the Zilingo family. So we actually, had a very nice exit there. But then again, right? So it's very focused. Right. I think focus. Understand the problem, build a solution that is truly 10x. And then the hardest part, I think, for a lot of our startups is the GTM. How do you go and sell it at scale?
Yep. And GTM, what is your guidance if Indian founders came to you and said, okay, I think I've got that sweet spot worked out in terms of product. Now I want to go GTM and I want to look at the Southeast Asia market, right? If it's from, whatever, Kuala Lumpur to Taiwan, right? Along the coast, right? Yeah. What would you say, right? Is it best to partner?
I would. No, I think. Yeah, no. The thing is, what's very hard in a early stage B2B SaaS company, Ravi, is $0 to $1 million of revenue is founder-led sales. Right. This is where I think highly technical founders sometimes are just uncomfortable going out there, trying to approach 100 companies. 2 of them will give you meetings and you get 0 business, right? So, so technical founders, find that difficult. But look, we found that 0 to 1 million, there is only one way. It's founder-led sales.
Got it.
So hiring some head of sales, when you have like 100K of revenue is a really bad idea.
Got it.
Right? You need to figure out. And in fact, I'll tell you, in our Surge 3 cohort, we have a very interesting SaaS company. They're 2 million of revenue, and the only person who's selling is the founder. So I had a call with her and I said, look, I mean, we have to build a sales team, because I'm sure you can take it to 5 million, but you can't definitely take it to 50 million, right? So she's like, yeah, you're right. It's crazy, right? $2 million of revenue. No, not a single salesperson, just one founder. That's it. Now that's when you have a product market fit through the roof, right?
Yep. and this is the power, right, of SaaS in some sense, and even what the pandemic has done in some sense over the last 9 months.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like it's just forced everybody. Even the customer expects to do it on the phone now. And
everybody, exactly, right? I mean, I think all you need is an internet connection and Zoom or Google Meets or whatever. And then you need to be able to pitch well, right? You need to be able to sell, understand the customer, understand the need, and then pitch well. Yeah.
Got it.
But I would love to see, I mean, look, going back to IoT, since the IoT conference, we'd love to see many more companies that really scale. It's very interesting, Ravi, in SaaS, as you know, right, there's the triple in 2 and double in 3 framework, right? So if you get to 2 million of ARR, you have to 3x for 2 years. So you go from 2 to 6, you go from 6 to 18, and then you keep doubling, 18 to 36, 36 to 72, 72 to 144, right? So there has to be some sort of IoT, framework we should come up with, but it isn't growing 50% year on year. Like IoT company with $2 million of revenue growing 50% year on year is completely not interesting.
Right.
It's just not interesting, because, you and I are, we are going up there in age. Can you imagine how old we'll be before that company becomes a $100 million company?
True.
Right. So maybe the IoT.
You need the exponential, the exponential effects here, right? In some sense.
No, meaning like you have to grow fast, right? What a lot of startups don't realize is if you have a SaaS company or IoT company or whatever, you got $1 million of revenue and you're growing 50 or 60%, it's not interesting.
Right. It's even hard to raise the next round almost.
No, you won't raise the next round.
Right.
If you're growing at 50, 60%,
right,
you have to double or triple at that level, right? I mean, think about it. If you're a $20 million company, Ravi, you have to double. You have to go 20 to 40. Now you're super interesting. You go from 20 to 26. I mean, that's a yawn.
Right.
That's a yawn.
It's amazing, especially now you've seen even the IPO window seems to be opening up, right? With a couple of them last night even, right?
I mean, look at this company, right? Airbnb. I mean, it's a travel company going public in the middle of COVID at 100 billion market cap.
Unbelievable.
It's like unreal, right?
Unreal. And the other one is DoorDash as well, right? That did quite well, and that's a last mile.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Rajan, one other thing. So now let's talk about deep tech. We get these phrases thrown in, ML, AI, all kinds of other, buzzwords. When you're looking at a young startup team, right, and you have to make a decision relatively quickly and you can't dive into their code and every other thing, how do you make sure you're not just funding a veneer of something on top of a platform that exists already, but there's something that's really deep, sustainable, that's going to really be investment worth making, right? How are you filtering that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Ravi, look, we at Surge, we invest in pre-launch companies, right? So I'll give you an example, AMP. AMP is trying to do some very interesting things with machine learning on personalizing communication, right? Sort of like marketing automation, next level, right? And so there, look, it's a team bet, right? So these are like they're repeat founders, all of them. I think 2 of them have PhDs in data science, right? They built stuff before. They've sold a company before. Kind of know what they're doing. So that's number one. Number 2 is, a pre-launch. We want to make sure the problem is real and what they're trying to do is sort of, is real and they can break through, right? So at a pre-launch company, Ravi, we're basically betting on a team and sort of, and building some conviction that the space that they're going after is going to be very large, right? I think once you've launched, it gets much easier, right? I think with launch deep tech companies, the first question I'm trying to ask is this problem that you're trying to solve, is it real?
Right. And does your solution work for it?
Yeah,
right?
Does it work? And by the way, the way you know both of those things is called revenue.
Right. Got it. The
right?
customer knows in the end.
Yeah. Like, let's say you have $50,000 of revenue and you started the year at $10,000 of revenue. Oh God.
Got
it. When is this thing going to become a real company? I don't know, right? But by the way, that's if you have revenue, right? But you could still be you could be also a company that's building the product. So you could be pre-launch. You could be, in R&D or call it product development. I think with product development, there, we have between Roy, who was our CTO, now is a full-time investor in Surge, and Ajay Gore, who came to us from Gojek, he was a Gojek CTO, and then we have obviously a whole bunch of other portfolio founders who are deep tech, right? So we have them evaluate the tech, right?
Got it.
And really actually they do get into code sometimes. So we can actually understand what you're building. But then, what the questions that I would ask are really around who's the customer? Do you really, how many have you talked to? What have they told their problem is? And by the way, before we invest, Ravi, even if it's a pre-launch company, let's say you're in this product development phase, right? We will actually talk to some potential companies in that space to try to understand, look, is there a need for something like this?
Got it.
Right. And usually what we really like is if a founder tells us, look, go talk to these three OEMs or these three brands or these three customers where they're doing co-development work with. But once they've launched, then it becomes a little easier because we can actually go and talk to customers.
Awesome. So Rajan, I'm going to wrap up here, but I one personal question for you, right? I feel I was fortunate to have just kind of had the opportunity to meet guys like Michael Dell and Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai, one of whom you helped me connect with for like startup events, right? A couple of hours with these folks, but you've had the opportunity to actually work with them on their teams for multiple years, right? And now you're a VC. So give us the sense of, big tech versus being an investor, and in between you've done kind of at least via your angel investments being a proxy entrepreneur, right? So give us a sense of all three areas, right? How it feels, you got a very, very unique perspective, right?
Yeah, no, I think, look, it's obviously very different, right? I mean, at Google, Ravi, the last business I ran was over $4 billion of revenue, growing at 50% year on year, right? You lived 90 days on 90 days. You had to deliver the quarter. It was very, very clear. You wake up every morning, you know how you're doing, right?
Because you're always delivering, right?
You either are going to deliver the number or you're not going to deliver the number, right? And so there's this extraordinary clarity of of performance, and it's near term. This, like in this role, right? I mean, we won't know for 10 years. Right, whether like the seed fund, right? Whether our seed fund is going to be a 5x fund or a 10x fund, we won't know for 10 years for sure until we distribute, but at least 3, 4, 5 years, right? So it's very different. This is much more of a portfolio, right? Where where you have to make a large number of investments. That some of these investments are going to work. But what is similar though between, let's say, working at a Google or working for Michael and this current role is, at the end of the day, right, to be a very successful entrepreneur, Ravi, as you know, is very, very different from being a successful professional executive, right? I mean, I've been a professional executive, right, at Dell, at Google, at Microsoft, etc. You've been a founder your whole life, right? So the fundamental DNA, of a professional leader, let's say a professional executive versus a founder are very, very different. And, when I worked with Michael, I saw what he was like, right? And then, saw the similar thing with Larry Page and so on. And I see that, right, in founders. So that the obsessiveness, the relentless drive, the never say no, right? This incredible passion, right, to solve problems. I see that in founders, right? So at one level, so I can correlate, right, this these underlying behaviors that entrepreneurs have, because I've worked with maybe slightly more seasoned versions of
the most iconic ones.
yeah. But at the end of the day, look, it's a similar sort of traits, right? This obsessiveness. I mean, I think that's what it is, right? This obsessiveness about solving a problem and wanting to really, really do something that hasn't been done before, right? I think that is at the end of it, what it's about.
Great. And I think, I see it in even the behavior of many of the founders during this last year, right? This 2020. You're starting to see the Indian founder really come to life, right? In some sense, and prove their mettle more than ever, right? And
absolutely. I mean, look, I think this year, look, it's been absolutely terrible for the world. We wish it never would have happened. But I think, Ravi, for our ecosystem, despite all the pain, and there was a lot of pain, right? A lot of companies went out of business. Most companies had to restructure themselves. But I think we're going to look back at 2020 and say this was actually the tipping point for our ecosystem, because we got real. Right, we got real. We got real with unit economics. We got real with talent. We got real with execution. Our markets accelerated because digitization accelerated. And I think what we'll see is, look, starting next year, we're going to see a whole bunch of IPOs in India, right? And I think 2022 is going to be a blockbuster year for India in terms of exits, company building, all this kind of stuff. So I think we will look back in a few years and say, this was the year.
Awesome. On that high note, thank you very much, Rajan, for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us at IoTMatrix, and wish you great luck with the fourth cohort, and not just the fourth, but you're still working on the first three too, first three cohorts as well.
By the way, we've already started selecting companies for our fifth cohort.
I'm sure.
We already have several companies for our fifth cohort. No, because we're a rolling program, Ravi. So we basically meet companies every week. But thank you so much for having me. And all the funders and founders out there, keep building. You're doing amazing things.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye, Ravi.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Great. Nishant?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah, you are audible. Looking
Okay,
good.
So
do we have everybody? I think yes.
Pretty much.
My video is not going on. So it says the host has to. This is Guru Raj.
Great. This is Murali here.
Tulika, could you just check if the video can be on?
I agree I'm not good looking, but so not that bad.
Hi, Tulika, could you enable all the videos, please? Hang on a second.
Yeah, we are there.
Okay, good. Hey. So, Nishant, the floor is all yours, please.
Thank you. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. And I'd just like to welcome all of you to this IoTMatrix 2020 session, the theme for which is Atmanirbhar Bharat, electronics manufacturing, leveraging the new geopolitical situation. So we've got among us eminent panelists today who are connected with different facets of the manufacturing ecosystem in India. We anticipate the session to be around 45 to 50 minutes. And this session is moderated by Mr. A. Guru Raj. So I'll just briefly introduce him. So Guru Raj is a veteran in the manufacturing industry and has been involved with many multinational investments in India in multiple sectors, including automotive and electronics. He has headed multinational electronic manufacturing services companies in India, as well as the Toyota ancillary, and has also been an advisor to many state governments. So without further ado, I will just request Guru to introduce his co-panelists and take the conversation forward. Guru, the floor is yours.
Thanks. So thanks a lot, and thanks a lot IoTMatrix for having me here. And namaste. This is about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we start with namaste. I have some brief comments before I, introduce the panelists. Just a couple of minutes, and I think there are some very accomplished people on this panel. Those who are listening to us, I'm sure will find it very stimulating. But after listening to the talk from Rajan and Ravi Gururaj, this is like watching somebody batting after Dhoni and Tendulkar have batted. So we are coming into bat now. So let's see. We'll try to keep the tempo. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat? It's a word that we all listen to this every day in the media and in the newspapers and all that stuff. But in many ways, it really comes down, as I know it, and as I've read, and and the policymakers have wanted it, is to make India, an important part of the global economy, and really, if you look at the PLI scheme, which is both for multinationals and for Indian companies, it is about converting local products into global brands. I think as far back as about 10 years ago, I had met somebody from an Indian mobile company, and I said, you have to be the Nokia of India, right? But anyway, for various reasons, it didn't happen. So what does this mean to, what does Atmanirbhar Bharat mean to the startups, who I understand are the major chunk of, the participants today? So the Indian startups and innovators, as the policy sees it, right? And innovators will play a vital role in the success of this mission called Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is a chance for Indian startups to take charge of the innovations for which we are usually dependent on global suppliers. The startups can lead the way by innovating and bringing to market products and services that are world-class and yet affordable. They are quick to spot opportunities and adversities, as we have seen recently, in the COVID times, and innovate in limited time and budget to make competitive products. Startups in sectors like automation, fintech, supply chain, logistics, healthcare, etc., would lead the change in the mission. So this is what I did just now is just read out what the mission statement is of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, I just have a quick 2 or 3 comments, right? I always take this example, and I think it's an opportunity, but yet it's kind of not happened yet. You go to a Chroma store, any of us go to a Chroma store, and you walk in, how many of the products in a Chroma store are designed in India? Maybe some are manufactured in India, but even a battery bank probably in that Chroma store is not, is not designed in India. Maybe it is, but very large number of products in a Chroma store. So that to me, is in some ways disappointing because, on one hand, I heard ISRO speaking about, the ISRO gentleman speaking, Dr. Venkatraman about a few minutes ago, and the accomplishments with ISRO. We have made nuclear submarines, right? But we don't have a product in Chroma store which may really be designed in India, or maybe very few. So I think there's a dichotomy. So we may say we couldn't compete in price, there are no volume manufacturers. Reasons can be many. But the point is that, it's not happened in consumer electronics, for example, like I said, in a Chroma store. And I think that's what Atmanirbhar Bharat is about. It's not about Chroma store, of course, but it's about saying, how can we do all this in India, create design capabilities in India, manufacture in India, provide employment to Indians, and grow the Indian economy. So just a couple of things I wanted to mention. I am on the board of quite a few Indian EMS companies, and it's unbelievable, that in the last 3 or 4 months, the business has almost doubled or tripled just as soon as things opened out after COVID. So the rapid pace at which the Indian EMSs are growing, electronics manufacturing companies, baffles me, because what did not happen for a decade is happening in 3 or 4 months. So that's just an indication to the listeners here that and a lot of these companies are getting business for exports. So it is not that the capability is missing. It's just that whatever the geopolitical situation, etc., probably were not the stars were not aligned. It's aligned now, and these companies are growing multifold in just a matter of months. So I really see Atmanirbhar Bharat in electronics in 2 ways. One, the large corporations, who are doing high-end phones, some of the big handset manufacturers, they will be what they will be, and they will do their products. But where the startups, I think, will gain and leverage is out of the MSMEs, the Indian MSME, and MSMEs are a very big part of the Atmanirbhar story. So I think, for example, Protos, right? I mean, all of us went to China for Protos, but now I'm seeing a lot of these startups in and around Bangalore going to Indian companies, to do their Protos, for example. So and we're beginning to see this, in real terms. So I'm convinced beyond doubt, and I've been fighting this battle. I first was part of the auto industry, and then I headed a few auto ancillaries of Toyota, etc. And I later headed a couple of global EMS companies in India. I was a part of the first feature phone, probably made in India, one of the first feature phones made in India in 2004, right? It was 2005. And I was also part of the company that made the highest end smartphone in India. So I've seen this journey all along. And to me, this journey is very similar to what the auto industry went through. In the 1990s, the auto industry was very weak in India. Companies like Toyota came in and kind of, Toyota, Hyundai, global companies came in, and the whole, space changed. So I see a similar transition happening in electronics, particularly with the geopolitical dynamics being what it is. So that's my 2 cents worth, of initial comments. Many people in this panel, are obsessed. People, with seeing electronics design, manufacturing, everything happen out of India. And so I think this is, you will find very passionate speakers here. Let me first introduce,
Guru, if I may, I'm extremely sorry to interject like that. We also have Mrs. Champai, who's the general manager of KBIS, who's joined us today.
Okay, right. I don't have a profile, but
yeah, that's why I thought I'll quickly interject.
I'll just let her introduce herself. So I'll just introduce JC. JC is a great friend, but besides a friend, he's currently the country manager, Global Supply Chain India at Intel.
Guru, your phone is muted.
Guru, your mic is. We've lost you after you mentioned you started talking about Mr. JC.
Okay, am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So JC, a great friend. Besides being a great friend, he's currently the country manager and Global Supply Chain India at Intel. With over 2.5 decades of experience, JC is a thought leader and has held various executive roles across multiple geos, US, India, Mexico, and Canada. JC has also served as the chairman of IESA and is one of the founding members of India's first semiconductor accelerator, Semiconductor Fabulous Accelerator Labs, SFAL. So welcome, JC, and great having you here. We have Murali Srinivas. Yesterday we heard him, and I think Murali, I'm really looking forward to your presentation. I'm really excited. So Murali Srinivas is the founder and CEO of Alliance Circuits, a manufacturing technology company, accelerating design to manufacturing process with unique platform approach. You must, I think he has a video or a presentation. So prior to starting Alliance Circuits in India, Murali was working at Texas Instruments in California, where he was pivotal in driving new sensor technology in products like Tesla Model X. He holds 3 US patents and is passionate about building products from India to the world. We have Madam Champa. When she speaks, I'll let her, say a few words about herself. And then I have another friend, Arijit, another very, very passionate Indian, wants to do a lot of things out of India. He has held many senior roles in many different companies, but has been contributing to policy formulation with specific focus on electronics manufacturing for the last 2 decades. He has been closely involved with the government's flagship program on Digital India, as well as on the precursors to Atmanirbhar Bharat in the form of PMA and PLI and other schemes. Arijit has rich experience across industry associations as well as corporate sector, and has just started and is looking to start a venture of his own now. So we have some very accomplished people, but I thought we would start first with Murali. Murali, if you could start, please, and and tell us some exciting stuff that you told us yesterday.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Thanks, Guru, for the great panel today. And I'll start with a small story, and then how Alliance Circuit started, and how we want to change the manufacturing landscape by building products from India to the world. So it all began when I was traveling in Germany. A very remote part. One side there were cattle grazing, and on other side there were huge mountain Alps. It was tremendous. It was gorgeous, and I was driving there. And after while I realized actually I'm driving into one of the world-renowned sensor company called IFM. I was mind stuck, it was a village, and there was a company which is building global sensor products out of a village in Germany. So I came out of the meeting, and then I started thinking about, with all the design capital that we have built in India over time, why can't we build global products which comes out of India, just like Guru said, in Chroma store or Best Buy, you walk in, you should have in your hands build products made in India with made in India logo, right? So that is what we kind of triggered me to do more research. And what we kind of understood is more than 70% of Indian manufacturing demand currently is still catered by a lot of Southeast Asian manufacturing countries.
Yeah.
That was really a number which stuck me for a really long time. And throughout the trip in Germany, I was like, totally dumbstruck that time, right? So, and then, fast forward to a year later, with all the research, we said, okay, hey, if we have to change this, we have to get into the, go back to India and then actually solve these problems. And that's what kind of triggered me to come back to India and start Lion Circuits. So what we eventually figured out is that there are a lot of problems. So I have a small presentation. I think the host has disabled. If that could be enabled, I can present a small quick presentation.
Sulika, could you enable presentation for Murli?
Perfect, thank you.
On a lighter note, I think we are 3 generations on this panel.
Yes.
JC, no offense to you, yeah.
Is the screen visible?
I'm just wondering which one are you counting yourself on?
Me, I'm talking about myself.
Yes, Murli, please go on.
Great. So when we started looking at all the problems, right? So we were able to see that an engineer who is sitting in a desk remotely throughout the world would basically have a lot of when he has to go take a design to manufacturing, he would have to work with a lot of different people involved, like fabricators, assemblers. He has to also source the components. He has to talk to his purchasing team. There are a lot of project management related delays. And project management is something that is kind of often overlooked, but it brings a lot of importance in the entire supply chain management for going from prototype to production. There are a lot of iterations which also will a product go through once it goes from a prototype to mass production stage, right? So it's not like you have a prototype. A lot of people, a lot of customers come and ask, hey, I have this prototype, can I manufacture 10,000 units like next month? Right. So, well, I mean, wish it was that easy. I mean, well, we want to make it that easy, but there are some hurdles, right? So we kind of a typical product will go through, a round of engineering validation. It will go through a round of manufacturing validation, right? And then this will be some pilot lots. There will be like, small batches, and then you kind of go to the mass production, right? So how do we enable, how do we make it easy, and how do we reduce the number of errors early on so that these errors can be minimized and the prototypes can be taken to mass production faster? So this is what we kind of think about in our company every day, and all our solutions and products are revolve around this concept of how do we minimize these errors. So to give go into slightly depths of the problem, I am taking only fabrication as an example, but also this kind of resonates along with the assembly and the BOM component sourcing as well. So what happens is typically an engineer sitting in a desk, he would start by emailing for a quotation, and then there are a lot of back and forth asking for technical specifications and stuff, and then finally you get the quotation, and then so every single stage. So is it manufacturable? Is it what is the status of my fabrication? What's the current status of my assembly? Is the component really procured? right? Is the components that I have ordered with a particular vendor, what is the status of that? So there are like 10 things happening in the mind of an engineer. So finally, you know, kind of if you miss one, then you know you kind of you delay the timelines, right? So that's been a large, it's been a huge kind of if you look at it, this is a project management challenge, right? So how do we make it transparent? How do we make it more reliable, and how do we make it more easy for an engineer to go from design to manufacturing faster? So when we looked at it, we basically started rethinking of the entire manufacturing and how can we reimagine manufacturing for the for the next decade. And then basically we started putting together a platform in which it has multiple software tools, it has services, it has different use of new technologies to solve problems on the factory floor. A combination of this put together is basically Lion Circuit's platform today. So we started with PCB fabrication. As you can see, from all the way from design, manufacturing, and manage, we have 3 different areas that we focus on. And all these 3 different areas put together basically reduces the timeline. So what we do is to reduce the quotation and manufacturability related issues, we have introduced something called a design for manufacturability engine in real time. It's a software tool which basically helps designer to understand manufacturability issues on the cloud 24/7 anywhere in the world, right? So if you imagine now what happens is a person sitting in US can order in India at his convenient time without talking to anybody in India by just uploading his designs onto the platform. No, he kind of knows that everything is manufacturable. He sees the quotation in real time by algorithmically processing the design. We come up with the quotations in real time. And then kind of this platform is design tool agnostic. So independent of design tool, our platform works, right? And then complete transparency is introduced from fabrication to shipment. He knows what the status of his project is till the end, right? And this particular process repeats for fabrication, assembly, and component sourcing as an entire turnkey project for manufacturing. And we are able to achieve this by a combination of patent pending tools that we have released to market. One of the new tools that we released recently is called Bomb Scrub tool, which basically helps an engineer to find components, the quantity, the stock information and price information from various distributors across the globe in real time. We have kind of integrated to their servers, and we kind of pull all the real-time information so that it becomes easy for refining the bill of materials, for ordering components and sourcing components. We basically shrink the time from days to minutes using this tool. And we have various different services along with a very unique visual inspection model, which is basically a machine learning based model, which kind of helps augment the manual workforce to remove fatigue, which causes manufacturing efficiencies for visual inspection that today happens, right? So by putting all these things together, we have this unique platform. And today, till date, we have served thousands and thousands of customers across India and across the globe in this platform in the last 4 years. We are happy today that we have enterprise engagements with very reputed companies in India like ST Microelectronics, and we also are an approved vendor to Defense Research Organization in India. So we have shipped more than 150,000 plus PCBs across the globe, with 30 plus international clients and 2,000 plus customers in India, and we are growing significantly month over month. So we have processed around 30,000 plus designs automatically on our platform. So it's a proven platform, and now our vision is to go global. We have proven this model in India, and now we are taking this and going to different countries, specifically focusing on US and European market in this decade. So with that, I think Atmanirbhar Bharat is a challenge, is difficult, as Guru sir also mentioned, but we have to make it happen. And the time is right. I think there is phenomenal, the geopolitical situation is towards India. I think we should kick the 800-pound gorilla in our neighboring out of our jungle. And I hope lion can roar big enough to keep the gorilla that I'm talking about out of sight.
Great, great, Murli. Thanks a lot. Very inspiring. But I just one quick question in the context of we'll just move quickly so that everybody gets a fair share of time. In the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat and in the context of geopolitical dynamics, that exists in this world right now, what is your perspective to a lot of the supply chain, not being in India? Will we continue to depend on the gorilla out of no choice?
Yeah, that's a sad state, and I think we have to come a long way in semiconductor manufacturing. But even if we discount semiconductor manufacturing for a second, and let's say even having a warehouse in India, a semiconductor component warehouse located in India, will be a massive boost to the Indian Atmanirbhar Bharat. For example, right, if we have to order a components, it has to come all the way from the gorilla's country to US. It's basically held in US warehouse, and then it has to fly back to India, right? So it's almost like a global trotting of components that is happening currently, right? So, and one of the big reason that we see is basically if we can remove some of the custom hurdles that are there currently for electronic manufacturing services that is facing currently, it's going to be a huge boost. For example, I'm kind of very vocal about this custom problem that we are facing day in and day out. It takes from Texas Austin to land to India 2 days. But from Bangalore to a local Rajajinagar facility where we are located, it takes about 7 to 8 days for some of these components to come, right? If I only wish that could be like maybe 1 day, right? It should come from the international airport to our facility in 1 day. Then we can change so much stuff, because then we would have empowered, the government would have empowered us to kind of take on all the big worlds by removing some of these frictions. And having a component warehouse is my next big dream. It's a lot of inventory, it's a lot of capital, this thing, but 1 day we have to make it happen. DigiKey in India, a DigiKey kind of a model in India, based in India for the world, has to happen.
Great. I'll just take 1 minute. There's one Mr. N. Vittal, who was the creator of the concept of STPI. And he told me once, I'm on the board with this, with a company of his. He says, why didn't hardware happen in India earlier? He jokingly told me, and why did software happen? He said, the customs guy cannot see software, whereas he can see hardware. That's why. So we'll get it. JC, is a visionary, and I'll let you all hear from him, his thoughts. And he's he'll come down to ground realities of, what we need to do to get Atmanirbhar Bharat going. JC, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Guru. And I just want to compliment and comment on Murli's presentation. If you really look at it, I can tell you, Murli, all your hardware innovators and ideators, would be very, very impressed, and really can take advantage of the capability that you have already created. And I would highly encourage, somewhere we can have all the hardware startups, or most of the hardware startups, can come and you can, make a pitch to them, because this is something very, very basic and required in the current India startup ecosystem, or innovator ecosystem. Now, a couple of things, since this, topic was around, overall electronics, semiconductor ESDM ecosystem, how we see it. A couple of things. I I want to start by commenting that I want to keep the geopolitical or pandemic situation out of, at least what the comments I am trying to make. Because I strongly feel if we have to wait for geopolitical or pandemic situation or outside forces for us to help and create a very vibrant ecosystem, it would be a very, very sad story. I don't think anybody external ecosystem will allow us or help us to create that, and we have to do it ourselves. So a couple of things in that space is, whenever we are talking about the overall ESDM ecosystem, of course, we are very passionate about the manufacturing side of it, which is systems, EMS, side of the house. We are also very, very passionate about, what we can do from the semiconductor manufacturing side of it. There are a lot of, good pitches I've seen people make. Government is also showing a helping hand in all of that. We are known for doing a lot of design engineering in that space from India. A lot of big companies, have the capabilities. The smaller companies are starting to make. But does that complete our thought and the knowledge of the entire semiconductor and electronics ecosystem? I doubt if those components complete it, right? Because I feel there are a lot of low-hanging fruits or a lot of competencies India already has that we are overlooking at this point of time and include in our thought process and in our policy making on what we need to do. An example is, I think in the semiconductor space, the materials, the equipment that is required, and the ecosystem that is required for that for India to play a role in it. There is a big talent that we need to develop for semiconductor overall supply chain. That today in some pieces it is available, but I don't think we have a complete talent availability for the semiconductor supply chain available in India. Now, some of it, why I'm talking about it, and some of it is already available, but is served for the other verticals in the market. So petrochemical industry, if I talk about the materials, or in some chemicals in the pharmaceutical space or paint industry and so on. Why not some of these materials can be prepared for the semiconductor usage, and India becomes very dominant player or a hub for those. What are the skills that are required from the supply chain perspective, semiconductor supply chain perspective, that we need to develop? I don't think you have supply chain commodities experts today in India, and there is a huge need for that that we can develop out of the country. There is a lot of deep analytics that is required in this space that goes right into the fabs and factories and ATMs and so on. Those analytics skills, knowledge of it can be developed. Those things need not to be, the factories do not need to be in our backyard, but you can develop those skills and do it for the world requirements or the needs. So number one thing why I'm bringing that is, I think we need to up level, how do we understand this whole ecosystem and really prepare India for the entire ecosystem rather than focusing on, some of the items that we are doing today, which may take little more time, but there are few things that we can do within 6 months to a year in the country. The number two, if you really look at the entire ecosystem, this ecosystem in semiconductor and electronics for the startups requires a lot of deep tech and deep technology innovations, to come in, right? And so the second thing that we have to do is, there are a lot of numbers you might have heard. There are 1,600 deep tech startups in India. This is growing by X percentage. But do we really compare our deep tech startups? Do we have the same standards and comparisons that worldwide deep tech startups are compared against? So other people may be more experts on that, but I think when we say deep tech startups, we need to really analyze if these are really the deep tech startups or these are good companies, these are good startups. I think they can grow, scale, but our definition of deep tech that can serve the semiconductor and electronics industry or the market, I think we need to be very, very clear, because I don't see a lot of VC investments as compared to what is happening in the other ecosystems which have deep tech startups. You take Israel, US, even South Korea, and so on and so forth, right? So that is one requirement, I think, as a industry body or as a industry organizations, we need to be very, very clear about. The last ones, I think there is one need or a trend that we need to be aware of. I think in the deep techs, I think the trend of convergence, I think the startups who are sitting here, they would definitely know from 5G, the convergence of 5G, AI, IoT, quantum, all of this convergence and a lot of solutions that the convergence will bring the need of the hour. And then, lot of solutions that would be required on the edge using this convergence is what these startups can look at. The second one is, I think if you look at any of the deep tech ecosystems, startup ecosystems, the government and the academia, especially from the research and IP side, have played a very, very critical role to come together with the industry. And we are doing few things. I think Safal is one example that has been started a few years back, but we need multiple of those, that convergence to happen with the whole ecosystem for us to be very, very successful in this deep tech space. I'll stop here. I think I have many more thoughts that I can share, but in the keeping constraint or thinking of the time here, I would say these are some of the thoughts that I would stop with.
Thanks. Great, JC. Great, like always, listening to you. I have a question for you, but I'll come back if you have time. I have a lot of questions for you, not one. We can talk forever, right? So may I now request Champa Madam from KBITS. Madam, if you could kindly tell us, a few seconds about your own self, and then, because I didn't get a write-up, before, and then, the government policies, which is helping, many of our startups and so on to get stronger in the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gurraj. I'm Champa, General Manager, KITS. KITS is full form is Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society. It's a society set up under the Department of IT, BT, Electronics, and SNT. This is basically to support startups and IT, BT, electronics industry. We work closely with the industry, startups, innovators, and academia to make the policies more implementable. Before I share my views, let me congratulate Ty for successfully organizing IoTMatrix event. To facilitate Atmanirbhar Bharat, Government of Karnataka has taken several steps and has set up key enablers for startups and large companies as well. Talking about the startup ecosystem, as you are aware, Bangalore has the most vibrant startup ecosystem in the country. In 2020, 8 Indian startups became unicorns in India, out of which 5 are from Bangalore. This shows this nurturing ecosystem in our state, especially given the COVID scenario. Government policies play a very important role in nurturing startups. Karnataka was the first state to announce startup policy way back in 2015, and we have come a long way since then. We have set up 1.25 lakh square feet area of incubation space in various parts of Karnataka for providing subsidized working space for Karnataka entrepreneurs. This includes our centers in Bangalore with the NASCOM and IIMAI, and a dedicated incubator for BT startups, which is Bangalore Bio Innovation Center in Electronic City. So far, we have funded around 470 startups to the tune of 109 crores till date through our Idea to POC program. This program is known by its brand name Elevate. In this program, the startups are given grant in aid of up to 50 lakhs and is a first of its kind initiative in the country. I'm happy to state that even during the COVID period, we are currently running this Elevate Unnati, which is a dedicated program to promote entrepreneurs of SC/ST community. The finals is going to be held in December, last week of December itself. To encourage entrepreneurship among students, While they are still in engineering colleges, incubation centers have been established in engineering colleges of Tier 2, Tier 3 towns under the New Age Innovation Network program. Till date, we have 30 engineering institutions under this program with 293 projects funded and over 100 working prototypes realized. We have one more grant in aid program for social impact called Grant Challenge Karnataka. This is to find solutions to some of the state's long-standing issues. 6 grant challenge calls have been completed in so far. First one was real-time monitoring of sewage water treatment plant, early detection of plant disease and pest infestation, effective delivery of primary health services using technologies, tackling undernutrition and malnutrition, traffic congestion at Bengaluru, and water conservation. These were the 6 calls. We have allotted 6 crores for this and have conducted 9 pilots in different departments. We have also set up technology business incubators in academic institutions in selected trust areas like IoT, robotics, nanotechnology, etc. To promote hardware startups, common instrumentation facilities have also been set up at 5 locations across the state. Under the Global Innovation Alliances program, state government has developed ongoing engagement with 20 plus countries on a regular basis for skilling, R&D, and startups cooperation. Further, a legal framework for innovation has also been established under Karnataka Innovation Authority. This is to bring new and emerging technologies under legal framework until appropriate law is enacted. This authority has been constituted under the chairmanship of Chief Minister, and we have already invited applications to set up the first regulatory sandbox in the state. Coming to the manufacturing sector, in April 2020, Government of India announced 3 new schemes to attract investments in the ESDM sector. To augment this, Government of Karnataka has announced special package of incentives to the ESDM sector. The incentives include 25% capital investment subsidy on land and 20% on plant and machinery, 100% stamp duty exemption and registration charges reimbursement, 100% reimbursement on land conversion fee, power tariff subsidy of 1 rupee per unit for duration of 5 years, 100% electricity duty exemption for the same duration, product-linked incentive with 1% turnover, annual turnover for a period of 5 years, starting from the first year of commercial operations. This special package of incentives will be applicable for new investments and expansion units for a period of 5 years. In addition to this, we have also come up with major reforms to enhance ease of doing business in the state. Manufacturing companies are now exempted from taking pre-operative approvals and clearances for 3 years and are allowed to start construction of building immediately after taking single window clearance. These are some of the initiatives taken up by our department to promote startup ecosystem and manufacturing sector in the state. I hope to see the startups and large companies, many of them attending today's event, to make use of these opportunities available in our ecosystem to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. I had the honor of being the chairman of the vision group on mobile phones, and that made all the recommendations on the ESDM incentives, and we are very happy to see that happen. Nishant, I don't know if Arijit is still on the line. I just got a message that
yes, he's still on the line.
He's still, he's still
we have
there.
Another 5-7 minutes. Yeah.
So, madam, one quick question. Since we have one more speaker, how are you fully what would be your satisfaction level of many of these startups? And I'm not trying to be negative, of really seeing light at the end of the tunnel in terms of a product that goes commercial?
So far out of the 470 startups whom we have funded, seed funding program, the risk factor has been, the failure has been only 2 to 3%.
Fantastic.
Them have been able to complete their project successfully and take it forward.
Fantastic, madam. Great. And I have no doubt, I mean, one of the most passionate governments, I'm involved with many, that really wants to make ESDM happen is Karnataka. I have no doubt about that. So thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll now request Arijit, another very passionate ESDM, Atmanirbhar, senior professional from India. Arijit, if you're on the line, could you tell us, could you share your vision, sir?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. And, I'll just very quickly start by putting in perspective a comment which Murali made earlier on at the start of this session about our 800-pound gorilla neighbor. So, in 1991, if we look at it, and I was just starting off on my journey on policy, we were as a country actually at par in terms of per capita income and in terms of technology. And in the year 2000 also, if we look at it, there was not a single Fortune 500 company in our, neighboring next door 800-pound gorilla. If you just cut the scenario to today, it's something where they have somewhere close to around 111 Fortune 500 companies. And there are specific reasons why that has happened over the last 2 decades. These 2 decades were used primarily investing into infrastructure, into roads, ports, industrial townships, etc. And we can comment on, why we are better, why we are not as good because of certain policies, certain reforms, pace of change of reforms, etc. But I think one major weakness, Guru, that we need to address as a nation, one major weakness which we have is we must overcome this, I would say perhaps excessive faith in market forces and the consequent perhaps decline in our confidence in the ability of our state to do the right thing. And when I talk about the ability of the state to do the right thing, I mean steering the economy and nudging the market into the right direction, the market forces in the right direction to give the desired outcomes. It's all very well to go on a bashing spree, but there have been certain very, very good, solid, fundamentally solid policies which have been delivered by the state over the last few years. And that has now started, bearing fruit.
True.
We can see it in terms of how there are several number of unicorns which are currently there in the country. We heard Anand waxing eloquent about, how the pace at which the development is going for these the entrepreneurs backed by the VCs have been tremendous. That is certainly there, So where are we exactly lacking? And my area of strength is in terms of policy. I'm not a tech person. I'm not, as well versed as Murali and as knowledgeable as Chaddaji to talk about, some of the other areas. But in terms of policy, 4 areas stand out. Number 1 is in terms of logistics. The second is in terms of infra. The third is in terms of labor. And the fourth is in terms of the taxation. Now, I'll just take a minute to, I can't say deep dive in a minute, but just why I mentioned these 4. Take labor, for example. If we are going to compete globally, and we must compete globally, otherwise we are not going to be really anywhere if we're just making in India for India. It has to be on a global scale. Labor for neighboring countries like a Vietnam, like Malaysia, like even a Thailand, let alone our 800-pound gorilla neighbor, the number of hours which are permitted are 12-hour shifts. Here we have hobbled ourselves with 8-hour shifts, and when we talk about increasing that, there is a severe pushback, whether it be from the unions, whether it be from the states, whether it be from the management itself. Not so much the management, to be honest, but labor is a state subject. And unless we can get this area sorted, we will not be able to compete in terms of simply getting our shifts in order together. And this was highlighted very, very crucially during this current lockdown period, because there are shifts which were put under stress, and there are testing processes which Murli, you will be knowing far better than me, where the entire process takes maybe 14 to 18 hours in terms of putting it on the assembly track and then doing the final testing. The testing process itself is about 8 to 9 hours. And unless you do it in one smooth run, you can't have a break where you have a situation where one shift ends and the other one is not able to come in because of whatever be the reason. I mean, I'm not saying that a lockdown is a typical area. We've hopefully put that behind us. It's in the past now. But it just pointed out that we need to have reforms in labor where, without going into areas of debate on human rights or on debate of what should be overtime rates, we must have 12-hour shifts if we are to compete with neighboring countries, because that's what they are doing. Secondly, in areas of, when we talk about it in terms of the logistics, again, I think, Murli, you mentioned that it takes about 2.5 hours for it to come from Austin down to India, and another maybe 6 to 7 days for it to come from Bangalore right down to where you require the component. And that's the point. I mean, we have actually reduced, Guru, we've reduced the port turnaround times. The TAT has gone down from earlier, areas of 4 days. It's gone down to 48 hours now. There were areas where we even used to have 6 days, but we are competing against economies where the port TAT is at 4 hours. We pat ourselves on the back, and we actually have done a fantastic job to cut it down to 48 hours, sometimes even 24 hours. But please put it into the perspective that these 24 hours are competing against a 4-hour turnaround time, maybe a 6-hour turnaround time.
Yeah.
Right. So that's something that we must look at in a very serious manner. Taxation, again, GST is a fantastic thing, but we need to, when I say taxation being an issue, it's not so much as the method in which it is done, but rather the stability aspect. When a business can plan for a particular taxation in the next, say, 5 to 10 years, they are much more comfortable in also investing into that country. When there is a known, mapped battlefield, it doesn't matter if the tax may be slightly higher, and I may catch flack from other participants on this one, but I believe more important, more crucial for a business to plan whether the investment will be coming into the country or not is more about the stability. It's not about the 1% or 2% higher taxation. The last point that I had made was in terms of the infra. When I say infra, it's again not so much as ease of doing business. Ease of doing business is already being dealt with various task forces, and I think, Guru, you're on some of them also.
Yes.
And the states are doing a very good job by mapping themselves and ranking themselves in ease of doing business. So we know where we are to a large extent. But when I talk about infra, it's more about how, there are areas where it just flows under the radar. And I'll give you a specific example. One of the things that we did sort of a detailed study on as a team, as an advisory team, was why is it that we have certain amount of delays in loading processes in our ports? And we found that it was not really about the policy where it says that it has to have a full container load. It's more about there being certain vested interests which are handling matters on ground in the ports, which are not even the labor unions. These are, I would say, shadow unions, which are there, which demand a certain amount of, a certain cut of flesh. And if you don't do that, the work just stalls. Now, this is not something that will be put up on paper anywhere. But unless these things are dealt with in a very, very systematic manner, these will keep putting the country behind. And the ultimate sufferer is an entrepreneur who is trying to sort of work out of India and compete globally.
Great.
So
Arijit, sorry, I think we are running short of time. So my apologies. So I think just one quick comment I wanted to make. Two things I wanted to convey on, that a lot of people like this. I know an EMS company in Dod Balapur, which during the COVID period, and because of the problems with the neighboring country, shifted its entire supply chain to Europe. They don't source anything from that country right now. And so, there is, and the cost has not gone up a whole lot. So the long and short story is that there are alternatives available. It's just that, what JC said, right? Supply chain experts is what we need. And I think just one more point I'll end here is that, for the startups, and this is a startup, oriented conference, is, for those who used to go to the neighboring country for protos, for high volume, one thing I can tell you is today cost is lower for manufacturing in India. It's possible that for supply chain, we are still, dependent on some other countries for inputs. But I can tell you for sure, because I'm on the board of number of MSMEs, and not so small MSMEs also in India, where cost for you will be lower in India building it, whether it's a proto or volume manufacturing. So I think we've had a great session, different perspectives, from policy to various things. Nishant, I don't know if you have time for one or two questions from the audience, if there are any, or you would like us to wrap up.
We can probably take just one question which we have. It's posted on the chat window. I'll just read it out for you. IoT hardware companies somehow are not liked by investors in India. Is that the reason why you don't find them?
IoT hardware companies are not liked by now who wants to by investors in India? Who wants to take that? JC, madam, would you like to take that, madam? Is madam there?
She's online.
Maybe JC's perspective, JC, IESA.
It's a tough one. I think it's not about liking or disliking. I don't see it that way. I think if there is a good product for solves the real problem, and if you are thinking you are in the deep tech, or you're with the kind of investments that you need to make or have made, it is giving multiple value creation in the long term, 10x value maybe, that's what the deep techs are known for. I think if all of those things are true, there are investors who would look at it. Let me give you an example why I say that. If you look at the Safal example that there is a fabless accelerator that we have. Two of those companies, three of the VCs just recently invested into two startups right there. So I am seeing some of those coming up, and people are ready to invest. I think the more challenge we have is how we have the right startups who are solving the right problems, and then are they connected to the right people, right investment community, right? Even for that matter, are they connecting to people like Murli and others, Archit in this place, so that we all can help out to put them in front of the people who are interested in investing in it. I think they may not have access to the right people. That is one of the ecosystem problems we may be facing. I don't think people don't like them. I think where the money is to be made, investors will like it. That's the point I have.
Great. So I think to the person who has raised this question, or those who may have this question, I want to add one point. I got a call yesterday for the first time in 15-20 years. I waited from a private equity person saying that, Mr. Gururaj, you're very familiar with the ESDM, hardware space. We want to fund Indian product design and Indian EMSs. Can you guide us? So whoever has asked this question, please, I can guide you to them. Maybe Nishant, they can get my email ID, and I will direct them to this specific PE or PEs who are looking only for ESDM space now, both for hardware and EMS. So I think we've run completely out of time.
Guru,
Thank you.
Guru, can I request somebody like Som or Venki or somebody can take an action and say, hey, can we have a set of these people who are wanting to invest in the hardware space or in the EMS space, the product space? Can we have the list of those, and maybe a forum once a quarter where people can come in and talk to these folks?
That's a good idea.
I suggest we'll talk offline and then have a chat with Som and Venki together.
Sure.
I know about 3 or 4 PEs who have been talking to me saying, tell us companies where we can invest. I think I'll share those details with you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we know a few people who are interested to look at companies. So let's create a forum.
Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat.
Great. We got an action item out of a panel. Fantastic.
So thank you all the participants, importantly the panelists, Thank you very much for your time, knowledge shared, and Atmanirbhar Bharat it is. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the session to all the panelists.
Bye.
Bye.
So guys, without further ado, I would like to, I think Harvinder, you are the session chair for the next one.
Yeah, hi all.
Yes, Harvinder. So great. So let me do the honors of introducing Harvinder, and then we can get started. Harvinder will introduce the panelists and the others, and we'll move forward. So just a quick piece, Harvinder Singh Narula. He is one of our leaders in the Industrial IoT Task Force. He is Assistant GM of Products at Industry.ai. This is a subsidiary of Bharat Power and Light, focused on IoT, and a long timer at ABB. And he is one of the product management specialists as well under the International Software Product Management Council. So Harvinder, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. I hope I am audible to all. Great.
Yes, you are.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to IoTMatrix, Connected, Ambient, Intelligent. And this is the track for the panel discussion on case studies in industrial IoT-led digital transformation in large industries. And I welcome all our esteemed panelists. The moderator for our session is Abhishek Latte. Abhishek Latte, I welcome you. And Abhishek Latte, I will just brief intro about everyone on the panel. Abhishek Latte is a young entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of SenseGaze, a pioneer in enterprise IoT solutions. His company SenseGaze has also won the National Entrepreneurship Award for Engineering and Technology from the Union Government of India, and he is a firm believer of Make in India. Welcome on the stage, Abhishek. With the panelists, I would like to introduce first Mr. Mike. Mike is currently COO of EnergyBox, a global IoT solutions scale-up, and he's also a managing partner of 10x2 Business Accelerator. Previously, he has been CEO of global business units with Philips, Siemens, as well as many technology startups as a CEO in both B2C and B2B industries. Welcome you, Mike. Next, we have Mr. Vikram Upadhyay, who is founder GHV Group. He has been a pioneer in Indian venture market space who envisioned the problem and opportunities in area 2007 and empowering early stage ventures entrepreneurs since 2007. And his efforts have resulted in producing one of the first billion-dollar unicorns from India, called as Dhruva. Welcome you, Mr. Vikram. Next, we have Mr. Rajesh Kumar, who is founder of Indigo Limited, Japan. Earlier, he has worked as at National Physics Lab, New Delhi, ex-CEO of Flexible Display Venture in Japan. Welcome to you, Dr. Rajesh. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Harsimrat Singh Bhasin, who is a visionary business leader with the heart of technologist, and he firmly believes that digitalization as a journey for every manufacturing organization. And he believes in simplicity by design, excellence during execution, and unwavering customer focus. That's his goal at his company, Newbie. Welcome you all, and over to you, Abhishek, for the wonderful discussion.
Thanks, Arvind, for the kind introductions. So welcome everyone to the session here. Here we'll be speaking about using IoT in large industries for empowering the digital transformation. So a lot of large industries in and around India are now using IoT, be it for their manufacturing activities, be it for improving the efficiencies of their machines, their people, or even their supply chain and logistics. So in this session, we'll all talk about the use cases and success stories from some of the experts that we've all gathered here. And we look forward to an enriching session with inputs from all of you. So I'll start with a brief introduction about what my company does. So my company, SenseGaze, makes enterprise IoT products for predictive maintenance, real-time condition monitoring using sensors, asset and people tracking. And then in the COVID times, we've also built a solution for social distancing and contact tracing. So all of our customers are based all over the world. So we are always a global first company. We build in India under the Make in India program and sell it to customers all across the world. So I'd like to start with Mike. If you could please introduce yourself and what you've been doing in the last few years and what you do now.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. I enjoy very much dealing with India, which is the next, is going to experience the next years a new wave of growth, to my view. What I'm doing at this moment, I'm the CEO of a global startup in solutions, energy monitoring solutions, operational monitoring, but also an automation. So the combination of all three. The main focus is, of course, automation, which is something is going to revolutionize the world the next 10 to 20 years. At the same time, I have founded a company 4 years ago, which is aiming to grow sustainably the innovation ecosystem. So in this way, what we do is we nurture startups, we connect them with established companies, we help them to grow, to scale, and in the future might end up also to do also M&A between established companies and startups. And we have a quite strong presence in India because, as I said to you, I believe very much India is the next power of growth in the world the next 10 years. And thank you very much for inviting me in this event.
Thanks, Mike. That was Mike Mastroiannis joining us from Hong Kong. From there, we'll go to Vikram Upadhyay, who's based in the NCR. Vikram, if you could please introduce yourself and what you've been doing at GHV, please.
Thank you, Abhishek. Hi, everyone. This is Vikram Upadhyay. I'm a founder of GHV Group. So GHV is a VC fund for the early stage startups. We are an incubator. We have accelerator, and we have industry co-creation, DX labs for the enterprises. So in a nutshell, we are a VC as a service for the enterprises as well as for the startup. I'm by profession a venture capitalist, but by DNA, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been in this industry for the last 15 odd years. My journey started way back in 2007 when I invested in a startup, which is now a unicorn called Dhruva. So as a DX lab, what we do, we are solving a large problem, which is quite big for the global market. The enterprises, they have to adapt digital transformation, new innovations. At the same time, the second problem, which is residing at the startup plan, is the scalability without raising money. So the DX lab basically solves these two problems in one go. And through this framework, we make startups to do a rapid prototyping, a large test beds through the enterprises collaboration. And we have many collaborations globally. India is definitely a focus market. Maruti Suzuki MAIL program, which is powered by GHV Accelerator, is one example. You can have a look at that. And that's how we have been engaging ourselves VC as a service. That's about us. Thank you.
Thanks, Vikram-san, for your insights. From there, we can go to Dr. Kumar Rajesh, who's based in Japan. If you could please talk about your experiences and a bit about what you do currently. Dr. Rajesh, we cannot hear you yet. You're on mute. Please unmute.
Good afternoon to all the panelists. Okay, there. And yes, I'm one of the earlier. I was a scientist. Now I'm an entrepreneur. So this is Indigo is my second venture, and I'm also involved with some of the joint venture in India, and also of course with the SenseGiz also. And so right now as a IoT here in Japan, what the Indigo is involved in is too much focused on the two segments. One is we say the ASAP, means basically for storage, because just that food loss is there so it must be temperature must be controlled in a good fashion. So one of the segments that is the Indigo is focused on right now. And another is how the things move forward for industrial, basically. So that's right now it's a really wait and watch situation. how the things move particularly. Because most of this in IoT are now, if you see in the Japan, is the big companies are basically the major players. And so the startup has to make the way. So right now that's the one. So we are moving on. So this is something is right now is doing. Earlier I am one of the first venture company of flexible display in Japan for 14 years. So up to 2002 to 2014, I run a flexible display company. And after that, that's from the IoT venture. And I have also another one venture that is in the area of infrastructure related. That operation is in India, basically. And that's me about. So so not taking much of the time. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Rajesh. From there, we go to Harsimrat, who I believe is based in Europe. Harsimrat, can you please introduce yourself and what you've been doing at NIWI?
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I'm Harsimrat. I'm one of the co-founders at NIWI. We're primarily an industrial analytics company focused in applying the power of process digital twins, AI, and machine learning and IoT in the area of industrial sector. And what we have been doing primarily is driving digital transformation in our clients. I mean, fundamentally, if you look at it, fintech, retail, these are industries where digital transformation has been there for like the past 4 or 5 years. But manufacturing as an industry where sensorization, probably the precursor for everything else to happen in digitalization, has existed for the past 40, 50, 60 years, but it's been one of the laggards in digitalization. And we have a very strong viewpoint in terms of why we think it's there. And what we are trying to do with NIWI is try and address those, primarily in terms of how a lot of things just exist in silos. I mean, especially if you look at the area of analytics, how it's not really something which is delivered to the shop floor, to the blue collar worker who's actually going to do the work, and how it's not at industrial scale. We work with pretty marquee names across India and Europe, clients such as Airbus, ABB, Tata Steel, Mahindra, Sanofi, UPL. So a lot of big names across both Europe and India. And right now we are looking at how do we even expand beyond this into the North American markets.
Thanks, Harsimrat. So we can start with the panel discussion. I'll pose some questions to all of you and look forward to a great discussion. So I'll start with the first question to you, Mike. So in your opinion, what are some of the key insights that you can share with the audience on some successful IoT-led digital transformation projects deployed with large industries? So what, in your opinion, is key to ensuring that digital transformation initiatives, which are often confusing to new companies, and how you can make them successful?
Thank you very much. Great question. So practically, I have three key points here to explain. The first one is, for any successful global transformation, the starting point was customer pain points in combination with the purpose and the vision of a company. The next step is to decide which specific use cases you are going to address to create value for the customer. And most of the successful cases are about improving the customer productivity, reduce costs, improve the customer experience, or improve customer service and quality. This answer is not exhaustive, but again, the main message is start with the customer and your own purpose and vision. You need to have a good combination. You cannot be driven only from the customer. You need to have also your own conviction where you want to go with the company. The second point is, all successful IoT-led digital transformations, they have a combination of the right mindset within the leadership of the company. It needs a lot of leadership. It needs a lot of competencies, not only technological. For example, you need a lot of times, a lot of partnerships. So it's not only about technology, and frequently it results in a change in the business model of a major big companies. And to change the business model in a big company, that's not easy. That's why, but the leadership that embraces business model change, they are also successful. At the end of the day, of course, you need to embrace also the data-based insights, and any successful big transformation was a multi-year substantial investment. We are talking about the big companies, right? With startups, going to be smaller, but in general, it's quite substantial. The last thing is how you create the solution. A lot of the successful companies, before they went to the physical execution of their platform, they use digital twins technology to test assets and their functions on the cloud, and then they move to the physical execution. These are my 3 points, Abhishek.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Great insights. So yeah, building on what you said, like you said, a lot of old companies are changing their business models as they adopt digital transformation. Like in India, we have the example of the Reliance Group, which has changed from just being an oil refiner to now being the pioneer of digital change, including IoT through some of their newer initiatives. So that is one successful example of using digital transformation to change existing business models. I'll go to Vikram San to maybe give his insights on the same question, please.
You are muted, yeah.
Abhishek, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So what insights, Vikram, can you share in terms of your experiences where large enterprises have used industrial IoT solutions to power their digital transformation?
Great, thank you. I think in the last 2 years, and especially in the last 11 months, there is a major paradigm shift in the way of thinking the large enterprises are thinking about how they can grow from this point onwards, especially after the pandemic, post-pandemic. One thing is constantly coming out from all these enterprises. They want to look at data as a kind of the way to maximize the ROI and minimize their losses. That's a common factor coming out from all the enterprises who are adapting digital transformation. Definitely, it's something new for many of them. They don't know how to go about it. Those who know how to go about it, they don't know how to monetize the data part of it. The biggest challenge which comes to them is the interoperability in the digital transformation. And within digital transformation, there are various sections, and IoT is definitely one. The experience I have in this space, which is relatively new for me, because I am this digital transformation space with the startups and the industries for the last 8 years only. The kind of projects they've been doing, the initiatives they're taking, they are looking to first address their own processes for the digital transformation, because the enterprise needs to innovate their processes to adapt new methods in the organization. After the process comes the product, followed by the service side of it, and then the business model. As data is the new oil, we have been talking about it, and IoT is a buzzword for all these industries they want to adapt. They are looking these digital transformations in terms of how they can use data to improve the efficiency of their the manpower, reduce the cost of the redundancy of the manpower, how to reduce the overheads in terms of the assets which are underlined and not utilized wide across the enterprise. Those are the innovations these large enterprises are focusing as a first step. And definitely the process is the key around it. It's relatively new, but some enterprises, they have adapted pretty well. Maruti Suzuki is, I can proudly say, is the market leader, not only in the auto sector, but they have proved digital transformation adaptation as they are the market leaders now. The way they have been transforming the enterprise, the organization within themselves, and collaborating with their ecosystem, that is their the suppliers, the ancillary companies, their dealer network, their customer experience. So I think many organizations like Maruti Suzuki are adapting it. Challenges are definitely there, but the good point is they are keeping a positive note that this is the only way forward for India to become the Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Thanks, Vikram San, for your kind insights. I'll pose the same question to Dr. Kumar Rajesh. Dr. Rajesh, if you can give your insights in terms of how we are seeing the same in Japan, in terms of how things are different there. What kind of digital transformation projects are you seeing as successful, and how are people doing it?
If you see as for the industrial IoT, and if we see as for the global scale, so definitely USA is the forefront that's leading, and that is adoption of IoT is high there. And next region comes the Asia Pacific. So that's the Asia Pacific is of course comes in the Japan here, and then so right now, when you ask about, I can explain about from the Japan perspective because we're dealing with the here. So there is a two aspect of here. One is related to that's the large vendors who are catering to this large consumer, means the company who want to use the IoT for the different segments particularly. As far as if you know this, since Japan is very much known for the powerhouse of the manufacturing. So what we say is that now the IoT, but it's a sort of IoT is already last, I think, so when I am already here from last 25 years, so you say that that all of the systems is already integrated with the sensors, whether it's a wired sensor and different, and the data is coming, data analytics is there, everything is done particularly. So now the question is the two. One is here is the comes to the enterprise. What they are looking for is the one is the cost reduction, where the large number of sensors can be used, but as the same quality, which Japan has already as an industry practice is using particularly. So this is one of the challenge to meet the very high quality and also the same time cutting the cost down. So this is what we are seeing across the industry segment, whether it's a retail or whether it's the manufacturing segments, particularly which we are right now dealing with, and how to make this supply chain particularly with enterprise, because the enterprise also want to talk to whether the large company, when they talk to the venture company, they say, okay, this is the new idea and these things can be done. But at the same time, the problem with the supply chain comes. Because once we are dealing with the software, okay, AI is fine, particularly. Once we call about the IoT, now here the three segments are involved. One is the hardware. Number two goes the software. And the third goes the how to handle the data. That is the data monetization. So there are three parts. It's not so easy to handle one company, all the three sections. So that makes a lot of the things here. So if we see the IoT here is almost it's coming under the domain of the big company, whether you can say as the Hitachi or whether you can say like a different company. And how a venture can make an inroad, it depends upon how they can control these three segments: the hardware, the quality standard hardware that one can give at a competitive cost, and one can say also how the data can monetize and how one can use the data. So these are the things in particular. And in overall, definitely Japan market, we are lagging 5 years back compared to the USA, lagging 5 years, that can you say. So something like this, the things is moving. And now in recent things have changed in last 5 years. In 5 years back, there was a talk about the IoT particularly, I think, but now it had become a very, very competitive space in Japan, because a lot of because it's related to the manufacturing. There are a lot of sensor manufacturers here with the company. So their sensor manufacturer has moved because software, they can get it the software, and now they are the IoT company. So it's become as very, very competitive as far here. So, but market-wise is big. It's the number 2 market after USA as far as whatever in IoT related. So this is something that right now is the current situation, how this trend will move, particularly. So enterprise definitely, they want to implement the IoT, but normally there is again, we are facing here is the 2 things. So one is either you are giving them a package solution or it is a customized solution. So most of the time, it's a very, very difficult to give a custom solution what the venture has developed or what the company has particularly, because the company, the enterprise who wants to implement, they want to implement there as a in package. The hardware is there, some particular depth sensor is there. They want to integrate with CRM also. They want to integrate with ERP also, or something like that. That's why the large enterprise, they want particularly, not just a one solution particularly. Okay, I'm trying to do this one day. So this is the trend here particularly. So how to handle this is one of the challenge when it comes to the venture. And there is a very easy, yeah. So, okay, so this is my feedback.
Thanks for your views from Japan. So we'll talk about some of your other points in our next question, which is about challenges. So meanwhile, I'll let Harsimrat to please talk about some of his experiences on deploying IoT solutions for digital transformation at his company, Nivi.
Yeah, so I think in our experience, what makes the difference between a successful project and something which will just be a pilot as and one-off is, I think, very early on understanding the why something is being done. I mean, unless you address that, because I think at a broad level, all organizations get that they need to go through this journey and they need to have this whole entire thing about digital transformation. The problem with that is it's a very broad term and everybody has a different understanding and meaning of what it means for them. And unless you narrow it down to specific use cases in terms of why something is being done, and then you detail that out, and unless you develop upon that piece of it, what happens is it tends to lead to disappointment. So one thing that we've learned is to be very clear of the reasons for doing something rather than just for companies trying to get into the so-called bandwagon of digital transformation. Otherwise, it really doesn't go anywhere. It becomes one-off projects which leads to disappointment both from a customer perspective and from our perspective. The other is understanding very clearly and identifying very clearly upfront what value you will get out of that. Again, it's very for us. It's been very important to set that expectation upfront and understand the expectation from a customer perspective upfront, because we strongly believe that again is very key to identifying what moves to the next stages. The idea is that you showcase things and move forward, but don't make the journey as just a part of showcases. I mean, the showcases try to get buy-in from a broader audience within the company and say, yeah, this works. Because manufacturing as an industry is very traditional. I mean, people don't want to change. They've been doing things the same way for the past 20, 25, 30 years, ever since they've been there. And so you've got to show them quick wins and quick successes to move the needle forward on their side. Otherwise, they're happy. One and two is they don't want to disturb the equation, because imagine you do something on their equipment or in their processes, and that leads to something which is not a positive effect. So they're very scared in that sense. So that's why it's a lot of hand-holding that needs to go along with that as part of the process. And then finally, I think Mike also mentioned this. There's a huge change management aspect of what comes in as part of the process. Now, obviously, as startups, we can't be ahead and leading that change management because that's a totally different kind of a mindset, and that's a totally different kind of this thing. So at least having champions within the organization who can spearhead that change management for you. Otherwise, again, you could do one thing, it could be a beautiful project, but unless you are able to get the users to use it and in the way it is intended and adapt to those changes, it again doesn't go through. So we that's what we've seen in our experience. So the idea is to try to keep things as much as part of their existing workflows. Don't rock the boat completely, because that will probably is just scare them off. And you need the users on your side to really move forward. So I think that is really what's important from our perspective.
For sharing some of your success mantras, which would be very important to the audience as they also go along to deploy their IoT solutions for digital transformation. So moving along, I'll come to the second question, which is also a very interesting and an intriguing question. So what are some of the challenges that we see when we go out there to do an IoT installation for digital transformation? So the challenges can be unique. It could be on the hardware, it could be on the software side, it could be dealing with people, like some of the panelists said, it could be dealing with the conditions, dealing with the remote areas. So it would be great if all of the panelists speak about that. So I'll start with you, Mike, if you can speak about some of the challenges that you've seen with IoT projects, and then some insights on overcoming them.
Thank you very much. So first of all, as many of the panelists mentioned it, you need to have very clear use cases before you start. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And you need to have the buy-in of the whole organization. We should not underestimate the soft aspects of changing, especially in big companies, right? And my starting point is here, big companies, and to make the change, you need tremendous leadership. You need the backing of the whole top management team to be able to make the change. Then the next point is human resources with the right knowledge. Not all companies have this, right? But this is also an opportunity for collaboration with startups. That's why I spoke in the beginning about growing the innovation ecosystem, where I'm focusing as a founder of 10x2. And there I see a lot of opportunity to connect the right startups with the right established companies to innovate together. The next innovation wave of the current, the future innovation wave is going to be with a collaboration between startups and established companies. Established companies, the corporate labs are quite thin, or I would say in the most of the companies is quite weak. So the innovation is changing to the collaboration mode. The next one is connectivity challenges. IoT is the network of networks, right? And if we think that connectivity issues have been solved, it's not the case at all. There are, especially with wireless networks, their wireless networks are not yet perfect. And they will not be perfect for a long time, even with 5G, because embryonic stage, all things are going to happen. And that's why still, let's say, wired networks are still preferred for very specific applications. The next one is the security. The security of the network of networks is very, very important. And at this moment, the system is very, very weak with all these cyber attacks, which you can read every day. And we don't read everything what's happening. There are so many more. And the last one is building an effective data analytics platform that results in actionable insights for the users. It's something that is very challenging. It's not yet taken for granted that this is happening, right? So to find the right insights and create value for the customer, it's the essence of the whole platform you build, but this is not always very effective. So that's my input.
Thanks, Mike. Some great insights there. Vikram-san, if you could speak about some of your insights in terms of the challenges faced by startups in deploying IoT solutions and then how to overcome them.
Okay, I think this question is very close to my heart, and I've been facing a lot of challenges. I think in the last 8-10 years, I've seen use cases, more than 200-300 use cases of the challenges specific to the startup, deploying IoT solutions to the enterprises, and also how the challenges enterprises are facing when they're adapting IoT. I'll take a step back. Challenges are very subjective. That's what I always believe in. And I like to address in this forum the very critical subject, which is very important to address a larger problem and to address the challenges when you're adapting IoT. Technical part, I'll skip because there are more better panelists who can comment on the technical side of it. IoT is basically for data, sensors. As we know, data is going to be the new oil for the world. So the enterprise who's going to adapt that innovation has to understand and build the DNA within the organization. This is a data game. It's not the hardware game. If I have to give the analogy, what Google did when I was in Tokyo University as a student was not able to see Google at that time, Gmail. There was Hotmail in 90s. Then Google came in 2000 mid. They were not charging anything. And I was just out from the college working for the bankers as an investment banker, free Gmail account, and was using, interestingly, Gmail, Google decided to create a vision of a 50 years plan. That's the vision with which they started building the data around Google and Gmail and other services. Similarly, the enterprises who are going to adapt IoT to capture the data, they have to understand and build a long-term vision, how they can monetize the data, short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Definitely, enterprises have to look at the short-term first from the P&L point of view, because the ground team, they have to look at from their immediate monthly, quarterly, and yearly performance. That's fine. But the management has to build a long-term vision. Second analogy, if data is going to be the new oil, then IoT is going to be the new refinery. What refinery does to the oil, the IoT startups are going to be the same for the data when it is going for the enterprises. So they're going to refine the data coming out from the various processes, products, or mechanism or business models, and convert that data, whether it's required for the HR, whether that data is required for the finance, whether data is required for the customer. That's what the startups of IoT have to think of. It is not a short-term approach to look at it. That's my experience. Initially, I've seen enterprises come to us. They say they need innovation lab, DX lab, where they need IoTs to solve reducing the manpower. IoT is not to reduce the manpower. It has to create the efficiency in the manpower. You can optimize that, but the data has to help you to make your organization so smart that you are ahead of time vis-a-vis your competitors in the market. And that's how the data has to play the role, and IoT has to be the gateway as a refinery for that. Now, this approach is required to be adapted by the startup when they are working with the enterprise, or an enterprise working with a startup. Generally, the challenges come for the startups. The enterprise is not paying a lot, or enterprise is paying just for the hardware. Enterprise is not accepting my SaaS model, or enterprise is not respecting for me to create an IP and license out the IP. I think if you build a business model based on the objective of the enterprise and educate that it's the end game is the data, and you package your IoT with a kind of a various services which are the outcome of the refinery part you have done from your IoT, demonstrate to the enterprise and say this is a product A, product B, and product C for your HR, your finance, and all of them. A very interesting use case of a large enterprise, they have a large factory outlets, manufacturing company, warehouses. They adapted one of the IoTs for monitoring the behavior of the workforce in the warehouse as well as the factory. The enterprise was very clear. They have to put the sensors, which can sense how many people came, how many hours they worked, and that's it. But the startup was very smart. he was able to build a product out of that experience. And later, though he could not make a huge upside from that invoice for that particular client, but he came out with a learning and he created a product which came as a SaaS product and gave that IoT as a service. And the kind of revenue he generated 100 times of what he was thinking of, because he was providing data to monetize by the end client, that's the enterprise. And there was a revenue sharing model around that. I think, as I said, challenges are very subjective. A startup should look definitely from short term, but he should be very innovative in designing and in the offering side of it. Go with the need of the enterprise and then build product from the experience you are having with the enterprise. And for the enterprise, definitely, if they have to be the next Google in the manufacturing or the healthcare or the aeronautic space or anywhere using IoT, they have to build up at least 20 years roadmap while they are adapting IoT for the digital transformation. This is my 2 cents on this question.
Thanks, Vikram-san, for your insight in terms of adopting a long-term approach and not a short-term approach when dealing with data and deriving ROI out of that for the enterprises. That was a great amount of insight for everyone. Dr. Rajesh, if you could please share some of the challenges that you've seen in Japan, how you've overcome them, maybe in a couple of minutes, please.
Okay, I will take some note from Vikram-san. So, and in that light, I will try to explain and also take a note from Mr. Mike based on that. So there are what particularly I have faced. I run a hardware company here in Japan, and now with the IoT with you also here. So there are what as a startup, as a venture, I'm facing, and what I'm looking at as a IoT as a perspective particularly. And so I will say the challenge and then how I see the solution, whether it could be effectively it can be done or not. The 2 aspects I will talk about. So first is the challenge. The challenge is I see for IoT in a 3 ways. One is basically is the security, definitely. As if you see that the big company has a lot of things to do, they can take up the security, like as Facebook and Google and other company can do. But as for the resource crunch, a startup has a big problem, and that comes to the reliability, whether they can deliver or not. So that is the one problem, number 1. So that is the one part for the IoT. Number 2 is the finance. I think since IoT is related with the hardware, is related with the firmware, with the software, and then how the data, whether enterprise has to deal the data by themselves, or the company who is giving the solution, they also can do something with the data, how to handle the data or something, analytics or those things. So it makes a very finance sensitive industry, basically. So a IoT company can be successful once it has enough finance completely. So that is the one part which I'm going through this, and I feel that is the one part particularly. Number 3, which is I'm taking from the Vikram plant. That is, if oil is there and then refinery is there, so it means you are making something from the crude oil and then churning out to oil. So once you are making a refinery, then what will happen that whether you are making a diesel oil making or just a kerosene oil making or a very high grade aviation fuel you are making, it depends on basically on the refinery. So for the IoT, what sort of perfection of the hardware is there is very, very important. So how best the hardware and as a competitive price one can make, that will be the core of the IoT. Otherwise, it is a software company, whether it could be a SaaS company, is a software company, it is not a IoT company. IoT company is there unless it linked with the hardware, and it gives, this is one of the core. If the hardware is quite good and perfect, one can crack the market. So unique particularly, because hardware is something is not I'm saying of the sensor, but as a solution it should be perfect. So this is the one aspect, because in a hardware, like a specification is there, particularly very high spec, low spec, resolution, sensitivity, security, so many things are respected. So based on that, what type of the oil is there, then that's market value is there. So adoption. So this is the one of the challenge is there. So the three challenges: security, finance, and hardware. If you're making a very good hardware at a competitive price, definitely will crack. People will come, SaaS people will come, data people will come, or everybody will come. Okay, so that will be the winning game here. So this is the three challenges there. Now I will say how I see how to get success and how whether I can crack it or do it. So here is the example. Let us see why the semiconductor industry of Taiwan grown very well. Because the Taiwan is very much integrated with the USA when the semiconductor industry was very much on the boom, like Intel and those people were there. So a lot of know-how of those things come to the Taiwan and very good relations. So there, those a lot of people are doing that there and then back to Taiwan. So there the foundry is grown in Taiwan. Well, what happens to the software? So in software segment, why it is India becomes so much software? Because many of things come from USA, and USA many people gone there, come back, work out. So that's a relation, and that's become the industry. Since I am the display, I will give you example. If you see the display industry is very much go to the China, and first it gone from Japan to Korea, from South Korea, then Taiwan, then to China particularly. So this is since Japan was dealing with the hardware, so this is the display, the hardware industry that grew on that side. Now when I see in the challenge in IoT, is particularly when as a startup here, when my link is in India. So basically a winning game is there to which I'm saying here that a software expertise of in India and a hardware expertise of Japan, I think is a winning solution for a Indian startup or is a Japanese startup to work it out. I think that could be one of the things is a paradigm that is a shift and change. And if that could be work it out, that could be go to a global solution. So this, I talk about the challenge and I talk about the solution. Let's see how it moves.
Thanks, Dr. Rajesh, for building on what Mike said and using Vikram's analogies to explain your points. Thanks for the same. So Harsimrat, if you could please speak about some of the challenges that you faced and how you've overcome them with your deployments of IoT.
Yeah, I think a lot of the thing has already been covered by the different panel members. I think most of the challenges are fairly similar in terms of how and in terms of either it's IoT connectivity, it's security, it's availability of protocols, standards, everything around that. The point that I would probably want to look at is slightly different for this question. One is in terms of, because what IoT and analytics is essentially going to enable much longer term is something like connected industries or connected factories, and it's not just within the same organization itself, but within inter-organization. And if you look at it historically, a lot of that would play out with things like EDI and stuff like that. Now, the challenge with all of those is EDI can only handle so much of data, whereas IoT generates the volume of data that's generated is huge, and what happens with that is also very different. So I see that's one of the things that probably as telecommunications evolve, as some of the other things happen, more protocols and standards are developed, new ways of intercommunication between organizations. Inter-organization is pretty, because it's still within the gamut of one company to do it, and then there are already providers that are working on it. It's something which you look at it from a broader perspective, because that's really going to power and enable when supply chains get connected end to end. When an OEM knows the output that they're going to get from the supplier, what are the specifics that have gone into as they build that out, and how does that really impact? A lot of that information is right now not shared. I mean, when you get raw materials, you just know the specifications of it, but what has actually gone on to build that out, the supplier might know it, but the volume of information to share around that becomes very tremendous. So those are things which I see more as an evolution or the next steps that will probably really frog leap the whole use of these technologies into the next phase itself. So.
Thanks, Harsimrat, for sharing some of your insights based on your experiences. So we'll go to the last question. As we are short on time, I request everyone to just take a minute to answer this last question, which is pretty straightforward. So in all of your opinions, which sectors or which industries do you see as some of the leading adopters of industrial IoT solutions? So yeah, so that would be a great insight for our audience to plan their own businesses as well. So we'll start with Mike. If you could please take a minute to talk about what do you think are the key sectors who are the leaders in adopting IoT?
Yeah. So everything around transportation, that's number one. Second one is manufacturing. And something that was a sleeping giant, but had been forced to adopt new technologies, healthcare. I see them, these three areas, they're going to be the highest growth.
Thanks, Mike. Some great insights there. Yeah, those three areas would surely lead the way. Vikram-san, if you could speak about your opinions in terms of what sectors would be the leaders.
So just to add on what Mike has covered, in addition to that, education is one sector which will adapt IoT big time, because the way we have learned work from home, study at home, education is going to adapt or need to adapt IoT big time. Entertainment side of it, travel industry is going to adapt or have to adapt IoT big time. Manufacturing, I think Mike has already covered. Shipping, part of transportation, so shipping is definitely there. Healthcare is covered. I think, yeah, so primarily in this area. Real estate is another area where IoT is going to pick up very fast from now onwards.
Thanks, Vikram, for adding to what Mike said. Dr. Rajesh, if you can build on this and talk about maybe some of your sectors that you're seeing a lot of traction with.
So right now in Japan, okay, in general, there is a two. In the perspective for the Japan, but I will say that now there is a regulation has come here in Japan for, we say the HACCP means right now. So that is a very one of the sectors. So that is the regulation. And once IoT is everywhere, so all the industries across the segment are using particularly. But once there is a regulation, there is a need to do adopt particularly. So that is the one thing I think it will grow here, which I am focusing on particularly also. So, but as a global, as Mike has covered, Vikram has also covered. So the number one in coming days, if you see in the next 20 years or so, the number one, the leading segment will be healthcare. That is going to be next technology innovation or next consumer or whatever we can say. We can see now Fitbit has grown, like Apple Watch has come and become like this particularly. So in this segment, if we see that the next industry is the healthcare industry in a different way, whether it's IoT or whether it's AI or whether it's a software or whether it's a service particularly. So how the IoT can take grab of this how much bigger. So I think so there is, and I'm also basically focusing on that is one segment. So one vertical. So that will be going to be great, definitely very big. And of course, Google and other big giants will jump in definitely.
Thanks, Dr. Rajesh.
Yeah.
Harsimran, if you could talk about some of the sectors that you are seeing traction with.
I mean, I'll probably talk more in the manufacturing context. I think you'll see a lot of transformation happening there, primarily in industries such as healthcare, like it was already mentioned, large scale OEMs, because I think they will also start moving towards servitized business models, so servitization based, where they're selling their goods usage rather than by just selling the equipment as is. I think we've already seen that happening, but I think that's going to start accelerating, and that'll use a lot of power of AI, IoT, analytics together to really drive that.
Thanks, Harsimrat. So so we're done with the panel questions. We just have a couple of minutes left, so we'll just take one audience question before we wrap up. So it's an interesting question for all of us. So the question is, how do you think COVID has affected the business models or workings for IoT companies or IoT deployments? So if everyone could take maybe 30 seconds to answer that, please, starting with Mike.
Yeah, so quickly, first of all, many things moving online. That's a major shift in so many industries. Another one for healthcare, I see more moving to telemedicine, even if it's a difficult shift. It started accelerating. That's very, very important. And I see a lot of multi-site industries like quick service restaurants, for example. They need to reduce costs, so they adopt IoT much faster than in the past because they want to reduce costs dramatically.
Thanks, Mike. Maybe Vikram-san, if you could add to that maybe in 30 seconds.
Very simple. The COVID has given an opportunity to the market to create at least 100 unicorns from the IoT in the next 5 to 10 years. That's the size of the opportunity this COVID has created for the IoT.
Maybe more.
Wow.
Maybe more. Very conservative number I'm sharing with you.
Wow, that would surely be music to everyone's ears in the audience. Thank you. Mr. Rajesh, if you could please add to that in short, in 30 seconds.
I fully agree with Vikram-san as a post-COVID. In post-COVID, it is going to be very big, whether it's like a vaccine distribution will be there or other things are there. It's going to be very big because people will be like to spend the money. Right now, I think most of the IoT company might have take a big hit because we are also taking the hit for that because IoT is related with the hardware and you cannot go to an on-site and deploy the hardware, whether it's a small or whether it's a big. So those people who are in IoT but dealing with the software side, they have not got the hit particularly. But those with dealing with the all across from hardware to the solution, they have got it definitely. We have a large enterprise also has a hit. Vendors have got the hit here. Big alliance partner company are there. They are got in the pending. So those things. So we got a hit. But post, I completely agree with you. It has created a vast opportunity, and it is going to be a big chance for that.
Thanks, Rajesh. Harsimrat, maybe in 30 seconds, if you could quickly add to that.
I would say it's huge because what IoT enables is understanding from a distance what's happening with your equipment, with whatever it is. And that's probably the most important thing about the post-COVID environment is this distance, right? So, I mean, IoT is the underlying thing that drives all of that. And it might be IoT, it might be other sensor-based things which have already existed, but all of that together being enabled to provide remote visibility in terms of what's happening in anything. I mean, it could be in any context. So that's where it all comes in together.
Thanks, Harsimrat. We come to the end of the session here. So it was great interacting with all of you with a lot of enriching anecdotes from Mike, Vikram, Dr. Rajesh, Harsimrat. So thanks everyone. Hope the audience has learned a lot of insights on challenges and overcoming them and how to scale IoT deployments. Thank you all. Over to you, Arvind.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Abhishek. I think it was a great session. A lot of insights for everyone to know and learn about what all have been doing in the industry. Thanks a lot to all the panelists. Again, we will host you somewhere. We will see again everyone each other. Thanks a lot. And we have next session. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all the panelists. Because we are a bit short of time, we will quickly move on to industrial panel session 2. Dipesh, are all the panelists available and online?
Yeah, they're all available. You can start.
Okay, very good. So I'll just do a quick round of introductions about Dipesh, and then I'll let Dipesh, the session chair, handle this. So Dipesh is the session chair for this industrial IIoT panel number 2. And he's an independent consultant on industrial Internet of Things. But most importantly, he is, along with Harvinder and Dipesh, they lead our IoT Forum's task force on IIoT. He's a volunteer in multiple organizations, including Atal Innovation Mission and the Mentor of Change for Karnataka. And most importantly, he's a passionate writer. And he has written 2 books, an English novel and the anthology of poems in Hindi. So over to you, Dipesh.
Yeah, thanks, Om, for a nice introduction and welcome everybody. I wish that this would be a great session. So once again, greetings and warm welcome to IoTMatrix Connected Track for the panel discussion on IIoT business model and pricing strategy. IoTMatrix on its 6th anniversary is the annual conference of IoT Forum. IoT Forum is a think tank initiative of TAI. Raise IoT Quotient of India has been the motto. It started in 2014. IoT Forum is now a vibrant community of over 2,000 plus IoT startups, several thousands of active participants with 14 task forces, 100 plus volunteers. And IoT Forum initiatives include regular meetings, membership on active community forum on various topics of interest. And we also had IoT Startup Awards announced yesterday for the top startups. So let's just get into this session. First, I would welcome the moderator, Atul Govil. Atul Govil is the Chief Transformation Officer and Head SAP and IT for India Glycols Limited. He's a graduate engineer with dual degree on marketing and HR management. Has a strong practical domain experience in IT, OT, operation excellence, and supply chain in manufacturing setups. Very warm welcome, Atul.
Thank you, Dipesh.
Now we have a team of 4 panelists. Rahul Mishra to start with, Chief Operation Officer at Probus Smart Things. He's an alumnus of IIT Delhi, has earlier stint in 3M, Deloitte, and KPMG. And right now he works with Probus, which is a last mile solution provider, which is on a mission to increase the per capita consumption of electricity in India by 10x, which is presently 1/3 of global average, by reducing the distribution losses in Indian electricity distribution grid. A very warm welcome, Rahul Mishra.
Thanks, Dipesh.
We have next Derek Jose, co-founder, Futura Decision Science and Analytics, and alumnus of BITS Pilani, has earlier worked in Mindtree as vice president. And currently he drives Futura, which is an AI solution company focused on improving two core business objectives of asset uptime and operational efficiency. Welcome, Derek.
Thanks, Dipesh, and good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to Rahul Raghunathan, co-founder Exact Space. He's an alumnus of SP Jain Institute of Management and has earlier worked in several organizations, to name a few: iQlect, LTX, and Directy. And currently he drives Exact Space, which builds artificial intelligence technology that helps the industries and avoid unplanned failures and keep their assets performing at their peak at all times. A very warm welcome, Rahul Raghunathan. We have, last but not the least, Rakesh Vich, founder and CEO of TrueMind Software Systems, an alumnus of BIT Ranchi, and I am also batchmate of Rakesh. He did his MBA from IIT Ghaziabad and also fellowship in Carnegie Mellon. He has worked with several organizations, to name a few: Wipro, Huge Software, and his last assignment was as a chief business officer in Arisent. And now with TrueMinds, which is his passion, and he doesn't call this a startup, but an early funded company. And it provides engineering solution to digital and connected world through 5G, IoT, ML, artificial intelligence, and analytics. And now I hand over this to the moderator, Atul Govil. Over to you, Atul.
Thank you, Dipesh, and thanks TIE team for this opportunity. Good afternoon to all participants. Hope you and your dear ones are safe and sound. Topic for today's discussion is business models, pricing strategies in industrial IoT. That's the focal point of this panel today. To begin with, let me share a macro view first, so that we get the participants interested. So because if we jump over just talking technology and talking those tech terms, maybe it'll not be of interest. So let's create that interest first. So the macro view of the topic is that if you would have read this article which had come some time back, the World Economic Forum says that industrial IoT is actually pivotal to the future of manufacturing as we speak. And through deployment of the right sensors, using analytics for decision support, manufacturing companies would now be able to generate timely insights to reduce the risk of human error. This human error could be on the act of omission, or it could be act of commission, so to say. Okay, so that's the broad view, which states that for manufacturing companies to remain relevant in the next era, in years to come, they will have to leverage industrial IoT. That's the brief premise. So that's the market size we are talking about. But then, having said that, all that is fine. But if you go out and meet the CFO of any of these companies, they would say that person would say that okay, you get timely insights, you get decision support, you get real-time monitoring, you get error avoidance. All that is fine, and you may also get some alerts to users to identify a problem and maybe take some preventive or corrective action. That's great. But then, where is the money? Okay, and how do you get money on the table? Okay, so that's what we talk about today, and especially given this COVID epidemic, I as a practitioner, I work for India Glycols. I know that there are so many avenues of IoT deployments which have opened up because of this. I'm not calling this as an opportunity, but it's there. So we have to go with the flow. So here in this panel, we will discuss the brass tacks, the immediate and extremely practical views, and the way forward on this topic of great interest. So I would start with the questions. I just thought through a few questions for this esteemed set of panelists we have today. And to start with, let me have the first one, which talks about what do you think, what in your knowledge is a good business model and a good business strategy which you would adopt in the current times. So I would request maybe Derek to start with. Derek, if you can give your thoughts, your views on this question.
Sure. Thanks, Atul. So one of the business we have executed is what we call as pay-per asset per month. So we have our digital assistant. So for example, we sold it to a large fracking manufacturer. Traditionally, they are used to consuming software in a CapEx mode. They pay for historian SCADA systems, PLC systems in bulk. But in the new way of doing things, the way we structured it was, we said, as you scale, we scale. So there are advantages and disadvantages to it. The advantage from a startup's point of view is it's sweet for the customer. They do not download a lot of cash upfront. The disadvantage for the startup is for you to know when you will hit critical mass. So there are pros and cons of that model. So that is one model which we have seen accelerating. Is pay per asset per app per month, and again you can find multiple. The other model which we are seeing
there's some bandwidth issue, Derek. It seems that
insight as a service.
Or
okay, are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, we could hear you, but there was a moment wherein it was not so clear. I don't know whether it's my system or Dipesh. Could you hear him clearly?
No, there was a glitch in between.
There was a lag actually. Maybe if you're okay, you can put off your video for a while you speak.
Sure. Well, let me do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the second model which we have seen, which is accelerating, is the Insight as a Service, where you charge per output, but that is not something which you executed. So I just thought I'll table those two models which you are experiencing in the marketplace.
Sure, great. I think that's great. But I think the irony of the situation in India in particular is, though we talk about these greatest and the latest technologies, but then this bandwidth always creates a situation for us. So I think let's move on, and that's an interesting perspective, Derek, you gave. I would now request Rahul Raghunathan to give his thoughts on this point. Rahul, over
Sure.
to you. Yeah.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Clear,
Okay,
loud and clear.
great. So we work in the energy industry, and when we started off, we knew we want to be in the industrial AI space. That's a pretty large canvas, so we brought that down to energy for a few reasons. But what we very quickly realized is we needed to narrow down further. So within energy, we went down to power, thermal power. When we got into thermal power, we realized it's massive and complex, and we had to really pick very specific problems. So the path that we took is, say, in a power plant, there are 200 assets. There are some key outcomes that customers look for. So we went very narrow, picked a micro problem, and solved for that problem. This is to begin with. So we are an early stage company, right? So we solved the problem and tabulated the outcomes. And the way we started off is by taking a small portion of the outcome as an annual fee, right? So it is still it's still a subscription fee. It is not really tied to the outcome, but the way we priced for it is we realized that this is what the outcome could be, and this is how much we could extract as value. And the benefit it provides us is we start small. We don't really ask the customer to take up a very large upfront cost, but by virtue of that, we are in the plant, the leg in, and we can start addressing other micro problems and slowly grow the account over time. But like Derek mentioned, we haven't gone with a very heavy upfront cost to the customers for many obvious reasons, because there's a lot of suspicion in terms of the benefit IIoT gives to customers. So we've been able to deliver value and extract a small value, but as a subscription fee for the software.
I think interesting. So I think Derek talked about this pay-as-you-use model, and this at your end, you spoke about this success fee model, wherein you demonstrate success, and based on that success value measured, you take a carve out a percentage out of it, maybe perhaps.
Correct. We do, but we don't call it a success fee. It is just a benchmark for us to say, okay, this is the value to the customer, so they might be willing to pay a certain percentage as a software license or a subscription fee. So we stay away from calling it the success fee.
Okay, but okay, I think great, good to hear that. I think that brings me to Rakesh Vij. Rakesh, if you can share your thoughts about this business model and the business strategy part.
So in my view, I think there could be three sorts of model. I mean, two we've covered, right? And rather than success fee, I would like to call it a risk and reward model, right? So it's like your skin in the game, and that's what customers want, right? That's, I think, one aspect. And risk and reward could be, in terms of improving the efficiency, bringing the cost down, or improving the productivity. I mean, that's so you have, your pricing could be based on, either of these. We also talked about usage based, right? So it's a usage, pay per use. There are various aspects to it. So and then there are bulk discounts, etc. if you use more. So I think that is the whole idea. And the third model, which is obviously upfront capex, which is all NRE based, right? So you kind of deliver it or make the whole model work for you. There are other aspects as well. I mean, in terms of from an industrial IoT perspective, cloudification, where the same infrastructure could be used for multiple industries as well. So the costs come down, but then people have issues in terms of security and so on. The next could be have an on-prem kind of model.
And which one, I think, Rakesh, if you can just dig deep, if you would have experienced usage of these levers, which one do you think works the best in the Indian setups till so far?
See, again, whatever I have seen is kind of a cloudification model where people want to experiment. Today this is kind of moving from a proof of concept to a productization stage. So industrial IoT is not what is established as of yet. So a cloudification model, which is kind of a mixture of both usage based as well as risk based, I think that is the right model right now. But moving forward, maybe on-prem where that particular industry pays for the whole model would be there. But that's, I think, still a couple of years back, couple of years away. It also depends on size of the customer as well, right? So I think these are one size doesn't fit all. So depending on the size, their appetite to experiment, and the industry in which they are playing. So all those play an important part when you select the business model.
I think also what would be important is if peers would have done some similar work, then it helps build that confidence, and adoption becomes far more easier because you have some reference customers. So then it's easy to create that pitch, I believe.
Absolutely. Success leads to success, right?
Yeah, correct. And I'll talk about that risk part because I also want to, I was curious to know that, and that question I'll have it for Rahul as well, because I believe risk from a startup standpoint is only about the resources they would deploy. But considering that these technologies would actually be addressing some key challenge like Raghunathan spoke about, this boiler efficiency or this thermal plant efficiency, we are actually hitting the core of the plant. And if something goes wrong because of some cyber issues, cyber security issues, or interfacing issues, the plant is at a far higher risk, so to say. Reward, yes, the upside comes to the provider, but the risk is it's far too much on the user customer side. I think, but we'll talk about it. But I think let's hear Rahul. He's curious and he looks to be he has a story to tell. Rahul, over to you, please.
Thanks, Atul.
Yeah.
So I think my business model is actually, in fact, almost opposite of what Rahul Raghunathan's and also of Derek's. Basically, we charge a high upfront cost from the customer. And the reason is because of the way we operate into this industry, where utilities have also, as Rakesh mentioned, actually our customer have that appetite to actually give that upfront cost. But I think we never wanted this. I mean, when we started this, we also wanted to have a paper asset model, start with a low. But actually, our customer wants to capitalize the assets. So they want to have the depreciation and amortization on the balance sheets, and due to which they basically want to have this model, and that's why we just adjust it in such a manner that to have as much as upfront cost into the one go. But then it puts us at risk in a sense that, okay, are we getting a sustainable revenue income source from the customers or not? And that's where we kind of divided into a portion of the upfront cost, but also a recurring on the platform basis. And now, in fact, we are also innovating to a freemium model going on the software side to actually increase on our asset base and also on the data side. So that's the free model still in a pipeline basis, but the current model that we operated is a one-time cost and also the subscription based divided, but a majority of the portion coming from the upfront side only.
Okay, but I'm just curious to know, Rahul, because in the distribution side of things, okay, we may have maybe considerable part of the electricity gets lost in the transmission and distribution cycle.
Right.
But then for you to kickstart as a business model, no, we can't say that no, we will put say 30,000 smart energy meters or some monitoring tools connected through whatever no, it could be the LoRaWANs of the world or whatever. But so you will have to also start small. No, you'll have to maybe do some pilots, show the value, and then scale it out.
Right. Absolutely. I think you pointed out really the right point. I mean, the pain point that customers also have is basically, is also like, I mean, whether this new technology is going to work or not, right? So in a sense that for us, I think most of the, I mean, they understand that, okay, because something is already being done in a developed country and in a mature utility, so they basically take the reference from there, and that's how they know that, okay, this is going to be benefit. So, and that's how they basically easier for them to evaluate and go on large scale after they just do 1 or 2 pilots.
I think it's a great learning for me to know all disparate and great inputs from the fellow panelists. I think it's a good start, I must say. I think that brings us to another question, which is of importance to the participants also. Is that often we talk about whether IoT or industrial IoT makes more business sense for a greenfield setup, or should we be doing it for a brownfield setup? Could you share, each of you, could you share one example of an implementation or a solution which you would have deployed? I can sense that most of the work which you would have done, particularly Rahul Mishra and Raghunathan, would be on brownfield. But still, I was curious: is something happening on the greenfield side, wherein you engage with the designer or some kind of a basic or a detail engineering partner, and then go out with in the market along with them, hand in hand, and pitch to the customer that this is what we bring to the table, this is what the legacy assets you've been carrying. And maybe I just can relay that if you are setting up a 100 tons boiler, okay, a net new boiler by Thermax, so I'm just giving an example. So whether that's the way you are looking at, or you're only addressing the brownfield ones. Over to you. I think I'll start with Rahul, please. Rahul Raghunathan, please. Yeah.
Okay. No, absolutely valid. Actually, the industry that I come from, I think they seek a lot of validation, because there has been a long cycle of hype around IoT and analytics. Everyone is seeking validation, and we really couldn't go greenfield to begin with. It had to be brownfield, just like you mentioned. But where we are today is, after a certain level of validation, we're talking to the kind of OEMs that you're mentioning, the OEMs and EPC providers, because all the greenfield projects going forward, maybe in a couple of years, the solutions like the ones that we provide might become a part of the capital asset itself, right? So a boiler might go with a monitoring tool, it might go with an analytics or optimization tool packaged with it. And this might happen through an OEM or through an EPC manufacturer. And these happen to be our, say, go-to-market plan. But to begin with, to validate our idea and to get that credibility, we had to do brownfield. And I would say a bulk of business would still be brownfield, because these industries are not extremely fast growing, right? So there are significant capacity on the field which needs improvement, and brownfield lends itself to be improved much more than greenfield.
Yeah, in fact, over the year, the design versus the current running operations, there is a marked drop in the efficiency parameters as well, which renders it, makes it a far attractive candidate for a digital or such interventions to create value. I think I completely agree. I think let me just go and ask. Let me ask Derek about his thoughts. So he's been pondering about. He's got thoughts, I'm sure. Yeah, over to you, Derek.
So I'll just share one experience we had with greenfield operations. So we worked on a project with Shell, Shell was redesigning the well pad of the future. They're completely reimagining their operations. So they put together a consortium of multiple companies, Rockwell for the automation side, Technip FMC on the equipment side, and we were on the AI side. And we completely created fresh from scratch a blueprint which would essentially showcase the well pad operations of the future. Okay, where we had heavy instrumentation on the entire operations itself. More instrumentation, anomaly detection in real time at the edge. So that was one case where we created what I would call a prototype of the future operations. And their intent is over the next 3 to 5 years, replicate the same onto the field. So it's undergone field tests, it's tested. So this whole consortium is going to take this networked equipments, sensors, control systems, AI, all of this together and bolt it onto multiple field operations in Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and Houston itself, Russia itself.
So Derek, I just wanted to highlight that I've also worked on some projects alongside, I would not say directly with Shell, but I had this opportunity to work alongside Yokogawa, and they had this Shell promoted product on APC, Advanced Process Control. So does this offering of yours, does it not dial into an APC kind of an offering, or is it beyond APC?
See, there are two parts to it. One is the controls and automations, right? So which is continuously sensing what is happening, and the response side of things. So what we are kind of sandwiched in between, I would say. So we suck out data from these systems, sense the signals, and the response goes back into the future. So we kind of the cheese in the burger.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
Outside stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually complements it. Yeah.
Great. I think great insights, I must say. I would request Rakesh Vij to give his views on this aspect, please.
See, my philosophy is very simple, right? Mass adoption would only start with brownfield, right? I mean, if it is only to be starting with new plants, right? I mean, that is not going to be mass adoption, right? I mean, so coming to our specific use cases, there are two use cases which come to my mind covers both the examples. So we're working with a Japanese white good company, which is actually making solution for retrofitting, existing plants. Talks about, and they are kind of providing industrial IoT for welding machines, CNC machine, lathe machines. And this is predominantly used to monitor production loss, right? So you collect data on whatever the output, and based on data, you analyze it, right? So you analyze, you find out where the faults are. It could be one factory, it could be multiple factories, and so on. So that's one example where we are effectively working with this Japanese company, and in fact, using that effectively for a couple of their customers, as well as their own plant in India.
Okay.
Another very interesting use case, which we are working with a US company to build a smart helmet. So this smart helmet is actually for the safety of factory workers, right? So this has all the sensors. It has temperature, your pulse. It has a camera, so you can actually see what is there in front of you. Somebody can monitor that. You have, you can find the geolocation, the location of the person who's wearing that helmet. And if there is, some hazardous in certain part of the factory, you can, kind of ring fence it and so on. So their customers are not actually factories. Their customers are insurance companies, which, as per my last reading, was close to $30 to $40 billion in US. One of the biggest pain points which they are trying to solve was, somebody is in a crane, and he's doing his job. 2 hours later, he comes down, and you realize something has happened, and that's catastrophic. You can't even monitor it. You don't know what has happened. By the time the crane is down, you could actually lose a person. So this is a new use case for an already existing industry.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Yeah, I think it's employee health and safety, particularly in manufacturing, and especially in the Western world, wherein a life holds a significantly higher value than this part of the world. Unfortunately, I must say, I think that's an important use case, certainly. And but
sorry for interrupting.
Go on.
Another, is in mining as well, right? I mean, not only industries. I mean, mining is another example, right? And as we were growing up watching Amitabh Bachchan's, Kala Patthar, right? I mean, that's the example, which comes to our mind as well, right? And this is a classic case where you can actually save losses, and they are not selling it to factories, right? They're selling it to the insurance companies who provide insurance to factories. That is their use case.
Mm-hmm. But ultimately, the sale has to be to the factories, I'm sure. Maybe.
So their aim is to bring the insurance companies' cost down, right? The payout which happens because of the accident, the whole idea is to save that, and that is how the insurance companies will benefit. That's the one business model.
So there's something similar that they call in industry called boiler insurance or machinery insurance. Not very prevalent that they're using technology like what we're providing, but that might be something for the future where they insist that their industrial customers fit their capital equipment with monitoring tools, which is relayed back to the insurance company. It was being explored, but I don't think it has been implemented yet.
Perfect. I think that's a well, only thing is, I was curious to know about that's the first use case, the CNC use case. I know within a plant also. I've seen a lot of these companies, these tractor manufacturing companies, wherein even in one setup, you would just not have one version or one set of one model of CNC machine. You will have maybe 10 different offerings, one maybe with some Modbus communication, one with some Ethernet port or some without some ports. I think that also becomes a big challenge, because essentially when companies seek to monitor OEE, so to say, the overall equipment effectiveness, they would say that no, if 30% of my machines are not connected, so it doesn't work for me. Though 70% remaining connected, and that also adds value. But then there are those operation heads on the shop floor. They are so fussy. They say all or none, so to say, to make sure that either the things do not move, the needle doesn't move at all. So on some premise or the other, they always try to figure out. And it's not that everybody is like that, but I've found. So did you find some challenges around that while you created that model or those solutions around such entities?
See, I think the problem is, like with any new technology, the user's first reaction is it will not work, right? I mean, so they will find out ways by which it is like a leash. It's like an electronic leash, right? So if this technology is introduced, somebody will question them tomorrow that why my efficiency is coming down, or why this. So there is always going to be resistance, right? But it is the buy-in at the top and their flexibility to adopt these new technologies which will be there. You're absolutely right in terms of they'll always find out ways there. Arey saab, ye to chal nahi raha. What is it, right? I mean, and unless until we have the entire plant automated, not only entire plant, right? All my plants, right? Not only one plant, each and every equipment. All my plants are automated. It will be of no use.
Yeah.
So those are definitely resistance. But as I said, right, the buy-in from the top is necessary. I think Rahul Mishra talked about he's got an excellent customer, and maybe we should get.
I think Rahul has got a excellent use case.
Pay money right upfront, which is very, very difficult, Rahul. Yeah. But congratulations on that.
Cash is king. Yeah, cash is king.
But it basically takes a long time to hit the cash in our bank because of the customer nature again.
I think over to you, Rahul, about this brownfield versus greenfield. I'm sure most of the work you would be doing would be on brownfield setups.
Yeah, so I mean, just to obviously the large capex value assets that we deal with, and so transformers are there, feeders are there, or substations. I mean, they are not going to change in a sudden. But if you see the smart meters, right now they are coming into a lot. So they constitute a lot of kind of a greenfield, because they are replacing the existing meters with a complete new setup of a smart meters. And that is where we are also there in that place. So instead of retrofitting the meters to make it a smart, they are actually replacing. And now, for example, with the 2G technology is there, and tomorrow there is a 4G. 4G is still there, but most of the meters that are being installed, smart meters, are 2G. So they're going to also have to be replaced with another 4G, right? So that's like a complete greenfield setup in the smart meter case. But in the last mile, other assets, transformers, feeders, obviously the brownfield is the major constitute. We tried to basically doing partnership with some of the transformer manufacturers as well to come up with a smart transformer concept, but it will take a long time, even if, you know, to have that mindset also into the utilities to basically have the smart transformer instead of just a normal transformer and retrofit or so. So yeah, on the large capex side, it's mostly the brownfield that we are playing.
But I think an equipment like a transformer, wherein you have those input voltages, output voltages, and you have the input output current, whatever is the ratios, depending upon the ratios which are there. I think there are enough sensors already. You would have the oil, the dielectric oil measurement, the temperature measurement, and those input output voltages. Those are anyhow there. So I think using that, you can always create a thing. Only what the question which comes in such implementations, which I can just think of, is electrical parameters being so transient that if you were to use a 2G technology, by the time you relate to a SCADA system and create an action out of it, it would have resulted in some outage already.
Absolutely. I mean, and I mean, so if we talk about in India, I mean, the kind of outage, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, if the average outage is 1.5 hours, right, per day, I mean, they're going to still be happy if it is reduced to 20 minutes per day.
I think great point. I think which brings me to another question, which is of relevance to all participants again, is that how do you exactly demonstrate that the offerings or products and services, IoT offerings which you have, can create value for the customer? So what kind of pitch do you provide typically to showcase that these offerings would create value for them? Because ultimately they have to get interested, they have to put money on the table. So I would start with Raghunathan. Rahul, if you can please let us know about your
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So one great thing that most of the large industrial giants have already done is over the many years, they've spoken and educated the customers quite significantly in terms of all the possible use cases and stuff. What was probably missing was actual demonstration of these products on the field and ability to solve problems. So when we go to customers, it is very simple. We flash the product in front of them, and we say, here is a product that works with multiple customers. They all, have lived this industry for 30, 40 years, and they know the actual use cases very well. So when we say that, this product, this particular component in the solution is able to address this specific problem in your turbine or boiler or whatever else, and we say that this has been deployed in a few plants, and this is live data, showing you what it is, there is a marked, change in response versus how it used to be in the beginning for us when we really didn't have a product, when we had to build something and analytics was a concept. So the way I go about today is I get to the demo as quickly as possible, show something tangible, not a product wise, but something that is working, and speak, the language of the customer, specific use cases, and then of course get them to even try the product and in a pilot kind of a mode. That's what we would do.
Okay. So I get a point. So here the premise is that over the years, considering these big fours or the other consulting giants have already spread that degree of education at the CXO level and also at the plant level. So
Correct.
the cake is already kind of ready to be had. It's just to be served out there, and you basically channelize it, and seeing is believing, as you rightly said. So you demonstrate and then create that immediacy, that no, yes, this is a functional thing. I'm not just talking about it, and that provides a great connect. I think I very well can appreciate. I think Rakesh, if you can please share your thoughts about your pitch on how do you reach out to the customers and create a way to showcase value or prospect value, so to say.
Yeah. So I think you rightly said, like, a couple of years back, industrial IoT actually looked very futuristic and kind of out of a sci-fi movie. That how can you actually connect mechanical machines to an IT infrastructure, right? But I think looked impossible, but it's actually been proven through various pilots, right? I think if you look at from the industry perspective, the biggest adoption has been in the automotive sector, right? So automotive was the first sector which actually took to the whole automation, and then they are also open for industrial IoT. So that is where that has set the stage. Now rather than choosing across all aspects of the factories, I think maybe if you can kind of break it, like which all aspects of the factory where industrial IoT can take place. And in my view, it could be machine level efficiency, as we talked about, the operational level efficiency or the output. So that's one aspect where industrial IoT can be used. The other is process, right from your asset tracking to making sure the quality is there, all the aspects of the quality are taken care of. That's another level of automation. To the third level, which is around people, like safety, attendance, electronic leash, we talked about. So I think those are the three areas where you can actually kind of sell various stuff, right? And each of our examples in this panel as well has been broadly across these three areas. Selling is obviously difficult, right? I mean, nobody would just buy it on the face value of it. I mean, there are over times various demonstrations, etc., which we have, right? Which gives customer the confidence. The other big thing which has happened in the last 9 months, has been the pandemic, right? Nobody imagined this, right? And this hit a reality as well. So people are more open to digitalization across various industries. I mean, you can't leave factories away. So people want, at the click of the button, they should be able to see what is happening. They should be able to monitor it and so on. So that way, their approachability or to adapt to new technology, I mean, which is in this particular case, industrial IoT, over the last 9 months, because of what happened, has been much more open and much more flexible.
Yeah, point taken. I think I also can relate to an example, or rather an incident which happened while we were at the peak of the pandemic. I am taking that liberty considering that we have seen the peak. I wish we all have seen it. We don't see another wave. We all sincerely hope. But if you all recall, there was this incident which happened in LG Chemicals, and the plant was not in operation at that point of time, and they had a major leak. And I just was thinking, if you were to think that if they had something like an IoT, industrial IoT kind of a setup, which could have relayed such information at the very outset, before it actually created that disaster, so to say, and loss of lives, it could have well been avoided. So this is the power of technology and remote monitoring of assets, and maybe then taking some counter action, so to say. I think that's an interesting perspective, Rakesh, you brought in. Over to Rahul Mishra, if you could share your thoughts about how you create a pitch and so that it shows prospective value, realistic value to the customers,
right.
Sign on the check.
So basically for us, I mean, it's not one customer that we have to deal with. I mean, because of the large organizational hierarchy, actually we have to convince the multiple departments and also of the multiple. So we really have to see the individual KPIs of the each, the departmental level to actually convince them to get our products and services. And that the KPIs are different. So for a top level, yes, there can be a it's more about the automation. It's more about the image of the utility itself, that how they are seeking up the automation or the innovation in their utilities. And that is where their mindset is. If we go to a middle level or so, there basically we have to show them the ROI, the benefits, the AT&C losses, that exactly how they are saving. So for us, it's primarily the AT&C losses that we help them save, but it's also a lot of amount of the other intangibles, obviously, which come as part of it, and which they understand because they are the persons who basically deal with their day-to-day operations. So in that sense, I think that's how we basically take a 2 or 3-fold approach to convince to different departmental levels, and that's how we just go in.
Perfect. Well said. I think that brings us to Derek. Derek, share your thoughts. Maybe you had a great experience in this domain. Yeah, go ahead, Derek. Yeah.
Sure. See, so we were lucky to have some customers for whom the economics of the pain was crystal clear to them. We didn't have to educate them. So to that extent, we compressed the pilots and stuff like that. So the first example was, so the second largest drilling services provider in the US, their problem statement was it takes 21 days to drill for a hole in the well. And every day after that, it cost them $120,000. So for example, if they take 2 days extra to drill a hole per well, it's $240,000. And if you have 100 wells, it's 24. So they were trying to solve a $24 million problem. And they had tons of data. Every time the drill bit goes into the Earth's crust, it's in real time emitting what is the RPM, what is the torque, what is the weight on bed. Tons of parameters are available in the data loggers on the surface, but it had not been squeezed enough for insights. So by just looking at historical high frequency time series data, we were able to reduce the time taken to drill a hole, and which directly translated into $24 million per year for a drilling services provider. And during these days of low oil price, that matters a lot. Earlier it didn't matter, but now it matters a lot. Second example is of a catalyst manufacturer in the US. So catalyst is used in the refining process. It's part of that value chain.
Yeah.
And it's a very sense, it's like baking a cake. Any small change to the formulation or the quality of the input, the catalyst misfires, and there's a huge amount of rejects out there. So the way they looked at it was across 3 years, it would cost them $160,000 if they did not fix that rejected catalyst problem. And the data was all available. They had lab systems, they had a lot of sensors on the ops itself. And as they were cooking the chemical today, what we do is we predict whether they're going to cook a good catalyst or bad catalyst. So if they're going to cook a bad catalyst, they have to just shut down the operation so they don't produce more of that. Just by doing that simple act, they're able to recover. So there are a lot of very, very practical use cases which have a very strong business cases. And the perception of value is already realized by the customer. It does not require education, I would say, in that space. So attacking some of those customers really helped us a lot. Yeah.
Perfect. I think just to summarize the point in this last set of question is that if you have a business problem, okay, to solve, and the stakeholders, the key stakeholders or the decision makers are aligned on that problem. Yes, it is a problem which needs to be addressed now. Then pitching a solution becomes far easier. But many a times a startup or the entrepreneur, they has imaginative solutions to problems which may be there. Of course, they may be trying to solve some problem, but in the target organization mind, it's not at the highest priority, so to say. So we'll have to figure out, as Rahul Mishra mentioned, that if you were to understand those KPIs of what matters to each of those departments, what are the common themes which can dial into some kind of a solution, and then trying to pitch then the likelihood of getting the order is far higher. I think good insights, I must say. And I would now just like to open up for questions from the audience, if there are any questions. Dipesh, if you can just unmute yourself, and if you have some questions, you can maybe take up the questions now.
Yeah, thanks, Atul, and very insightful discussion. So we have a couple of questions from the audience. This is from Girish Pawar. So he has complimented you for doing a brilliant moderation today, Atul. So once again, congratulations to you. And what he want to know is that there is a mention of smart transformer. So he is a CIoT partner based in India. And his question is, just a second. Yeah. What are the business benefits and challenges in the adoption of IIoT-led digital transformation and Industry 4.0? How do you think COVID has affected the business models?
I think that's a very specific question, but let me just quickly take a minute to respond to this one. So one, yes, COVID has actually even the most traditional of those companies have started using digital in some shape and form. And I would say, and I'm being very modest when I say in some shape and form. In fact, they are trying to use it as much as possible. In fact, in many entities, the owner operators are not willing to go to the shop floor any further, because earlier, okay, they may be doing micromanagement at the shop floor, but because of this COVID scare, many leaders are actually scared to go on the shop floor. So they are actually looking at remote monitoring and such tools, which so for them to keep an eye on what's happening, whether everything is in shape and form they wish to. So that's one. Second is challenges. I think I also want to highlight that no, cultural issues are far pronounced here. And another is the ecosystem around these large players, large technology players. When they go out with their solutions, their prices are so exorbitant that there's a lot of it deters, and there is a barrier actually, so to say, and companies are actually, they shy off that. No, why do we put 2 crores in creating a digital logbook of sorts, so to say? They would say, no, I would rather put up a small system or a DMS system, and I can do this. So I think from a partner side, no, there has to be, like we are discussing, that these startups know who have done some excellent work, but then one has to pitch the solution at the right price, so that no, it's not just about squeezing the whole value out for the implementation partner. I think that's my view, and I would request one of the panelists to share their views on the question, if any. We have 5 minutes to go, so maybe each one, maybe one of the panelists can answer this one. And there's another question I think Dipesh has. Maybe.
Yeah, so this question is from Abhinav Dubey. So his question is, how do you reach the B2B customer, as in how do you get into the door for the first time? And which title should one try to reach, because the buy-in should be from the top? So this is to, let's say, Rakesh, you can answer.
Okay. Yeah, I thought this session is not about sales, but anyway, I think so. Again, this totally depends on organization to organization, right? So who is the decision maker, and so on, right? I gave you an example of the insurance sector, right? So maybe there, in that particular case, HR is the decision maker. In certain cases, a plant, head would be a decision maker, and depending on the size, right? I mean, the Lalaji, right, the owner of the plant or the owner of the company would be a decision maker. So it is not, one size, one, answer to that. I mean, it is important for us to understand that who is the decision maker, and then kind of work through the process. And this is my learning in terms of whenever there's a new technology, there are certain people who are for it and a lot of people who are against it. So while it is some third party which is actually making the technology and introducing this, introduction of that technology in the plant or in any setup would make certain persons successful. So, he or she would be your champion, even though, they had nothing to do with making the technology. But they would like to take the credit in terms of introducing that within the plant and, whatever efficiency or production output which that, led to. So that is there. And there will be always some people who want to make sure that, this technology is a failure. So again, depending on the situation, you'll have to kind of, make the correct moves and go about selling it. But if your solution is good and you have proven record, you have, good customers references, there's nothing to today or tomorrow, so people will adapt to it. So sorry for a long answer. There's not the way I can answer that.
No, Dipesh, I have one point on this, and which is important for the panelists and for the participants, because I bring that customer focus also. I think manufacturing is not considered to be the best choice for the new generation to take as a career opportunity, so to say. What it means is, for a company or for a manufacturing company which is to be a growing concern, so to say, it has to be in existence or should be in existence for 10, 20, 30 years, they have to have the right talent. But then if the new age employees are not interested, or rather even if they are interested for some reason or the other, they do not have that degree of attention span. Let's face it, they do not have that degree of attention span to focus on something which is as mundane, repetitive as a boiler operation. I must say, no shift-wise boiler operation, no 24/7, 3 shifts and all that, doing the same, seeing the same screen, and hardly anything moves because you have set the pressure, the steam pressure, the steam flow, everything is there, and with all the automation, still you have nothing much to do. So what happens is, if you do not use these technologies to capture knowledge from the individuals who are experienced and are on the verge of superannuation or retirement, then the company stands to come to a standstill in few years down the line, because they would not have expert domain people to be able to replicate what these knowledge workers today have. And once they superannuate, the new age would give a blank that no, we can't do anything. This is something I can do. This is something which I cannot do. So they will raise their hands. No, I can't do anything. So it is important that we impress on these owner operators and to the leaders of organizations that no, this is not just about technology. It's about you, your survival. And if you do not take the opportunity, your competition will take it regardless. So I think it's about their survival. So it's not just about we are trying to sell some solution for our own selfish goals. It is for them also. So I think the pitch has to change. No, it has to be more incisive. That's my view. I hope maybe Derek has a point, and before we conclude, because we've got 30 seconds to conclude. Yeah, what Depesh, you wanted to add something?
I think we have to conclude now, Atul, because the next group is waiting.
Sure.
So with this, I would like to thank each one of you on the panel, Derek, Rahul Raghunathan, Rahul Mishra, and Rakesh Vij, and also Atul for wonderful moderation. And I wish that this was a very fruitful session. Just to summarize few points which I have put down here, is that Derek talked about pay as you use as a business model. Then Rahul talked about subscription fees model. Then Rakesh talked about risk and reward model. And then finally, Rahul Mishra talked about upfront model, where high cost is involved. So I think some of the key things which came out very clearly, that the model should be sustainable. Sometimes it is industry domain specific, customer specific. It depends on size of the customer. It also depends how they are doing currently internally in their organization. There are so many factors involved. So I think it was a great discussion. Thank you all. And I just want to mention one thing, that this is a great day for me, sharing dice with Atul Govil, who's my classmate at my school in Allahabad, and also sharing dice with Rakesh Vij, who was my batchmate at BIT Mesra Ranchi.
Wow.
engineering college. So once again, thank you all and look forward to many more such great sessions.
It's like a cheeseburger, so to say, both sides.
Great. It seems like a fantastic reunion, Dipesh.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. No, so thanks a lot, panelists. Please, this has been great. This is very insightful. Thanks a lot to all of you. And please, this is just kind of the start of engagement with IoT Forum, right? For the industrial IoT task force that Dipesh and Harvinder has been leading. And we need many more such sessions, deep dives, discussions, and so forth. We have a close to 200, 250 startups in the industrial IoT domain. All of them, they need help, right? So please engage with Dipesh and Harvinder. So that takes us to the last panel of the day. Venki, floor is all yours.
Thanks, Shom, Srini, Neha, and the 5G team, Prasad, Sunil, Jayant. Could you just put on your videos, please, Jayant?
Yeah, it's on, Venkat.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm not able to start my video. It says the host has disabled my video.
Yeah, same with me.
Okay, we'll get that organized. Srini, I can see you now.
Yep.
Tulika, could you just switch on Jayant's video? There you go. And Sunil, yep, I can see all of you now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So we are live now, and welcome to the most exciting tech session of IoTMatrix. And we want to make sure that we have the best session at the end of the day, because you are a horizontal. Every technology domain that we actually spoke about in the last 1.5 days, there was not a single session which did not mention 5G. Okay, so everybody wants to know what's going to happen with 5G, and we have a great panel here, a very experienced panel, accomplished speakers, and it's going to be moderated by none other than Srini, who actually is the head of advanced consulting service at Nokia Software in Singapore. So thanks a lot, Srini, for taking this initiative to drive the 5G panel session at IoTMatrix. Thank you very much. Okay, so a little bit of Srini. Srini is a veteran. He's got decades of experience in telecoms, security, enterprise, and so on and so forth. So Srini has also contributed his thoughts and experiences as a speaker in high-profile conferences like the RSA and the MWC. So Srini brings a wealth of telco experience to the table. So without much ado, I would like Srini to go ahead and take control of the panel. And I'm eagerly looking forward to listening to the wisdom of the panel here. Srini, over to you.
Thank you very much, Venki. I think you've set the bar pretty high. I was fortunate enough to listen to some of the comments from the previous panel, so they have set the bar high as well. With that said, thank you very much and welcome you all for this panel on 5G deployments in emerging markets or developing markets, whatever you call it as. Emerging market sounds pretty reasonable given the fact that everybody is developing. Even the developed markets are developing, right? So let's call it emerging markets. I have got an esteemed team with me. I will quickly introduce each one of them. We have Neha. Neha is the co-founder of and CEO of Astro, a deep technology startup that is accelerating the deployment of 5G and rural telecom infrastructure through its patented millimeter wave telecom radios and satellite communication products. She holds a PhD from Texas A&M University and a master's from Indian Institute of Science in Aerospace Engineering. Welcome, Neha, to the panel. We have Prasad Sandireddy, who's a Senior Director, Product Design and Engineering at Western Digital India. Prasad manages memory product solutions and worldwide analytics and software tools team. He also leads the provision of quality and testing platforms, data analytics, visualization, and advanced analytics solutions for memory product solution team globally. Welcome, Prasad, to the panel. Sunil Menon. Sunil leads the network and product engineering team at Telstra Bangalore. The network and product engineering team works on the development, rollout, and maintenance of the next generation network technologies, including 5G and IoT. Sunil has a successful career spanning more than 28 years, and it's all been in telecom and networking industry. He has an extensive experience in building carrier class as well as large-scale enterprise products and solutions. Welcome to the panel, Sunil. Last but not the least, we've got Jayant Moke. Jayant has more than 3 decades of experience in the telecom industry. Since January 2020, he is with Mavenir as Senior Vice President Network Solutions, responsible for 5G non-public network solutions for verticals enterprises based on Open RAN architecture. Open RAN architecture is something which is picking up pretty fast. Hopefully, we will have some conversations around Open RAN in our panel. The Jayant is also, he has also been part of the standard body, and he has represented Vodafone India in the standard body. So we've got a pretty good and experienced team. So I would like to start off the panel. Thank you very much, everybody. Before I start off, I would like to set the context and give you a brief introduction of 5G. Most of you know what 5G is, but it's imperative that I start off with a very brief introduction. 5G, or the 5th generation technology standard for cellular networks, has started coming into commercial existence since 2019. It started somewhere in mid of 2019. This is a planned successor to the fourth generation, which is currently in vogue, the 4th generation mobile services, which is currently in vogue. GSMA expects that the number of 5G connections would globally be close to 1.7 billion by 2024. There are basically 3 key advantages of 5G. The first one is the high throughput. We could actually realize a throughput of 10 gigabits per second, which is unheard of so far. The second one is low latency. We could actually achieve sub 10 millisecond latencies, and even in some cases, we could go all the way up to 1 millisecond. The third and most important advantage that 5G delivers to all of us is the high device density. We could actually connect large number of devices, folks. It could be as big as hundreds of millions of devices in a small area. So these are the 3 big areas which are actually helping 5G, or which are actually helping 5G deliver its advantages. I would actually call 5G as a general purpose technology. And why do I call it a general purpose technology? Because it has a potential to change the humankind, the way we interact, we transact, and we live. 5G can potentially make an entry into every walk of our life, as it has been demonstrated by COVID. We are actually, 5G is really going to have a big impact on the way we live. There are basically 3 main applications of 5G. The first one is enhanced mobile broadband, or EMBB, which is nothing but a natural progression of high-speed mobile broadband from what is being offered by CSPs in the 4G realm. The second one is also called URLLC. I'm throwing quite a few jargons in this session. Pardon me, without that, we can't really talk about 5G. URLLC stands for Ultra Reliable Low Latency Communication. It is basically the network that is used for mission critical applications that require uninterrupted and robust data exchange. The third application is massive machine type communication. And we talked about the high device density, which is used for industrial IoT. That's where the MMTC comes into the play. Today, most of the operators are actually launching EMBB. It's still work in progress when it comes to the other two applications, which are the URLLC and MMTC. Beyond mobile operators, 5G is also expected to be used for private networking with applications in industrial IoT, enterprise networking, and critical communication, especially in the area of public safety and others. So 5G will actually cross the borders of CSP and will have a huge impact on the enterprises as well. That's why I call it general purpose technology. The first substantial or commercial 5G deployments have started in mid of 2019. Korea was the first country to have successfully embraced the 5G revolution, or should I call it evolution? And we should all be proud that Korea is part of Asia. Korea was actually leading even the US in terms of commercial 5G deployments. All the three operators, and I was fortunate to have been involved with all three of them, LGU Plus, Korea Telecom, and SKT have launched EMBB solutions successfully for their subscribers somewhere in May, June of 2019. After that, 5G has caught up as wildfire. Name a country, whether it is developed or developing country, everybody is actually jumping onto the bandwagon. US, UK, Australia, Japan, name a country, everybody is actually trying to embrace 5G. When it comes to the developing countries, I would like to summarize 5G with one phrase, that is cautious optimism. Many countries are still thinking about 5G, although people have not ruled out launching 5G very soon. People are treating it with cautious optimism. The reason is operators are yet to sweat out their 4G assets, which they have invested very heavily on. Take, for example, Malaysia. The Jendela initiative that the government has launched pretty much focuses around sweating the 4G assets and improving the efficiency of 4G. In India, the government is going to launch 5G spectrum auction somewhere in the first or second quarter of 2021. So we can expect 5G services to be available somewhere by the end of 2021 or in 2022. Indonesia is in the same boat. President Jokowi has actually talked about having 5G spectrum launch sometime in 2022, which means 5G services will only be available in 2023. With all this said, I think there is a lot of optimism. There is a lot of hype around 5G, and I'm sure our panelists will throw a lot of light on what are the actual aspects that we should really think about in terms of 5G in these developing markets or emerging markets. My first question is to Neha. What does 5G mean to the developing world countries? What are the potential benefits that it is likely to bring, Neha, if you could share your experiences?
Yes, thank you, Srinivas, for great opening remarks, and also for this question. So, what I think is that 5G for developing countries should ideally mean bridging the socio-economic divide through connectivity. So, if it is possible for us to leapfrog as an economy to use 5G as a channel to connect the rural areas as well as suburban areas, also the poorly connected areas in even cities, that would mean really bridging that socioeconomic divide and bringing high bandwidth connectivity to everyone at a reasonable cost, and that definitely is going to have a lot of benefits, as we all know, because we have seen that happening in the last few years in India, elsewhere as well, that access to education, access to the world market through e-commerce, or even access to healthcare and information will become possible. So today, for example, I'm speaking from a small town in Rajasthan, and I'm able to connect at a reasonably good bandwidth. And if this was possible even at a tier 4 or a village level, then I think there will be a lot of opportunities that will be created for the developing world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neha, for these insights. I would obviously want to build upon this one and ask you another question. Wherever there is a boon, there is a bane as well. So there are issues. There are always two sides of the coin, right? So you've talked about a very important point, which is bridging the socio-economic divide, which is extremely essential for developing or emerging markets. Now, what are the challenges embracing the 5G revolution from the perspective of the developing countries?
I think this challenge that I'm going to talk about is probably there in the 4G networks and also the rural broadband, but it will become even more pronounced when it comes to 5G. That today in the world, 50% of the global towers are powered by wireless backhaul. And for most developing countries, this statistics is even higher. So some of the countries have 70% of the towers connected with wireless backhaul. And the wireless backhaul technologies that are being used today are very limited. So no matter what you have in the front, which is 4G or 5G, you can have data going from the cell phone to the tower. But if the bottleneck becomes tower to tower communication, then 5G can do no good. So I think it's very important for us to solve that problem. And we have two solutions, not surprisingly, that either we can deploy a lot of fiber, which will take time and money, or we can move to very innovative, wireless backhaul, X-haul solutions, which can really provide the kind of speeds and the costs required to support 5G. So I would say that is the most important problem, low cost, backhaul or X-haul to be available in developing world for us to embrace 5G. Thank you.
You hit the nail on the head when you said cost. I think that is one of the key deterrents, especially in the emerging markets, for operators to really embrace 5G. Now, 4G has only come into the picture in 2016, 2015. So the operators haven't really sweat the assets enough, haven't really exploited the assets, for want of a better word. So how would they actually embrace 5G? And cost is going to be huge. And this is what we actually see as a difference between opulent economies as well as the emerging economies. So cost is going to be one of the most important aspects of driving 5G. Thank you very much, Neha. My next question is going to be for Prasad. So what do you anticipate as a role of 5G in accelerating the dialogue and developments around connected worlds, smart cities, and smart homes? Prasad, apologies for addressing you wrongly.
No issue, Srini. Thank you, Srini, and thanks, Venki. I liked Venki's background. I thought I would be love to sit on a Friday there rather than here in my chair. Good evening, everyone. 5G and smart cities, right? Like our Srini, my voice is okay, right? I'm having some bandwidth issues.
Absolutely fine.
Sure. So again, our Prime Minister speaks about this many times about digital India, 5G, smart cities. This is something I was reading recently. 55% of our world's population reside in cities today, big cities, and this number could go up to about 68% or so by 2050. This is according to United Nations, right? So you can just imagine to power these cities and run these cities efficiently and cost effective, like you were saying and Neha was mentioning. The only way would be getting them connected and automated as much as we can. So that is pretty much the premise of smart cities. And we do see in our day-to-day lives, COVID situations and emerging markets and many things, that incremental digitalization of our world has been starting, and that gives us a more comfortable life, I think more safe life, I would say. And then as we go along, I would say, the 5G is a technology enabler for IoT devices that we all know. And then smart cities do use these IoT devices to be connected. So these two things, I feel, in my personal opinion, are inseparably connected. So we got to put a lot of sensors around the world, around the city to collect the data. Again, this data needs to be communicated, transferred, analyzed, and again communicated back to the infrastructure to maintain this smart city. So again, just to give a brief about these two connections, that's my personal opinion there.
Thank you very much, Prasad. I think there was a very important point that you made. I would like to substantiate that with a couple of statistics. You talked about large number of devices. So today, across the globe, we've got 7 billion devices or 7 billion mobile phones. Gartner estimates that by 2025, we will have close to 50 billion devices. So we're talking about a 7-fold increase in the number of devices. So that's the volume that we're talking about, folks, just to give a context to what Prasad was talking about. Thank you very much, Prasad. Moving on, let's talk to Sunil. So, I mean, you can't really do without technology when we talk about 5G. So apologies, I think we can only talk about business to a level, but 5G has got so much of technology, so much of technological advancements are happening at different layers. You wouldn't be really doing justice to a 5G panel without alluding to technology. So Sunil, from a service provider who's really looking at breakthrough technologies, what are the technological elements of a 5G solutions, and what are the changes that the communication service providers need to bring across people, process, and technology to be able to get on to the 5G bandwagon?
Thank you, Srini. So I think, as you said, I don't think I'll be able to do justice to some of the technological advances behind what is driving 5G, right? The way I kind of look at it, right, I think it is a kind of a perfect storm coming together of innovation at exponential rate in many areas, right, which are all kind of converging together to enable the 5G ecosystem, right? So if you were to look at what are some of these technologies which is enabling 5G, right? I think one is like starting with radio technologies, right? I think technologies which is helping us being able to drive more throughputs, small cell technologies, right, which lets us kind of proliferate kind of the number of cell coverage and density that you were talking about. Things like beamforming, which lets us drive really high speed through point-to-point communications. Other things such as virtualization, right? NFV and network function virtualization and software-defined networks, which actually come from the compute and the core networking side, again, being applied to the mobile networks, which in turn results in actually what we would call disaggregation of hardware and software, right? So which lets us move away from the old-fashioned monolithic systems where it was like everything, one single function was built like a hardware and software all coupled together. Now you can separate out the software and the hardware, which gives you a lot of economies of scale. So again, talking about disaggregation, separation of the control plane and the user plane itself is one major innovation, which is actually helping a lot of the advantages of 5G. And then you put on top of this things like which are coming from the IT world, the whole cloud technologies, edge computing, right? Things like containerization, microservices, service-based architecture, service orchestration. Put all of these things together, I think those are the technologies behind 5G. And you can probably garnish it with a little bit of AI and ML. And there you go. That's kind of the 5G technology, right? If you were to dive a little deeper, right, I think if you start from the radio side, the deployment itself is probably going to have maybe 3 discrete parts of the spectrum. There's one we call the low band, which is around the 600, 700 megahertz range, which will have higher decent speeds up to say around 200 megabits per second, but longer range. Mid band, which will be around the 2 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz range, also called the Goldilocks spectrum, because that is the kind of the sweet spot which gives considerable throughputs up to like 1 gig and reasonable coverage. And then you have the high band part of the spectrum, which is what we call the millimeter wave, right, which will be in the 24 gigahertz to 100 gigahertz, and which will of course be in the dense urban areas, limited range, but really high throughput, about 20 gigabits and above, right? Looking at the RAN itself is getting disaggregated, right? So the baseband unit is now getting disaggregated into your the centralized unit and the distributed unit, right? And then I think we have this whole thing of RAN itself getting cloudified, right? Or we got things like Open RAN, which is leading into cloud technologies being applied to the RAN itself, right? And then you have things like mobile edge computing, which is basically bringing the core closer to the edge, right? And which lets you drive a lot of throughput efficiencies, lower latencies, and essentially a shortcut for content delivery, right? And then when you look at the core, right, you again have things like cloud native virtualization, service-oriented architecture, which is basically giving you like modularity and self-contained functions, and you put orchestration on top of it, which lets you enable things like a network slicing in the network, right? So these are all the kind of the technologies behind it. Now, what does it mean for the communication service providers? It means a lot of things. This carriers CSPs, right, including carriers like Telstra, have to go through a major transformation, right? Because now gone are the days of you deploy boxes and you have truck rollouts and you're done, right? I think now it's a lot about general purpose hardware, sourcing software from various parts of it. You might even have open source components coming in. Your skill sets of your workforce itself has to change, right? I think they need to become more IT savvy. They need to understand virtualization. They need to understand OpenStack, OpenShift, Dockers, microservices. So that means like skill set change. Process-wise, right now everything is becoming agile-driven, right? You have DevOps and CI/CD coming in, right? And then even the business models are changing, because now with the network itself getting open and disaggregated because of modular nature and more digitization aspect of it, you have the network itself getting open and APIs exposed to third parties, and it also resulting in actually a lot more integration with other parts of the larger ecosystem, be it like various kind of startups, your hyperscalers, third-party application developers. So they all of this resulting in a major business model, process change, workforce change for carriers, right? So big changes happening because of all of that.
Great. Thank you very much, Sunil. If I summarize what you just said, it's all about modularity, flexibility, openness. That's something which is impacting, which is bringing in a change in terms of 5G. And obviously, we will talk about slicing as well, which is a very unique concept and very specific to 5G. And we will discuss that in more detail as we move along. My next question is to Jayant. We talked about CSPs a lot. We've talked about the value that 5G brings. We've talked about the challenges that CSPs face and the technology solutions that they are offering. Let me ask Jayant, what are the key aspects for fostering non-public networks in developing countries? So there are basically two dimensions here. One is non-public networks and developing countries. So Jayant, if you could please respond to this question.
Sure. So so something what we see in your, thanks Srini, and thanks to Ty for this platform. So one of the do I say, in your opening remarks, you talked about 5G as a general purpose technology, and then there are three corners of a triangle, which folks who are in the domain, they always know that one end is EMBB, the other is URLLC, and the third one is MMTC. So it's a matter of earlier generations. You had one specific technology, and that was supposed to cater for different applications. Here, overarching technology, let's say whether it's the air interface, it's quite common. However, there are certain tweaks that are done to be able to accommodate these three broad strokes of applications, which have different characteristics in terms of throughput, in terms of latency, in terms of reliability, in terms of capacity. Everybody has talked about it. And so therefore, when it comes to, there have been, so you have, and what this brings out is that early generation or previous generations, I would say more of 3G and a lot of it in, some part of it in 4G as well. They have been typically driven by centralized licensed, and then you have a CSP, and then you have, you go and that's it. That's the public network that everybody rides upon. However, on the 4G LTE, there has been some movement of private networks where certain applications which are tolerant of certain latency and throughput, especially say mining in Australia, as an example. That's one thing. That's where you have this kind of an automation or using machine communication to be done. That gets amplified when it comes to 5G. And I won't go into the technology. I think Sunil and all of you covered it beautifully. One of the other things that 5G does, and this is something that the entire globe does with the International Telecommunications Union, is what it all runs on is spectrum. And you need humongous amount of spectrum, as you mentioned. It's sub 1 gigahertz, the Goldilocks band, and then the millimeter wave. So for all kinds of applications. And so therefore now you have an ability that you wish to digitalize, you wish to automate, automate things in your networks, to be able to, and now you have the means with the 5G networks and its inherent advantages to be able to build out a coverage in a limited space that you want, perhaps using an unlicensed spectrum, because now 3GPP has actually looked at between 5 and 6 gigahertz as unlicensed spectrum. They have standardized it. They have created a 5G standard for it. So you can actually apply it like a Wi-Fi, potentially as a Wi-Fi in the future. And being developing countries, TCO matters a lot. And you do not at all times, enterprises, sometimes they require or they want to have control over the entire communication, what happens in their campus, let's say. And you want to be able to control it. You want to be able to put in the coverage where you want it, the way you want it. You're not beholden to, let's say, a CSP. There are different models that you can do, with CSP, but still private, non-CSP, using your own networks, etc. And then, of course, depending on where a particular enterprise or a particular manufacturing facility is in any developing country, the digitization and the automation, I think that's an inevitable progress. I don't think you have that boundary between only the automation will happen not in developing economies or emerging economies, but it'll happen elsewhere. It will only happen in advanced economies. So the playing field is leveled out. You need to to stay competitive. You need to be innovative, and this for private networks, or for, let's say, enterprises or Industry 4.0, this is something that 5G enables, and it has been standardized basically, and then you have different ways of deploying it. Open RAN being one way, and again, from having it an open ecosystem, putting it on top of let's say COTS hardware, and having an open interface, so you're not locked into any specific, let's say, OEM. The software comes from somebody, the radio might come from somebody else, the hardware from third persons, etc. And then you put it all together, and so that, I think, is something that we will see a proliferation of, because the way that it is being enabled by 5G technology, including, I would say, in no small measure by spectrum, because certain countries have dedicated spectrum in Europe and in Asia. Some countries have done that. Other countries perhaps look at not giving licensed spectrum, but using unlicensed spectrum, but wanting to have the reliability and the reliability of a standards 3GPP based network, which is what 5G is.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jayant. I think you alluded to pretty good examples, and obviously mining is just the tip of the iceberg, I would say. You could talk about public safety, you could talk about critical communication.
Yeah, I mean, it's endless.
It's endless, right? The opportunities are really endless. So my next question, we see a lot of questions coming in from the audience. We will try and take them in between. So my next question is to Neha. So what is the role that startups can play in 5G, specifically in the context of emerging markets?
Thank you, Srini. So I think the attempts in the 5G developments, and I think others have also alluded towards that, deployments around the world have been, moving from proprietary to interoperability, and that's where the ORAN architecture also comes in. And this has sort of created a lot of, avenues for startups, small companies like Astrom, to basically specialize in a particular part of the network, and hope to get an opportunity in a big network. So this was probably not really possible when the 2G or the 3G or even the 4G network was getting deployed. And but now in 5G it is possible, and we see that happening all over the world, where not startups primarily, but also SMEs and companies who are not just tier one companies getting contracts from big operators like Dish Networks, and other operators. So, and one thing I would like to say is that startups by definition have the advantage of a lean mentality to bring out innovative products and solution at a very fast rate, and at also very low development costs. So that also creates sort of an opening, for the startups to contribute to this open market, which is 5G, and make their mark around the world.
Right. Great. Yeah. Thank you very much, Neha. So let me ask a question. This is to Sunil. This is again from audience. Sri Ganesh Rao has posed this question. What was Telstra's experience of its world's first public 5G hotspot in Gold Coast? And again, what's Telstra's experience of 26 commercially deployed sites? Are there any learnings from there? Would you please answer this, Sunil?
Thank you, Srini, and thanks for the question. So, so the first thing I would like to kind of put a disclaimer that I'm actually still relatively new to Telstra. So, pardon me if I have kind of not give a kind of a complete answer to that, right? So again, I think the kind of the Gold Coast Wi-Fi 5G enabled Wi-Fi, right? I think that has been kind of quite a big success for Telstra. Essentially, the idea was that to be able to let our customers, right, experience 5G and kind of take 5G out of the lab and put it into the hands of consumers, right? So I think what this was kind of a launch that we did around Easter of this year, where given that there were no compatible smartphones and tablets available, essentially we were able to put a Wi-Fi hotspot, take a standard Wi-Fi hotspot and then connect it to the 5G backhaul and infrastructure, right? I think we were able to achieve the download speeds of more than 3 gigabits per second. And by using multiple hotspots, we were able to get hundreds of smartphone users served through a single 5G device, right? And it was pretty close to what you would get in a 5G real world environment, right? And then kind of we also even had a kind of a scenario where we actually put a connected car on the road with putting some kind of 5G prototype devices in there, right? And using this, again, we were able to actually achieve speeds of more than 1 gigabits per second inside the car, right? So I think that these things were kind of good, again, demonstrations of the kind of the potential of 5G, right? And I think that the second part of the question was around the rollout of 5G itself. So I think Telstra is actually committed in a big way to the rollout of 5G. And I think, in fact, at this point, our plan is by end of financial year 2021, which is actually end of June for us, we would have covered about 70% of the Australian population would have access to 5G coverage, right? Of course, I think the key point is the availability of devices itself. I think now, I think with the launch of the latest iPhone model, right, I think those devices are now coming out into the market. There are a few plans available, and I think right now, I think we are seeing a good uptick in 5G adoption there. In fact, the other thing that we are also launching is 5G-based fixed wireless access for some limited broadband customers there in Australia as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sunil. My next question is about is to Prasad. So Sunil, you talked about the complexity of the architecture and technology, right? We talked about age, and I always use this analogy that in the past we used to have our crown jewels in the castle, where the queen was very well protected, and the castle was protected through a moat, which was nothing but a firewall or the traditional security systems. Now the queen and the crown jewels have come out of the castle and they've started residing outside the castle, which is to the edge network that we talked about. So given this situation, what are the key security risks that we envisage on 5G per se, and how do we really mitigate them? Prasad, if you could please take this question.
Sure, Srini. Security is something I'm very passionate about, being a technology enabler. Just to let me add about one thing about myself so that the people can see how I see these things, right? I'm a big believer in humanization of the technology. Technology is there to make our lives better. So security is a paramount importance for all of us as a technology enablers to keep this world as safe as possible. Many of us would have known the Cambridge Analytica and Facebook scandal in 2016, and more recently we had one in India with Zomato data breach and all. It's security in general, tells us and reminds us all as technology enablers how much responsibility we have while we roll out these things. And you can see in my body language, I'm very passionate about protecting data of individual people because as human rights. Again, that's a whole different discussion. We can discuss it over drinks on a Friday evening, but not here. Being born and brought up with three sisters in India, I believe where there is good, there is always evil. So we need to protect ourselves with all these data out there. Just to add, it just reminded me one of the my nephew last year he came to visit me and he said, Mama, can I download this game on? He forgot his tab, so he wanted to download a game on my phone. I said, okay, let me read through that. The fine print, right? They read your text messages. I told him, dude, I don't want somebody to read my text messages. So I can see him. He was in middle school, right? Oh, I have this game in my tab. I don't want anybody to read my text. Oh, I thought to myself, you're my nephew. Obviously, you'll have that much concern. Somebody reads your text, right? So it's scary. Sometimes I have a 5-year-old. I think there's studies saying, by the time he's 18 years old, there'll be 90,000 points of data available on him, who can be swayed the way the propaganda goes, right? So again, this is in general, I'm saying as a security, right? How important it is. Coming to the era of 5G, I feel, again, personally, there are many things we can concentrate on. There are three things I want to mention that we as an ecosystem, we as a commodity, we all needs to learn more about. One, especially, I think there is a question on the chat box as well from what is the impact of 5G with the ban of Huawei, right? We need to secure the supply chain. Again, unsubstantiated things are there, but anyway, these are the things that we need to take care of. Vulnerability management is another one. And the other one would be the security of our standards, products, deployments, and also the operations, right? These are the three things I think we need to learn more. It's not that we figured out everything. I mean, still at an early stage of development. We need to learn more on that part. Lot. Just a lighter note, right? We have great visionaries like Mukesh Ambani's of our world who moves our data with 3G, 4G. But Western Digital, this 50% of this data is stored in one of the Western Digital device. I'm from Western Digital, so that makes me a great pride to say that, right? So we take a great pride in protecting our the data stored in our devices. So recently we have released one platform, safety platform, a secure platform called Armor Lock as a platform. And the biggest customers that use this is Hollywood studios right now, so that they can move their content from one place to the other without leaking that content. And you know how hard if a blockbuster movie comes out in the net before it goes to the theater. So again, we care about security. Coming to the mitigation side of it, again, Sunil alluded to that as well, right? Network slicing is one thing that we can look into. Mr. Satya Nadella, the Microsoft CEO, once said, everything is going to be connected to cloud and data, and all of this will be mediated by software. So we need to know more about, when we couple 5G with IoT devices, right? we need to wait until these networks hardens themselves. We need to understand the vendor software development processes. Also, the software update process management as well for any maintenance or for smoother operations. And the network slicing, again, we can get into that with Sunil or someone else more in detail, but I think that is one vital bullet that we have to take care of the security, right? Where the operators can slice the network for their use case, their requirement, and we can put the security measures for that specific use case. And one last thing before I conclude, I want to say, 5G will come at some point, but it will have to coexist with 3G and 4G. It's not like it will change immediately, right? When operators choose to move the 5G enabled device to when there is no network to a 3G or a 4G, it may cause unintentional weakness in the security as well. So we need to be very mindful of, the enterprises, the individuals needs to be very mindful of what kind of data we can move during that period, right? And I'm a big believer in taking the technology at the beginning itself. Yeah, there are a lot of security things that may pop up, but that enjoyment of having a technology, the latest technology in your hand, it's I always cherish that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prasad. I think I would like to use the word design for security, built in rather than bolt on in terms of security for 5G. That's what is something which is really going to be extremely important. You also alluded to the investments that the operators are making. So let me throw a quick piece of statistics here. So by 2025, one of the 5G analyst firms predicts that by 2025, CSPs across the globe would only have 45% of their investments focused towards 5G. Tell you what, the remaining 55% of the investments would still continue to be made on legacy technologies, be it 2G, 3G, and 4G. Obviously, we expect at some point of time that 2G would be switched off, but I think still 2G is there, especially in countries like in continents like Africa, and for that matter, even in countries like Indonesia, 2G still continues to exist. So my next question is to Jayant. I think there's an important question from the audience. I think the question is all about where should the legacy companies begin in terms of preparing for 5G revolution, in terms of skilling its workforce, considering process changes, fine-tuning business models. So how do you really start in 5G in terms of a company?
Thanks, Srini. So when you refer to legacy companies, you mean as in from an operator or from a...
Yeah, CSPs. Let's take, for example, a CSP for that matter.
Right. So, the way technology has happened, earlier you used to have, for every technology, you had a separate box. Just to give an analogy, you had separate for 2G, you had separate for 3G. Then the revolution in electronics happened and you started having what in the industry, again, another jargon is known as a multi-standard radio. That is, typically you will have to be able to, the same piece of hardware is able to do both 2G and 3G or 2G and 4G. And for a lot of reasons, including reasons of OpEx, etc., on the tower, you cannot have so many boxes hanging off and, the whole thing.
You have teams and entrepreneurs all across India, in both small and large towns, that are innovating.
So you have I think somebody needs to. Yeah, thank you. So what has happened, and all the they're all extremely they look after, they keep up with the technology. So by and large, most of the operators, I would say, have put in through a process of periodic RFPs, and they refresh their network because technology marches on. They have already put in, or to a large extent, put in networks which are capable of smoothly upgrading into, let's say, 4G and 4G from 5G. There are various functionalities within the standards which help you to do that, to smoothly move away, because if you have to, bring into 5G, etc. And obviously with, so that's on the technology front, i.e. how they are, because that's the major chunk, which is from a CapEx and an OpEx perspective. Obviously, you have to upgrade your backhaul if you have your transmission network. And then solutions which Neha alluded to are something that will play a key role in emerging emerging economies, not just emerging economies, but everywhere, given the rate of fiberization, at whatever the rate at which it proceeds. Second, of course, is people processes. As you are also very well aware, and Sunil is also very well aware, the way some operators look at it is that they kind of, they manage they manage the strategic part of it and running the business end of it. But many of the technology ends, unless you're a extremely legacy firm, with your own departments, etc., you will upgrade that. Or in many cases, if not for a continuous basis, but at least until the technology gets sort of, sewn in, you kind of bring in the experts and you do managed services. So there are different approaches that you would actually bring in to be able to handle the smooth evolution from, let's say, as a CSP from a existing technology, which will coexist, no doubt. And moving towards into the 5G domain, and of course that's one aspect. And then as 5G itself progresses, you will have newer additions, more capabilities in terms of the network evolving, and the entire, whether it's the core, it's the radio access, or it's the transport network, and then not to, and the rest of the business support systems as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jayant. I would say coexistence is the key here. Let's not assume that 5G is going to be the panacea for the operators. I think 5G and 4G in some countries, 5G, 4G, all the way up to 2G will continue to coexist.
And just one point, and 2G, I think, this forum is appropriate. It's IoTMatrix, right?
Correct.
A lot of these IoT devices work on 2G, and hence 3G you will find 3G being, moved over into 4G, but 2G will continue to remain for a long, long time.
Yeah, until you find a more cost-effective alternative for 2G for the enterprises and the operators. So that's something which is going to be the key.
I mean, NB-IoT perhaps.
Yeah. You're right. Absolutely right. NB-IoT perhaps, but then you got to really look at NB-IoT from a scale perspective.
I know.
If it's really going to scale. And again, the cost is a big issue, and stability is one of the other issues. Although at the lab, as well as at the limited deployments that we've got, NB-IoT is proven to be a stable technology. We got to see all of that. Yeah. Thank you very much, Jayant. My next question is to Sunil. We cannot have a 5G panel discussion without talking about network slicing. So Sunil, what's your view on network slicing, the value it adds from a 5G perspective, both to the operators as well as to the enterprises, and the challenges that you will actually foresee in terms of slicing?
Thank you, Srini. So, I mean, just to start with quickly what the network slicing is about, I think so. Simply put, a network slice basically allows multiple logical networks to simultaneously exist on top of a shared physical network, right? So going back to, I think, what we had talked about, I think with 5G, one of the major things that is happening is modularity, and what that results in network slice is basically nothing but a set of network functions and the corresponding resources in the network, which are essentially stitched together to provide the required services and network capabilities, right? And to enable this, like, we basically need what is called an orchestration capability, right? And that is probably one of, I think, the trickiest parts of being able to do network slicing, that having an ability to upfront kind of predefine maybe kind of what are the possible slices, and then dynamically at runtime being able to stitch together the various resources in the network to create those slices, right? And each of these slices are going to have different characteristics or QAs or SLAs associated with them, right? For example, you might have a network slice for a mobile broadband, right? Which is for the consumer network, which is focused on the throughput aspect of it, right? You might have a massive IoT slice, which allows massive kind of millions or even potentially billions of devices to be connected, right? You might have another mission critical IoT slice, which is like connected cars where latency is very critical, right? So I think what this is basically the providing, I think the challenge that carriers and I think as the technology is going to have is being able to anticipate what are the possible different kinds of slices which are required, right? And how do you make sure that the network is modular enough and you have a rich service orchestration capability to be able to stitch it all together, right? And because network slicing essentially brings elasticity into the network. Now, one question which is probably debatable, is it going to result in cost savings? Because sometimes where you might actually have better cost kind of parameters if you didn't really have to break it down. I think that is the part which is the challenges of trying to figure out how do you balance the flexibility versus the cost and efficiency in the network, right? So it's still like an evolving area, but I think as you rightly put, I think this is going to be a big enabler for the various kinds of services and use cases that are being looked at from be it from the B2C side, B2B side, or even what we would call actually B2B to X, where carriers are actually opening up their network for other third-party developers and service providers to build services on top of the network and then expose it and sell it to end customers, right? So to be able to kind of anticipate all those things, I think, and provide the network capability to meet all that, I think network slicing is going to be a big enabler for that.
Thank you very much, Sunil. At the expense of simplifying this or trivializing this, I would call what virtualization did to hardware is what network slicing is going to do to the network. So you're basically abstracting the logical aspect of it, and then you are able to provide different SLAs and different slices with different quality of service. So thank you very much. That's great. The next question is from the audience. It's to Neha. Can you talk about the reusability of wireless spectrum in 5G? The question is asked by Siddesh Shinde. Abstracting the logical aspect of it, and then you are able to provide.
Thanks, Srini. So actually, I think, we cannot talk about the spectrum reusability without mentioning, phased array technology and beamforming technology that I think you also, alluded to in your, opening remarks. So electronic beamforming and phased array based technology, I think, forms the core of 5G technologies in terms of hardware, both from an RU side and also many other parts of the network. But the high capacity that we will be able to achieve in a cell side will be powered by technologies like mu-MIMO, where the reuse of frequency spectrum will be done at a very high rate. And we as a company, Astrom, we are bringing that reusability of spectrum also in the X-haul and backhaul part of the network. And I think that is probably a very, very important aspect, which is actually driving the high throughputs in 5G.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Folks, I will have to say that we're being overwhelmed with questions. There are quite a few. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to answer all the questions. I guess we are in the last 1 minute. So let me summarize the key things that we discussed today. We talked about 5G and the impact that it is likely to make. And Neha, you made a very important point in terms of 5G bridging the socio-economic divide. That's something which is very, very, very important. Prasad, you talked about the concentration of the population in the urban areas. You gave us statistics that it's close to 55% of the population that resides in the urban areas when you were talking about the importance of 5G around smart cities and others. Sunil, you talked about the spectrum. You also talked about the challenges as well as the architecture that we would really look at. And some of the things that I would like to put forth are things like CUPS, the control and user plane separation, service-based architecture. You also talked about slicing and the importance that slicing would actually bring to operators as well as to the enterprises. So I think we discussed that as well. We also talked about security and the importance that security brings to the fore, brings to 5G, and why it should be considered as one of the most important aspects for 5G rollout. Jayant, you alluded to the non-public networks, the implementation, the importance of 5G towards the non-public networks. And then we also talked about some of the changes that the operators have to make, both in all the three aspects, which is people, process, and technology. And you also talked about some of the steps that the operators could possibly consider if they were to really look at implementing 5G. So I think we've had a discussion on varied type of topics. Unfortunately, we can't answer all the questions. Thank you very much, folks, for taking time and attending this panel discussion. For me, it was a pleasure moderating this. I learned a lot. And Venki, it's over to you.
Hey, thank you, Srini. I think, I had expected that this would be the best session of the day. And I think you guys did a fantastic job. A lot of learning for me, right? Network slicing, dividing bridging the gap between, the urban and the rural, right? And I never knew that Australia had that many 5G implementations already. So this is great stuff. I think thank you very much for giving us the insights and the way forward on how 5G is going to kind of take off. So thank you very much, Srini. Thanks, Neha. Thanks, Sunil, Prasad, and Jayan. Thank you very much, guys. And have a good day and a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Okay, can we ask all the SIG leaders to switch on their videos, please?
In fact, ask everybody to switch on their videos, man.
Absolutely, everybody. Everybody. Leaders and everybody is a SIG leader here, by the way. So
who are we missing?
Yeah, Harish,
We're
Mohan.
missing Ashok, who's still winding up the session. He's making the.
Ashok is still running the session. Ashok, and
He's closing.
Sid is with him as well, Siddhalinga?
No, I don't see him on the screen. Maybe he's in the wait. I don't know. He's not on screen. I'm watching that session also.
Everybody is a SIG leader here, so
who are we missing?
Yeah, Harish,
Ashok, who's still winding up the session.
I think you have two other devices switched on. So just switch on the devices, Joy.
Sit down. বসো একদম বসো এই দেখলি তো দুপুর শরীর কিরম
Mohan, switch on your video. Preeta, switch on your video.
Hi, I don't know. Is this looking okay?
Yeah, we can see you, Preeta.
Yeah.
I'll just call Arnabda and see if he can also join us. I think he didn't.
Please call all the the volunteers of the IoT forum, please ask them to assemble here. All of you, all your buddies, everybody.
I can see Mohan, Harish with their cameras off. Are you guys already in the weekend mode, yeah?
You should have sent us about a jug of beer. Yeah.
Yes. That was a thumbs up from Vijeta. So I think it's on its way.
Vijeta, what is the plan, Bolo Abhi?
Yeah.
Hey guys, okay, question. Are we streaming, Tulika?
Yes.
Hopefully we are not streaming, right?
I think we are. Switch off floor. Yeah, I think we are streaming. So I think we are live.
Okay.
Really?
We are very much streaming, Joy.
Ah.
So good evening,
Streaming
everyone.
you without the beer.
Yeah.
Hey guys, please turn on your videos.
Yeah, I think Prasad is not turned on. I'm not sure.
Harish and Mohan. Yeah.
Okay, so Tulika has confirmed that we're streaming. So let's all behave. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening, Vijeta.
Mohan, please turn on your videos.
So while the videos are getting turned on, and yes, hi, Mohan. Mohan, you're on mute.
Tulika Sai Shibi Barade.
Hi.
Tulika's here. She's being camera shy, though I don't know for whatever reason. So, Tulika, you can come on camera, and I think the rest of them are slowly joining us.
No, there is a STPA session going on. The Agritech, Ashok is making those closing remarks. I think he's making a longer remark than the presentation. Yes. But that is going on. So the other two are busy there, Sai is with Ashok, and I'm sure Shivi is with STPI.
Just to share very quickly.
We're missing TR Anand. He's also, he's
By
the chair.
the way, guys, he's going to give the vote of thanks on the intelligent track.
Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah.
And Joy, just for your information, I've made a note of your remark about Ashok, and I will make sure that he gets to know about it.
I've only been making positive remarks.
I never said no. I never said it was not positive, Joy. So good evening once again, Mohan and Vipin, Som. Venki, I think since we are live, we should not bore the audience. So if we have to get some statistics, something getting talked before the rest of the gang join us, would love to have either Arvind or Som, Joy, whoever would love to say a few words.
I think we should ask Arvind, our Pitamaha, to start the closing ceremony. Namaskar, namaste, Arvindji.
All right. First of all, I must thank the audience. I think it's been a virtual event. 5 o'clock yesterday we started. It's 5, so it's 24 hours in which we have packed a lot of stuff. And I noticed that there's been a lot of participation. We have lots of people watching, and thank you a lot. I should also thank a lot of our panelists and speakers across many countries, some of them awake very early, some of them awake very late, for joining and providing. Some of the sessions have been extraordinarily insightful. Even I enjoyed a lot. In fact, the one with late night with Vaibhav and Venk was pretty good, and the selecting the incubators, etc. So the whole range has been very good. And I must thank our sponsors who have made it easy for us to give it open to everybody to join, which has also encouraged people, and also to offer special awards to people to join the IoT Forum as members. I will begin with the youngest one, which is actually dear to me, which is NAB Ventures, which is a new venture fund founded by NABARD. And I must thank this new VC, which is focused on agri, to have come forward, and they ran a very innovative presentation of startups. NABARD also has been a regular sponsor and has kept alive our agri-tech thing for many years. And it's good to see that Ashok Meda, who's our charter member and lead in agri-tech, has built up a solid foundation. It's been exceptionally strong and good. Of course, STPI has been coming in with challenges and awards, and they've just given an open lab and challenges. That's also been good. The government of Karnataka Tech, has been a long-term partner, not just for IoT Forum, they have helped us, but for TIE itself, Elevate, etc. we have discussed, has been good. Lowe's has stepped in and helped us a lot with the Innovation Lab, and we look forward to a lot more collaboration. Western Digital has been there last year, this year. And we look forward to a lot of help from them. And Microsoft, of course, has also come in on that. We have some names which have been missing, so we will put them on our to-do list for hitting you next year. Thank you all. And I must thank the team that has built in, and that's the TIE team. Vijayata, Tulika, Lakshmi, Naveen have done a lot of work. And also my co-chairs. I have retired from this, so I can easily sit back and say, but Joy, you have done a fantastic amount of work. And so I don't know how you manage 3 jobs at a time. Venki and Anandji, thanks a lot for doing it. And Vinay Dora, who's joined us as a special holder, he has held the whole conference stream. And also, I must also thank our conference provider, Framesy, for helping us a lot. So again, thanks a lot for a fantastic, insightful, very good session, and look forward to an even more better one for 2021, face-to-face physical playbooks, workshops, and also look forward to a round of good celebration face-to-face. Thank you. Hand over.
Thanks, Arvindji. Thank you very much. I think that was a good start for the closing ceremony, because we are having our fellow co-chairs and all our SIG leaders and our volunteers here. We'd love to hear, a minute of what they think, was the highlight of the event, and how should we improve ourselves for the benefit of the entrepreneurial community. So let's start with, since you started, let's start with the co-chairs and then move on. Joy?
Thank you, Venki.
Joy should have come with his motorbike helmet and the look outside.
Yes, it's actually got a working Bluetooth and speakers inside that helmet. It's much better than the audio system that I'm using here.
It's IoT. It's complete IoT, huh?
Complete IoT, man. Complete IoT. Yeah. It plays music when you start riding and all that kind of stuff. Great. So a big word of thanks, heartfelt, to all the co-chairs, to all the SIG leaders, volunteers, to this entire team that TIE has managed to put together. It's been a wonderful experience. There are some people who are not on this, and those are the volunteers that joined us, and we are ourselves volunteers. Okay, so we have Shivi, who brought in a couple of people. They're the ones that put up the stalls. It was like a real life event, So we have this exhibition going on. I mean, virtual. We have the STPA director conducting a session. Are we streaming? Okay. So the stalls got put in as somebody was moving in, that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm not describing that experience, but we have people who have sort of worked round the clock, through the night, been available, and a big word of thank you to all of you who helped to put it together. I now have the tough task of clearing my bed. What has happened is, as the session started, I realized I need more monitors and screens to keep track of what is happening everywhere. And then messaging people saying, hey, this is stop streaming, and there's no audio there, and all that kind of stuff. So I borrowed 2 monitors from my daughter. Then the table was not big enough, so I put all this on my bed. So right now, this looks like the ATC of some airport, with all 4 monitors all around and some speaker here and all the kind of stuff. So I need to, if I have to go to bed tonight, I have to do a lot of tidying up. But I'm really impressed by the kind of technology that is available now, and I thank you all, especially to Vijayata, who's done all the running around and scouting around and pushing TIE Global and all that, just to provide us with the right kind of connects and platforms and so on. So thank you, Vijayata. Thank you, Lakshmi, especially. Yes, a big resource when the website was not up. Midnight call to Lakshmi. Lakshmi finds the website guy, and then somebody calls in from Calicut or somewhere, and then the website is up and all that kind of stuff. So we really, so thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you, Tulika. Thank you, Sai. Thank you, Vinay. Thank you, Naveen, who's not on the call, I think, but please convey thanks to him as well. We have an excellent secretariat. And I think what happened was, I'm now borrowing a phrase from what IDK was saying in the healthcare session. with this gentleman called Shrikant Shastri on how they put together a ventilator. He said India works best in mission mode, which means that, when the deadline is nearby, then you operate. And he gave the example of the Kumbh Mela. Now, I know the Kumbh Mela from the other side because I was part of L&T when we put up the entire surveillance infrastructure. Order released in July, and you have to put, I think, 2,000 cameras on the seashore, on the shore of the river and all that. But having said that, yes, we operated well in mission mode. Thank you so much. With that, I'm concluding my remarks, and I'll now hand it back to Shom to do the rest of the honors.
As rightly pointed out, this was almost a mission mode, right? So I think 25, 30 of us worked tirelessly to make this happen. My special thanks goes out to the Thai Secretariat. Incredible job. I mean, especially Tulika, Sai, Vinay, Shivi. Without you guys, it would just not have been possible, right? And at the back end, all the support that Vijeta, team, Lakshmi, everybody gave. My warmest thanks to all the session chairs. Without your help, we just could not have, and you guys have put in an incredible session. I think from a content standpoint, both Arvind, Venki, Joy, me, TR, we have received a lot of very good comments about the quality of the content, the quality of the speakers from all over the world. So again, a very big thank you to all. And of course, many of you were moderating the events like Vipin and so forth. You guys just did a wonderful and fabulous job. So heartfelt thanks, but hopefully this is just the start. It's not just a single day, right? And we will continue I think this has brought the entire team together. And hopefully we will continue these kind of engagements with our entire task force, what we have today, and we're going to build on top of it. Thank you. TR, off to TR.
So great.
Yeah, TR Anand.
Yeah, off to TRA. TRA is there. Let's have TRA.
TRA, I'm sorry, I did not recognize you. You look better in that racing uniform, This is like normal. This is not right. Back to you, TR.
Hi, folks. Sorry, you couldn't have closed the session because the third track was still running, right? And we had a technology partner. I must say the STPI guys were very warm and they were very thankful, and they really appreciate the IoT Forum and TI Bangalore partnership. Every one of them said that. Dr. Omkar Rai said that. So we have a great partnership going with STPI, and obviously we need to work with them a lot more and see how we can participate across India. So which means we need to use their network. They have about 100 startups across India. So let's go out of Bangalore and get a few more guys to join in here. So I think that's what I would say from the last session. But now coming back to the closing, I think happy moments. I'm really delighted that first of all, to the Thai Secretariat in the background, a lean, and we always say lean and efficient, but I would say lean, efficient, smart, intelligent, and resourceful. So I think all those adjectives were at play both before the event and during the event. So, and I'm sure it was a great learning experience for all the youngsters. I mean, I'm qualified. I'm a senior citizen, so I'm qualified to call them all youngsters. Okay. So, but I'm young at heart. Okay. So I'm young at heart and young at energy. So that's important for everybody. And so first of all, thanks to all of you. Second is we have a very extended team of very experienced and very extended team of volunteers and SIG leaders who are all on this. For some of you, it may be the first big event. For some of you, it may be the second or the third and so on. But you will see that, we always set the bar very high. So we didn't know how this e-webinar conference would go, but I think it went very well. There were a lot of ifs and buts. In fact, I think we were debating 45 days ago or 60 days ago whether to run the conference or not, whether we would have adequate participation. So all aspects, as we say, we work in mission mode and jugaad mode quite well. But I don't think there was much jugaad. I think it was very professional. So I wouldn't bring the Indian Jugaad angle. It was really the Indian professional angle. And if you look at the time management, again, goes to all the session, track, everything. Our time management was spot on. I saw the India Internet Day. I saw TGS, and we were far above. I mean, I'm not, patting my back, but I'm just saying we ran it very efficiently. And it goes towards the planning exercise. So thanks to all the volunteers that are there. And well, I think we will set the bar. Will stay out of the way, and but his interventions at the right time helped. And I think Arvind, we will hear from you. What do you think, and how the session, how the conference ran, and what can we improve upon? So on that note, and of course our trio, Som, Venki, and Joy. You guys rock. Okay, good. So I'm here to support you folks whenever called upon. Okay, over to you.
Thanks, Thierry. Let me go next. I'd like to do something different. I want to thank my wife first, because she gave me food at the right time, and I was running helter skelter. I had 3 different systems in 3 different rooms, and they said, "What's going on here?" But she gave me the right fuel at the right time. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to say. Right. The second thing, of course, is the TIE Secretariat. You guys really stepped up, and with just a couple of them to do such a big event. I think all of us, Joy, Shom, me, and Arvind have been running events for 6 years now. I think putting this together at such a short notice, and that couple of them together, I think is a Herculean task. You guys did an awesome job. Awesome. Under the leadership of Vijayata, I think you guys have really done a fantastic job. Believe me, I don't think we had any skirmishes along the way with the Secretariat. And I think that's something we all need to admire about the leadership of Vijayata, and the way he's kind of kept his team going and motivated, and getting the right external help to support us, I think is awesome. Right? So I mean, including Naveen, right, and Lakshmi, right. I was in a dilemma during the press conference, and we just decided to kind of do a PR, a press release, a press conference, and I had no data, and Lakshmi, Vinay, Naveen, I mean, they were just too good at the back end, right? And Naveen did all the hard work to get every startup awardee in like less than a couple of hours. Can you believe this, guys? This is unheard of. We kind of decide to announce the winners a couple of hours away, and he calls everybody to make sure that they're there on time. So this is outstanding work. This is unheard of, right? So brilliant Secretariat, outstanding Secretariat. The second team is that I definitely want to kind of recognize is our version 2 strategy is really working, which is basically the architect Shom put that together in terms of his favorite horizontals and verticals, and I think it's working, Shom. We need to take this to the next level, right? We really need to take it global, right? As Arvind and Ravi and me were kind of talking to the other TIE charter leaders. Everybody wants IoT Forum of India from TIE Bangalore to go global, guys. So I think each one of you has helped us in this journey. So I really want to thank the SIG leaders out here. Okay, I don't know some of you, but I think each one of you have done an outstanding job. And thanks, Shom, for putting that together. Suvranil, Sham, Bipin, Preeta, Harish, Mohan, of course, Ashok. I always kind of Vish, Arnab, Sai, Divyansh, you guys have done an outstanding job, right? And I've kind of mentioned it in many forums that we have a very mature SIG leader in Ashok, right? The first, I mean, he brought in the agri-tech, vertical, way before we put the version 2.0. And I think he's the benchmark for us in terms of making the other verticals as mature as it is today. Everybody loves agri-tech, and the way he puts that together is outstanding. But yes, I think we just need to, in a lighter note, we need to, make sure that we are on time so that the other guys are okay. That's fine. But Ashok, you've done a wonderful job, man.
Fantastic.
Outstanding. All right. Excellent. All right. So not taking away the credit from other SIG leaders, because very quickly you ramped up your teams. And I think, without you guys, there was no way in hell we could have done this. Everybody who I know, who saw the agenda, they said, what the hell? This is like, how did you guys do this?
This was a wow agenda.
We have like one track or maybe another 1.5 day track max. But this was like a three separate IoT events going on at the same time in a matrix formula. So it's like outstanding work. So thank you so much, SIG leaders, and people who are working with the SIG leaders. I think, thank you very, very much. Okay. So and the Zoom coordinators, they were simply outstanding. Tulika, Sai, and Shivi, right, were just simply superb, right? Seamless execution of the sessions from one to the other. Outstanding work. And believe me, I had no clue that you can actually do a Zoom live offline. I didn't know that, until the end. So Tulika was the leader there and educated all of us. So, and thanks to my corporate team, sincerely, Vish, who brought in Microsoft, Sham, who brought in STPI, Harish did all the hard work of getting sponsorship. Wow, brilliant. I think the corporate team needs to kind of expand a little more to get in maybe $1 crore maybe next year. Vijayata, I'm setting the bar for you, all right? Okay, so we are going to make $1 crore next year. With a team like this, nothing short of $1 crore is going to be, something that I'm going to be personally happy about, right? So brilliant, guys, outstanding work, and I hope I've not missed anybody in this team. It's simply awesome. It's awesome. It's worth the time.
You guys are there.
Nishant. Yeah.
Kiran, I don't see.
Kiran is not there. The industrial IoT guys are not there. Deepesh and Harvinder.
Harvinder also is not there. Yeah, I know. The industrial team did a great job too. Yeah, sure. So I think it's simply superb. So my request to the SIG leaders, just take it to the next level, guys. I mean, we are all here to support you. Let's make sure that every month we're going to have, at least 4, every week we should have something. But then, the only thing that I want is basically the SIG leaders should take the responsibility as well to make sure the audience also comes. Otherwise, it becomes like a really very difficult, backend, it kinds of, there's some kind of friction at the back end to make sure that we get the same audience again and again. So we need to get different audiences for different tracks and the relevant audiences for different tracks. Even if it's like 10 or 15, I think it's worth the time, worth everything, because I think we are set the bar very high for any IoT forums in the world to kind of come anywhere closer to us. So since we have set this whole momentum, I think it's for our SIG leaders to take it to the next level. We are all with you. Thank you very, very much, guys. And have a great rest. Have a great, safe weekend and enjoy yourself. Just simply go party, right? Thank you so much, guys. Thanks to my fellow co-chairs. Thanks to our Pitamaha, Mr. Arvind Tiwari. We're not going to leave him anyway, right? And I'm promising this, that he can say he's retired, but in my mind, he is not retired, okay? So he's always there for us, and we will bring him in when it's necessary, right?
Venki, I recollect the Eagles, the famous song from the Hotel California.
Absolutely.
So which essentially means you can never leave.
You can never leave.
So
yeah.
that message
You can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave.
Never
There
leave.
you
That's
go.
right.
There you go. Fantastic. So thank you guys. I mean, it's been such a wonderful time working with each one of you, and we really stepped it up. It's fantastic.
Thank you. One word to the audience. You guys have been fantastic.
We are
We really
not
appreciate
live.
all the
No, we
questions
are not
and
live.
interaction.
No, we are not live.
Does that stop? Okay, cool. I was actually watching us on that screen.
Okay, great, wonderful. So
Now we need to get the questions together and make those awards, but that we'll do on Monday.
absolutely, and I'm telling publicly that as a board member of TIE, I've asked Vijayata to surprise each one of you. Now, what that is, I have no clue. I leave it to Vijayata's.
I don't know. Even I don't know.
Okay. So I'm going public on this, and I hold Vijayata responsible as well. Okay.
Yeah, and the recording button is on. Okay,
The
cool.
recording button is on, so we can put it on in case he doesn't execute on the call to action. Okay.
Hey, folks,
Is
I had to come in late. I don't know whether you already had Arvind, but I didn't hear him.
Arvind, we started with the Pitamaha, TRA.
I think we should give Ashok a chance to
Of course.
talk. I know he's tired because he was doing most of the talking. But Ashok, we want to hear from you. The secret of the Sanskari panel. I was telling this to someone. I said, you look at all the panel discussions, everybody's in t-shirts and this and that. And look at the Agritech panel. They're all in jackets and suits and ties and all that kind of stuff. So Ashok, over to you, sir. Where is this magic coming from? What is happening?
So nice to be with you all. I think it's a matter of keeping the traditions on, and we keep the shirts and other things. Like, I don't know who brought the suit, but we were all in the kind of simple, and the smartphone.
I have photographic evidence. I have evidence.
Is it so? It's good. It's good that way, that reminding you that past is not forgotten. But all the credit goes to the kind of support I was gathering from all of you. I don't believe in blowing the trumpet before we do it. Maybe I was playing it silently with the SIG. We have a large team, but I say 50% of them did really contribute. Other thing is the networking. I think we had to trigger the network we had. Arvind is watching me. He helped me from the NABARD and NAB benches, and they reacted very fast. It happened so well that nobody refused to be responding to us, reciprocate the kind of things we asked. And we showed them some opportunities. Come here, we will give you some work. Come here, we will make you money. And I think that's what responded, and everybody is looking at Bangalore. Bangalore is a happening place, and when you say Bangalore, and I am with this team and with this group, which have done some past best things which have happened every year and every session we did. I think that gives an automatic publicity. It doesn't need a PR. Like the work we did, it comes out. I think that's this. I think if you call that as a secret, that's the way we played, and I think we were early birds to put the things in the platform, and we did it. Lots of support from the team, like Vijayata. I think we miss the stalwart in the backup team, but all others, Tulika and others, took over very well. I think every call I make, they say, yes, what more you want? And where do you get such kind of team support? And it doesn't happen in a corporate where I worked. It doesn't happen in a small institution, but it happens in a voluntary organization. They want to do something with passion, and that's what has made us strong. I think these are the few words I want to say. Thanks to Arvind, thanks who brought me in here, gave me the way ahead, and the kind of good shake hand, good company. Money doesn't come here. but the passion and the kind of satisfaction you derive is something great. Venki makes fun of me always, but he delivers. He asks me to deliver. That's great. Anand, Anand, you are here?
Yes, Anand is very much there.
Anand is
I know you
always.
don't recognize him because he's not wearing that racing jacket.
Anand is a teenager in this whole
That's
group.
what I wanted to tell. Like everything I throw on him, he comes back with some appreciation on the things we do, and that carries on. I think the Vijeta, Lakshmi, Tulika, and Shivi, who was always with us, though with a new face for me, but she was, even midnight, she was giving me some codes to distribute and to broadcast. And these things made everything successful. And the best thing was the timing. Though we overshoot by 3, 4, 5 minutes, it was accommodated. And Joy was kind enough to give the startups another slot. We can't make them go away without being accommodated, because the last few minutes were the best because they said what they want, and that's where our work starts. And productizing whatever suggestions came in will be the work of the Agritech SIG. That's it. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Ashok. Thanks, Ashok. And you have you have been a marathon player on Agritech starting very early, 2016 itself. Hey, Harish, why are you hiding your face here? Harish is listening, or?
Yeah, I think he's trying to do some work in the background, you know.
No, you're good. And Bipin also is hiding his face. Oh, Bipin.
Harish,
call
you're
me
on
again.
mute. Harish,
Call
you're on
again.
mute. Harish, unmute yourself. Harish.
Yes. There.
I told you that he's on a call.
Yeah.
And Shivi needs to smile a lot more, no?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was on a call.
How much work she has done. Huh?
No, I think guys, the entire
Before I forget, Tulika has been playing gymnastics on 3 tracks.
I think the coordination, the leadership of Vinay, at the back end, I mean, it was just simply superb. I mean, I still don't know how to operate a Zoom and a floor at the same time. But these guys.
No, that's nothing to do with Zoom. That is Macintosh.
No, that's I just want I want to learn from the youngsters. You see, Arvind, you're still a code cutter.
Android use कीजिए सब ठीक हो जाएगा.
ठीक है. So Vinay, awesome.
Venki, the more you ask them, the more they give. Particularly Vinay.
Yeah.
Next fraction of the next minute, he's giving me what I want.
Fantastic.
And that puts us, yes, we can do something more and ask something more. I think youngsters of this kind are very, very rare. They lose patience, which I have seen in my own establishment. But here it's not like that.
Arnab, where is your picture here? Arnab.
Only Shom can get Arnab on screen. Shom, your protocol. Give your protocol.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi.
Great.
Hey Arnab, did you hear all what we spoke?
Yes. I was listening, and yeah, I think it's been a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah.
And it was great to meet people, work with all of you, and a little bit whatever contribution I managed to make. Really learned a lot more, I would say.
Absolutely. Thank you, Arnab. I mean, you guys really did an awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Sai, why are you hiding behind the IoTMatrix logo?
Oh, my camera is broken, so I need to switch it.
ऐसा भी होता है.
He's the cameraman,
Cellular phone लगा लीजिए sir.
No, I think we need to ask the backend team, because I think all the little bit of stuff.
You need to take a group photo, no? So we need to get size.
Yeah. Naveen is a master at that. Okay, he would already taken a group photograph. Okay, so don't worry about it. So I think it's.
I saw something in the group already. Yep.
Yeah, it's important to ask, Lakshmi, Vinay, Tulika, and Shivi and Sai, how did they do this? Let's start with Shivi first, the youngest member of the team. Shivi, you're on mute. Yeah, Shivi, go ahead.
So I'm youngest member here, but I've been doing this thing from like 4 years for ABN. So I used to manage ABN events, partnerships, POCs. So it's
I
like,
love the cat that just passed by.
yeah, she's my cat.
Yeah, I have a cat too, but that's a stray cat which comes home. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, just finish it off and give me chicken or fish, whatever is available. So yeah, so I think Tulika. I've been working with Tulika over 2 years, and Vinay also I've been working with. Like we were doing a lot of events, so it's been again. So I have left ABI and I'm starting something of my own. So, and then Vijita asked me, why don't you join us for IoTMatrix? I said yes, why not? And then suddenly I was Zoom coordinator and everything came as a surprise, but it was a nice experience. So yeah, I think I also don't know. I think there were glitches from our side as well, but somehow with the team, with the help of Vinay, Sai, and Tulika, even I was able to manage because I got the training in the last 3 days.
Fantastic, man.
That's I think
Thanks for letting me in. You know.
Vinay and Sai for and I also had help from Divyansh and Dishi who are also interning with me.
Oh, really? Okay.
And they have been also, they also catch everything so fast and also help me out with collaterals and marketing. So made my life a bit easier.
Fantastic, man. Thank you, Shivi. I mean, it was wonderful. Yeah. So let's go to Sai. Sai.
Hello. So,
Yeah.
so I'd like to say one thing. I've been executing events I've been done that many times. But this time here, the major thing was the communication, and that happened very smooth, very seamless. So whatever we had decided, whatever we had to do, it was communicated and it was executed well. So this team, I say kudos to this team because this team is seamless, flawless.
Fantastic.
It's possible for this. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sai. Thank you so much, Sai. Thank you. So, Tulika, please tell us your secret of being responsive like within 60 seconds. How do you do that?
I think I learned that from all you guys because you have been like instructing and following up with us over these past few weeks. So I think over these past few weeks, I've learned the art of like good communication and effective communication. But I think I'd like to congratulate Vinay, especially because he has been on top of everything. He has been on top of creating posters, getting the platform set up, getting the video set up with the help of Sai. So I think a big hats off, take a bow, Vinay, because you've done a great, brilliant job, and the credit goes all to you. And so yeah, that's it from my end. I think we did it because, as Sai mentioned, we had a great team and great communications and great SIG leaders who helped us so much in getting the sessions together and the volunteers and so on. And of course, you guys, you have been a pillar of support and telling us what to do. Right. So thank you so much. And that's it.
Thanks, Tulika. Thanks. You've been wonderful. Let's go to Naveen before going to Vinay. Naveen, Sulapa.
Sir, yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Correct.
So I need to thank Vijeta and Tulika, Lakshmi, and Vinay because they taught me a lot of things in this. So Vijeta motivated me. You have to like outreach to many people in Facebooks, in groups, everything. So Tulika also taught me many things, and Vinay, and also Lakshmi, madam, everybody. So thanks to my team, and thanks to my Thai, all the team. Thank you so much.
We are going to make you in charge of outreach programs. Okay. Fantastic job, Naveen. Outstanding.
Thank you, sir. I've taken 160 photos per today, and yesterday it was like 95 photos, sir.
Look at that. Look at that, man. Look at that. Brilliant. Lakshmi. Yeah, you're on mute. Lakshmi, you're on mute. You need to unmute.
It's all from Aravind that I learned. So the first IoT Next that happened when I joined was in 2017, and I got to know everything from him when I worked under him. And then he was, as Tulika said, his regular follow-ups, So on-time completion, the dedication of the work, everything. So I learned from him, and of course from all of you, because as you all know, the programs is not my regular platform, and I was from the different background, and then obviously from Vijeta's motivation as well. So he was with his constant support. So it's all that I've learned, and I'm still learning from you all. Thank you.
Brilliant job, Lakshmi. Brilliant job. So now we come to the guy who made backend happen, Mr. Vinay. Vinay, tell us a bit of background, man. I mean, we didn't have a chance to talk to you. How do you get this done?
You're muted, Vinay.
Vinay, you are muted.
Vinay,
Can you hear me?
Please, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So audience engagement is something that we're very passionate about. The crowd, the audience engagement, and over the last 4 or 5 years is something that we've been doing with a lot of different people. So it requires 3 things, right? One is the audience, the crowd, how you engage them. The 2 other components that I've learned a lot in this whole thing. One is the team. As somebody who comes from, who's interested in team sports, this was a wonderful team. And then a vision. The leadership team had clarity, thought, coordination, focus. There's so much to learn from all of you. And thanks, Tulika, for the nice words. And I look forward to working with all of you in an ongoing manner and delivering more. Thank you all again.
fantastic, Vinay. I mean, it's a great skill to have. Not many people who understand how to kind of, engage with the audience and get them to the table, right? Fantastic skill. Brilliant. Fantastic.
Venki, a small appeal, like this team needs rewards and make it very spontaneous and quick.
I did mention that, Ashok. I don't know whether you were there. I told Vijeta, that
Oh, Ashok, he has put on his hat of a Thai board member and given some gyan.
No, you have not heard fully what Ashok said. What Ashok said was just the last sentence, okay? Make it spontaneous and quick.
Yeah.
That is where the
Yeah.
lies,
Yeah, I agree, Venki. Not like the T-shirt, which is 1 year late, even if it comes now. So it's got to be more spontaneous than that.
Absolutely. I gave the action item to Vijeta. It's got to be a
Venki, you can't delegate this. Ashok has asked you directly.
Yeah, Vijeta, you got quorum from the board of Thai here.
Exactly.
So just make it happen on Monday.
TRA is on the board as well. So you have the approvals, right? You only need to act. Hey, Ashok, he just needs to execute. He's got the approval, buddy.
Venki, we are all, carried away usually by the political kind of assurances. That should not happen here. They have spontaneously acted and we will reward it spontaneously.
I like that.
This is recorded.
Yeah, recorded.
So TRA, I think we will commit that you and me are responsible as well, in addition to Vijay.